No Harbor, written by R. Kyle Hanna, narrated by Rick McVey. Copyright 2021 by R. Kyle Hanna and Jumpmaster Press. Production copyright 2022 by R. Kyle Hanna and Jumpmaster Press. They were coming. I felt the vibrations of their footfalls on the wooden deck through the soles of my shoes. 3 distinct sets of feet running toward me. I closed my eyes, let my head droop backwards on the headrest of my chair, and sighed. I knew this day would come. I opened my eyes and lifted my head. A serene valley lay before me. The sun set high overhead, slowly beginning its descent toward the western horizon. The wooden deck that surrounded the 2-story ranch led to an open backyard, complete with a fire pit and hot tub on the left, and a swimming pool fit for a king on the right. A large lake lay beyond the yard. It stretched to a distant mountain range on the horizon. Snow-capped peaks reached for the heavens. That's why they were here. They wanted it. All of it. Closer now, their heavy footfalls rhythmically slapped the deck. I heard their breathing, lungs desperate for oxygen, gulping in air. A flock of birds, startled by the commotion, flew from the nearby trees. In the distance, a solitary fish jumped in the lake. Its splash sent a ripple of waves across the water. I braced myself, prepared for their onslaught. There simply was no escape. "Grandpa!" they shouted, rounding the corner of the deck to my left. Andrew, the oldest, took the lead, his long 7-year-old stride outpacing that of his sister Abigail. She dragged a ruffled and patched doll behind her, struggling to catch her brother. Thomas, their cousin, brought up the rear, and his precious 4-year-old Waddle almost brought me to tears. Andrew leapt into my lap and scrambled for purchase. The other two arrived a moment later. A round of hugs and kisses followed while the trio squirmed for position on my lap. A shadow fell over them, and they froze. Eyes wide, they turned to stare at Mary Ann, my daughter. She stood, hands on her hips, glaring at the children. Behind her stood James, my oldest child, a wide grin splitting his face. "What did I tell you?" Mary Ann scoffed. "Do not jump on your grandfather." I opened my mouth to tell her it was all right. She turned her ice-blue stare at me, and I closed my lips, the words unspoken. So much like her mother, I thought. "We want a story!" Abigail demanded, her high-pitched voice filled with delight. James's smile grew. Mary Ann rolled her eyes. "Why do I even bother?" she mumbled, turned, and entered the house. The screen door snapped shut, rebounded, and closed with more dignity. I heard her and Kelly, my wife of 34 years, begin their usual tirade. I smiled, ignored them, and turned my attention back to the children. "A story, huh?" I mused. I pointed to a nearby porch swing. "Have a seat over there, and I'll see what I can do." The children rushed to the swing. I breathed a sigh of relief when their weight left my lap. James stood ready for them and held the swing steady while they clambered aboard. They settled down, Andrew in the middle, Abigail on his right, and Thomas on his left. James softly rocked them while I slid my chair closer. James grabbed another chair and brought it over, creating an off-center horseshoe with the swing. "Now," I tapped my chin and stared at the covered porch overhead. "What kind of story would you like?" "Pirates!" they shouted in unison. Their yell reverberated off the house windows. A small flock of birds took flight from the nearby trees. I imagined my daughter's eyes rolling and suppressed a smile. "You've heard that story before." I shook my head. "A dozen times at least." "Pirates!" they repeated. "Real pirates," Andrew added. "Real pirates? Oh, that's different," I stated, nodding my head. A quick glance over my shoulder revealed Kelly and Mary Ann standing around the kitchen island. Kelly looked up and saw me. She offered me a wink before adding something into a mixing bowl. She stirred, preparing for Saturday dinner. "Okay," I said, turning back to face the children. I scooted my chair a little closer and leaned in conspiratorially. They grew silent, eager eyes staring at me. They held their breath in anticipation. Once upon a time, many years ago, a young boy named William sailed across the stars with his parents. Chapter 1. A large oval window offered a breathtaking view of the cosmos. William Ainsworth sat, fork in hand, absent-mindedly rolling a piece of meat over on his plate. He stared through his 16-year-old reflection in the window, mesmerized by the universe beyond. A distant, purple world reflected the light of Astron, a medium-sized yellow star the cruise liner, once in a lifetime, currently left in its wake. The star's light briefly highlighted 2 moons around the planet as the ship continued its course out of the system. William let his mind wander, his imagination adding ships to the void. Massive systems police, SYSPOL, cruisers and frigates exchanged laser fire and repelled an attacking alien invasion. Small, sleek fighters darted in and out between the 2 fleets. Blue ion cannons, combined with red and green lasers, cut a path through the alien saucers. He blinked with each imaginary volley fired by the SYSPOL and every exploding alien ship. The scene changed in his mind. The battle over, he saw himself climb out of one of those fighters, helmet in hand. Carbon scoring marred the otherwise pristine ship, proof of his prowess and near death in battle. Throngs of cheering deckhands greeted him when he slid down the fuselage. One young woman, wearing a matching dark blue flight suit, strolled through the crowd. The crew grew silent and parted before her. Her blonde hair hung to her shoulders. Brown eyes stared at him with a hint of mischief. She handed her helmet to a deckhand and shook her head, fluffing her hair. William caught the faint whiff of perfume and cordite as she drew close. The 2 embraced, oblivious to the crew around them. She closed her eyes, puckered her lips, and, "How's your steak, William?" The image faded, replaced with his reflection in the bay window. The silly grin in the window morphed into a frown. Reality replaced his fantasy. "William?" "Sir?" he replied, turning to his father. He sat across the table beside his wife, Miriam. Henry Ainsworth's full, bushy mustache curled upward into a knowing smile. His black dinner jacket absorbed the light, giving him an aura of mystery and dark intelligence. He pushed a piece of steak onto his fork and held it up for inspection. "I said, how is your steak?" William glanced at his stepmother, Miriam. She, too, wore a brilliant smile, highlighted by glossy red lipstick. A light coating of makeup enhanced her natural beauty. Ruby and emerald earrings framed her thin face. A matching necklace adorned her neckline. Her hazel eyes sparkled in the overhead lights. It's fine," the teenager confided, popping a morsel into his mouth and emphatically chewing. A tiny morsel fell, and he unconsciously brushed it from his dinner jacket. Miriam shook her head. "What are we going to do with you? What was it this time? Aliens? The Navy? A girl?" "Miriam," William hissed. Henry and Miriam turned to look at each other. "A girl," they stated in unison. I was simply enjoying the view," he stammered. He turned and stared at the purple planet again. The light of Astron reflected off the orb and its moons. His father acknowledged. William ignored the quip. The once-in-a-lifetime executed a course correction, turning to starboard on its course out system. The turn moved the planet out of his sight, and William followed it until it disappeared behind them. A flash of light reflected off an object close to the ship. His eyes narrowed in concentration, focusing on the reflection. Something moved in the darkness of space. "Dad?" he questioned. Blue pulses of light flashed through space, striking the liner. William involuntarily winced. He turned his head and eyes away from the bay window. He blinked away spots and turned back to the viewport. His pulse raced. Alarm klaxons pierced the quiet. A bulky, medium-sized freighter turned broadside to the cruise ship. Blue ion cannons raked the once-in-a-lifetime from stem to stern. The cruise ship rocked under the attack, slightly listing to starboard. The lights flickered. Dinner plates and utensils crashed to the floor. People screamed. "Dad!" The vibration and hum of the engines died. The artificial gravity failed, lifting William from his seat. He grabbed the edge of the table, stopping his upward flight. Miriam gasped, and Henry cursed. The system re-initiated, and William dropped back to the chair cushion. The attacking ship stopped firing, and a deathly silence filled the liner. Lights from the attacker played along the hull of the cruise ship. It flashed into the window, momentarily blinding William. "William, get down," Henry ordered. William did not hear him. He sat stunned, blinking away the spots in his eyes. Small vessels powered up along the hull of the attacker. Superstructure supports ran the length of the ship, holding the smaller ships in place. He stared at the rail system and watched the ships detach one by one. 4 ships swarmed the once-in-a-lifetime. Rough hands grabbed him and pulled him into the floor. William turned to see his father's wide, fearful eyes. Henry pushed him under the table, tightly gripped Miriam, and hugged her in a protective embrace. Henry pushed her under the table as well, placing his body in front of them, a barrier. The trio sat on the floor in silence. William resisted the urge to rise and peer out the bay window, opting instead to look around the dining room. Hundreds of tables filled the open space, all now empty. Everyone in the hall sat on the floor, most hiding underneath the tables. Some cried, others hugged loved ones. Most hugged their knees into their chests, slowly rocking back and forth. A few men moved toward the 3 entrances to the dining room. William shifted his body to get a better view and placed his hand in a wet spot on the floor. He blanched and looked down. A spilled drink slowly spread from a toppled glass. He swatted the liquid away and turned his attention toward the nearest door. A trio of men stood near the entrance, knives in hand. They spread out, waiting.
"This is the captain,"
the intercom buzzed without preamble. Every face turned toward the nearest speaker in the room.
"We have been boarded. Do not resist, and you will not be harmed. Security teams are ordered to stand down. Stay where you are and—"
A loud slap and a single laser blast echoed through the speaker. A gasp filled the room. William watched several women put a hand to their mouth. They reacted just like on a vid show, he thought, remembering countless shows where characters covered their mouths in astonishment. A new voice filled the speaker, rough and guttural, but polite.
"This is the captain. We thank you for sharing part of your day with us. We are simply here for your money and jewels, anything of value, really. Please give them without hesitation, and we will be on our way. Resistance, unfortunately, will be met with death. It is your choice. To those of you near the doors, I want to remind you that we control the cameras. We see everything. And—"
the voice paused.
"remember, we are armed. You are not. Choose wisely."
The intercom died. A couple of men near the doors dropped their knives and returned to their tables. They dropped to the floor and embraced loved ones. Most remained by the doors, crouching, waiting. "Pirates," Henry gulped, his voice low. "William, stay behind me and do not resist. Do whatever they say." "Yes, sir," William responded, his voice dry. He had never sensed fear in his father before, and the thought of Henry Ainsworth being afraid chilled William to the bone. He slid closer to his stepmother. 3 doors led into the dining hall. 2 to William's left and 1 to his right. All 3 opened simultaneously. Time slowed for the teenager. He sat, eyes wide, and watched ghostly figures storm the room. Each pirate wore a gray, form-fitting atmospheric suit and carried a rifle in his hands. Dark, mirrored shields covered their faces, reflecting the light in the room. A belt around the waist held an assortment of tools, knives, and a sidearm. Several toted small packs on their backs. A handful carried swords sheathed across their backs or at their waists. Screams of fear filled the room at the sight of the invaders. The men near the doors attacked. One man plunged a steak knife into the gray pirate suit. The thin blade snapped against the armor. A rifle butt to the man's head put him on the ground. The attacker shot the man in the chest and continued his advance. Laser fire drew William's attention to the far side of the room. 2 pirates faced off against 3 passengers. One hulking passenger stood nose-to-face shield with the pirate. Both held a rifle suspended over their heads. Random red bolts blasted the ceiling, raining bits of scorched plaster and dust down on them. The other 2 passengers pinned the pirate to the wall. One man beat on the invader's face shield with the butt end of a knife. The other wrestled for control of the rifle. The reflective face shield cracked. The large passenger pushed the invader back, ramming him into the wall. The pirate's head bounced off the wall and right into the passenger's face. The large man staggered backwards and grabbed his nose. The gunman, released from the passenger's grasp, aimed and fired. The laser bolt slammed into the passenger's chest at point-blank range. The man fell to the floor, a smoldering hole in his 3-piece suit. The pirate turned and shot the 2 passengers attacking his partner. The men cried out in pain and fell. They rolled on the floor in agony. The ghostly figure stepped forward and fired again. The passengers lay still. Their suffering ended. The resistance quelled, the gray-clad attackers turned their attention to the rest of the room. They stood near the doors, weapons sweeping the room. Reflective visors kept their faces and expressions hidden. The whimpers and sobs of the captives filled the air. Another man entered the room, and the weeping stopped. He wore the same gray armored suit, minus the helmet and mirrored face shield. He carried no weapon, only a holstered pistol at his side. His demeanor demanded respect and obedience. He strolled through the cowering passengers, exhibiting no fear, no joy, no amusement, no emotion at all. He stopped near the center of the massive room. He slowly turned, his eyes scanning the crowd. He turned back toward the doors, staring at the dead. He sadly shook his head. "Now that the unpleasantness has passed," his gruff voice held a hint of sadness, "perhaps we can conclude our business. My associates will be visiting each of you to gather anything of value. Do not resist," he warned, with a head nod toward the far door. "There is no need for further bloodshed." He waved his men forward. The pirates methodically visited every table. William watched the men take wallets, jewels, watches, datapads, anything of value. He shrank back, blocking his stepmother as the men arrived at their table. "I'll take the necklace and earrings," the man said, his voice distorted by the helmet. He held out his hand and impatiently flexed his fingers. Miriam nudged William out of the way and slid away from the table. Her hands shook as she unclasped the necklace. She looked away from the man, and William saw tears in her eyes. She reached out to hand the necklace over. The man snatched it away from her. "I ain't got all day," he said, reaching for her earrings. She yelped and swatted his hands away. She slid back under the table. "Come here, bitch." Henry lunged, pushing the man away from his wife. The pirate stepped back and raised his rifle. William tensed. His dad raised his hands. "I'll get them for you," Henry offered. The pirate shoved Henry out of the way, pulled Miriam from under the edge of the table, and tore the earrings from her lobes. She screamed. Blood ran from the wounds. He turned his weapon on Henry. The patriarch slowly stood to his full height. "Sit down." "Let me stop the bleeding," Henry pleaded. "I said sit down," the pirate repeated, pushing Henry back with the barrel of his rifle. "I'm a doctor," Henry admitted, moving again toward his wife. "Let me help." The gunman turned his weapon and fired. Miriam cried out in pain. The energy beam burned through her left shoulder. She fell backward, and her head caught the edge of the table. Her eyes rolled back into her head, and she slumped to the floor. William sat, stunned and immobile, under the edge of the table. Wide eyes stared at his stepmother lying next to him. He shook with fear. Henry charged. The elder Ainsworth grabbed the shooter's rifle and spun to his left, ripping the weapon from the man's grasp. Henry flung the rifle away and lunged for the man's throat in one motion. William saw his father's fingers whiten around the man's neck. The pirate swung his arms upward, breaking the hold. He lashed out with a kick and connected on Henry's right thigh. The doctor grunted and staggered back 2 steps. He clenched his fists. William felt the cold steel of a barrel touch his neck. "Enough!" Henry turned. His eyes widened when he saw the barrel to his son's head. "If you wish for your boy to live, you will stand down." Don't hurt him," Henry stammered. The color drained from his face. The barrel left William's neck. Gloved hands pulled William away from Miriam. Henry took 2 slow steps and knelt beside her. He checked her pulse, lowered his head, and wept. "Her death is unfortunate," the man holding William said, and sincerity rang in his voice. "You said you are a doctor?" Henry did not respond. He held his wife in his arms, brushing the hair from her face. Tears streamed down his face. The pistol barrel poked William in the side. The grip tightened on his right arm. "Call to him, boy." William turned his head and looked into the man's eyes. Cold brown orbs stared back. Dad, William called, staring at his captor. The man stared back, emotionless. William cut his eyes to his parents on the floor. "Dad!" Henry turned his head in William's direction. Angry red eyes stared past William. Tears streaked his face. Blood stained his suit. "You are a doctor?" the pirate repeated. Henry nodded. "We have need for a doctor," the man next to William mused. A small smile curled the edge of his lips. "I'm not going anywhere with you," Henry spat, and turned back to Miriam. He cradled her head in his arms, stroking her hair again. "I beg to differ," the pirate leader replied. William felt the barrel dig deeper into his ribs. "You will come with us, or you will lose your boy as well as your wife." Henry's head jerked around. His eyes narrowed in anger, focused on the weapon in William's side. He gently laid his wife's head down on the deck and stood. He took a step forward and looked the man holding William in the eyes. "Do not hurt him," Henry warned, his voice as cold as steel. "Do you agree to join us?" Henry glanced at William, lowered his head, and nodded. "Excellent," the man replied, releasing William's arm. "Bring them both," he said, turned, and walked away. "No," Henry shook his head. "William stays here." The man stopped, turned, and looked at Henry. He shook his head, an amused smile on his lips. "My good doctor," he spread his arms, "how can I be assured of your cooperation without leverage? The boy, William, is it, will also accompany us." The pirate leader looked around the room. "Our work here is complete. Return to the ship." He looked at William, then at Henry. "Welcome to the crew, Doctor." Chapter 2. William quietly sat beside his father on board one of the raiding craft. Gray-suited men sat on either side of them, their bodies tightly packed together in the seats. Another row of men sat across from him, weapons pointed at the floor. The roar of the engines drowned out the murmur of conversations among the pirates. A few removed their face shields, revealing men in their 20s and 30s. Scars slashed a few of the faces, but most appeared young and unblemished. One saw William staring at him and winked. William turned away and held on to his father's arm. Henry trembled, out of anger, fear, or loss, William did not know. His own hands shook, and his heart pounded. A cool sweat coursed down his spine. Flashbacks of the masked pirate shooting his stepmother recurred in a never-ending loop. He shuddered every time the pirate fired. William craned his neck and stared out of the small window behind him. The cigar-shaped, once-in-a-lifetime, drifted in the distance, its engines dark. He saw no exterior damage, only the running lights sporadically flashing along the hull. It drifted, dead in space. "Docking in 1 minute," a voice called from the front of the raiding craft. "Secure straps and loose articles." William saw a few of the pirates cinch their straps tighter and mimic their actions. He glanced at his father. Henry sat still, except for the trembling, and stared straight ahead, unblinking. William reached over and tightened his father's harness. A shadow crossed over him, and William looked out of the window again. The square superstructure of the pirate ship blocked his view. Pipes and conduits filled his vision. The structural ring, the dropship dock, circled the perimeter of the superstructure. 2 other small ships, like the one he traveled in, sat idle. He slowly exhaled and turned back forward. A bump signaled the docking maneuver was complete. The men aboard the craft popped their releases and stood. They gathered their weapons and bags of loot. A gloved hand grabbed William by the shoulder.
"Up and at 'em, boy,"
the man said, his voice muffled by the face shield.
"Let's go."
William unstrapped himself, stood, and followed the line of gray-clad pirates out of the raiding craft. He turned back to see 2 other pirates assisting Henry. His father stared straight ahead, unmoving. William paused to duck through the airlock opening. The masked pirate shoved him forward, and he fell.
"Keep moving."
Henry grabbed the man from behind and slammed him into the bulkhead. The pirate smacked the wall, and his bag of stolen valuables spilled on the deck. He whirled, brought his rifle up, and pointed at Henry's chest. His gloved finger tightened on the trigger. "Do not touch my son again," Henry growled. Color flushed his face, his breathing shallow and quick. He leaned forward, fists clenched. William lifted himself from the floor and slowly interjected himself between the 2. Thoughts of losing both parents filled his mind, followed by one final, sobering realization. If they kill him, they won't need me anymore.
"What's going on here?"
the pirate leader asked, pushing his way through the small crowd. His eyes fixed on the gunman.
"Harrison, put that away. I think you have caused enough grief for today."
The leader turned to Henry and William.
"My apologies. Harrison gets excitable during a mission. He killed my wife,"
Henry snarled, his eyes never leaving Harrison.
"Yes,"
the pirate leader replied, a hint of sadness in his voice.
"That was unfortunate. But as I stated earlier, you have your son to think about. I do hope we can avoid any additional unpleasantness."
Henry turned to face the pirate leader. "Kill him, and we'll call it even." William's eyes bulged. He had never heard his father talk like that before. He knew Henry as a surgeon, dedicated to saving life to the best of his ability. He recalled dozens of stories of his father operating on people, saving them from almost certain death. He sat in the observation room once, watching his father work. The sight of the blood and the constant beep of the monitors proved to William that he did not want to follow in his father's footsteps. It also boosted his respect for his father. Henry now actively pleaded for a man's death. William gulped. The life he knew was over. The pirate leader laughed.
"I cannot do that, Doctor. However, you will have an opportunity to petition the captain, if you wish."
He pointed down the corridor.
"This way."
A handful of pirates in gray armor took the lead. Henry, William, and the pirate leader followed. The rest of the raiding party brought up the rear. They traveled through the pristine, gunmetal gray corridors of the ship. Their footsteps echoed in the empty halls and drowned out the constant rumble of the engines.
"You aren't the captain?"
Henry asked, walking in the indicated direction. William fell into step on his right, the pirate leader on Henry's left.
"I am the quartermaster. First officer, if you prefer," the man replied with a chuckle. "You may call me Monty."
"What do you want from me?"
"Your skills, good doctor, your skills."
Monty smiled.
"As you can imagine, we have more than our fair share of injuries. Your profession is in high demand in our line of work."
"And if I refuse?" They rounded a corner and strolled along a clean, narrow corridor large enough for 2 people to traverse. The pirates proceeded 2 by 2. William dropped back behind his father and walked alone. Monty shook his head.
"Do we really need to discuss that?"
He glanced toward William. Henry shook his head, and the procession continued down the corridor in silence. The passage ended at a nondescript steel door marked Main Hold. The door slid open, and a blast of heat washed over William. The forward element moved into the room and spread out in different directions. Monty and Henry followed, stopping inside the doorway to the left of the hatch. William edged past his father and stopped, staring at the monstrous center of the pirate ship. The hold ran for more than 100 meters fore and aft of the door. 3 small ships, old Fury-class fighters, sat parked on the far side of the cavern, near a pair of massive hangar doors. Forward-swept wings suspended the ships off the floor, acting as both stabilizers and landing gear. Hundreds of crates lay along the floor of the hold in orderly rows behind the fighters. Cables and straps secured each container. 2 small transport shuttles sat on the flanks of the fighters. Most of the hold lay empty. The walls stretched a dozen meters high, ending at a ceiling that displayed a cloudy sunrise sky. A set of binary stars slowly rose from his left, chasing away a hazy field of stars on his right. He thought it a painting at first, but the room grew brighter as the stars continued their ascent.
"A hologram,"
Monty said, sliding up to stand beside William.
"It helps to set ship time. Gives the men a sense of planet life."
"Why?"
"Because, William, my boy, even though we are pirates, we are still human," Monty replied. "We still need a schedule."
He waved a hand toward the open bay.
"And rest and recreation. This hold, much like the deck of seafaring pirates centuries ago, is the centerpiece of the ship. Now, come. It is time to report to the captain."
Monty led William and his father across the hold toward a man dressed in slacks and a nice dress shirt. He wore a laser pistol low on his right thigh, a foot-long dagger sheathed on his left. The captain raised an eyebrow at the newcomers.
"Quartermaster,"
he inquired in a deep bass,
"I do not recall issuing orders to take prisoners."
"Henry is a doctor, Captain," Monty offered, "a target of opportunity."
"And the boy?"
"His son, Leverage."
"I see,"
the captain commented. He turned to address William and his father.
"I am Captain Porter of the pirate ship Wraith. Welcome. Doctor, you will find our medical facilities adequate," Porter stated, tilting his head to the right. "I must confess they are probably not up to your usual standards."
Henry looked at Monty for a moment, received a nod, and turned to the captain. "I would like to petition for the death of one of your men."
"Oh?"
"The one called Harrison," Henry continued, his voice cracking. He killed my wife." Porter glanced at Monty.
"I do not recall ordering the wholesale killing of innocents either."
"Most of the deaths were unavoidable," Monty offered. "A few passengers attacked the men. They defended themselves."
"And this woman?"
"An accident," Monty stated. "He shot her," Henry cried. "In the shoulder," Monty clarified. "She fell into a table. An accident."
"I see,"
Porter mused. He rubbed his chin. William stood nearby, watching the 3 men discuss the death of his stepmother as if it were a cocktail dinner. The world collapsed around him. The memory of her death replayed again. He saw her lying on the floor, eyes closed. His father's tears splashed onto her still face like ocean waves. William shuddered. He absently heard the captain ask a few more questions, saw him shake his head.
"I will deal with Harrison in my own way, Doctor,"
Porter stated, his voice low and soothing.
"In the meantime, until suitable quarters are found for you and your boy, I am afraid that less than suitable accommodations will have to do. Quartermaster, lock them in room 7, then find them quarters. Make sure they are fed."
"Yes, Captain."
"Oh."
Porter eyed the 2 Ainsworths.
"Find them some clothes. The dinner jackets are a bit much for the Wrath."
"Yes, Captain." Captain Porter turned and moved away, issuing orders to the crew. "This way," Monty said, and pointed toward a nearby door. "There is a cot in here, but only one. I will find you something more suitable as soon as I can." He opened the door with a handprint. The steel barrier slid out of the way with barely a sound. A single cot and a small sink occupied the small 3-meter by 3-meter room. William followed his father into the room, and both men turned to Monty. The hologram's sons silhouetted him in the doorway. The pirates behind the quartermaster busily stowed their gear, cleaned equipment, or performed maintenance on the ships docked in the hangar. A normal day aboard the pirate ship.
"I will return as soon as I can. Make yourselves comfortable."
The door slid shut, leaving William and Henry alone. Chapter 3. William woke in a cold sweat, gasping for breath. Images of his stepmother's death haunted his dreams. He lay on a small bed in the quarters he shared with his father. He stared into the darkness of the room, the winking lights on the keypad by the door, the only illumination. The steady hum and vibration of the engines both soothed and taunted him. Henry's intermittent snoring, with the occasional groan, indicated that his father did not sleep well either. They had spent nearly 6 hours in the small room off the hold of the Wraith. 6 hours of remembering the death of Miriam and consoling his father. Fear of losing his father and his own life plagued William. He offered his father the single cot, and William sat on the floor, knees to his chest. Neither of them spoke. The silence grew stifling. William breathed a sigh of relief when Monty arrived to escort them to more permanent quarters. Their new quarters were larger: 2 beds, a small dresser, and a desk with a deactivated computer console sat inside the steel bulkheads. New clothes lay neatly folded on the beds. A small alcove opposite the door held a sonic refresher and lavatory.
"Make yourselves comfortable," Monty smiled. "I suggest you get some rest if you can, Doctor. I'm sure we will need your services soon."
"You're going to kill more people?" Henry asked, his voice pained.
"Not if we can help it," the quartermaster replied.
The smile disappeared, replaced with grim, pursed lips.
"Listen, I know that you think we are all bloodthirsty, cutthroat killers without morals. That is all myth and mystique. Not even pirates of old were that way." He shrugged. "You have a lot to learn, Doctor. As history shows, many pirates started off as privateers, actually raiding on behalf of governments. And," he continued, "like our ancestors of old, the men on board the Wraith are here for a myriad of reasons. Very few are here for bloodlust."
"And you?" William asked, standing by the desk. "Why are you here?"
Monty smiled again. "A story for another time."
"I'm not going anywhere."
"No."
The quartermaster shook his head at William. His easygoing smile returned.
"I don't guess you are."
He left, and the door slid shut behind him. William changed into the new clothes and found them only one size too big. He plopped down on the bed by the refresher and stared up at the ceiling. The last thing he remembered before falling asleep was Henry's gentle sobs. He stood and trotted quietly to the lavatory, pulled the door closed, and squeezed his eyes tight. Images of Miriam threatened to dominate his mind again. He shook off the memory and splashed cold water on his face. The engine hum changed to a high whine. William looked up and stared at his reflection in the mirror. Wide, bloodshot blue eyes stared back. The ship pitched to port, and he braced against the wall. He stepped from the lavatory. The ship shuddered, listing to starboard. He fell, face first, onto the lumpy mattress when the Wraith rocked again. The force of thrust pushed him into the bed. The inertial compensators actuated and returned gravity to ship standard. He sat up in the bed and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. The engines shut down, and silence filled the air. William sat in the dark, listening. He heard his pulse pound in his ears. Distant footfalls reverberated through the steel bulkheads and deck. Henry sat up. His deep breathing filled the air. The two sat in silence for a half hour before the engines re-engaged. The door opened, spilling light from the corridor beyond. William blinked against the sudden illumination, finally focusing on a silhouette standing in the doorway. The figure wore a spacesuit, helmet off, and carried a rifle cradled in its arms. The man favored one leg, leaning against the door jamb. "Lights!" The room's lights flicked on, bathing William and Henry in blinding illumination. William blinked away the harsh glare and recognized the quartermaster standing in the doorway. A crimson-stained bandage wrapped his leg. Blood seeped from the wound and stained his gray combat suit. Henry stood, rubbing his eyes. "What is it?" "Time to get to work, Doc," Monty said through clenched teeth. "We have wounded." "How many?" Henry asked. William heard strength in his voice.
3. 1 knife wound to the abdomen, 1 explosive decompression from a suit failure.
Monty motioned toward his leg with a nod.
And 1 hit by laser fire.
"Take me to the infirmary," Henry demanded, and then turned to William. "Stay here." "I can help," William protested. He did not want to be abandoned in the room.
"The boy can come,"
Monty said, and winced. He offered a half-hearted smile.
"In fact, I insist. I could use a little help walking."
William moved forward, placed one of Monty's arms over his shoulders, and helped the pirate down the corridor. Henry followed, asking details of the wounded. William listened to his father's questions, relieved by the strength in his voice. The man's confidence and resolve gave him hope. Monty directed them down several maze-like corridors until they finally reached a light blue door labeled Medical. The quartermaster palmed the activator, and the door slid open. The medical bay consisted of a large open bay with 12 beds, 6 on each side of the room. Double-stacked cabinets lined the walls on either side of the door and along the back wall. 2 pirates flanked the captain in the middle of the room. 2 beds on the left held the wounded. Henry slipped past Monty and William and moved directly to the man lying on the nearest table. William helped Monty onto the first table on the right. One of the pirates stepped over and took Monty's weapon. The captain split his focus between the 3 wounded. William stepped away from the quartermaster, moved to stand beside Captain Porter, and watched his father work. Henry examined the first man, the knife wound, and moved quickly to the decompression victim. His shoulders slumped. He slowly pulled a sheet over the man. The grim task complete, he crossed the room to Monty. He touched the wounded leg, and the quartermaster jumped. "He can wait," he said to no one. "William, grab a bandage and rewrap the wound. Stop the bleeding." "Yes, sir," William replied, and moved to search through the cabinets near the door. He stole a glance behind him and saw his father slide gloves on. Henry picked up a pair of scissors and cut away the gray spacesuit from the knife victim. William turned his attention back to his search, found the bandages, and returned to stand beside Monty.
"Your dad is doing well," the quartermaster whispered. "He seems focused, sure. That is a good sign, my boy. Something to do was exactly what he needed."
William removed the bloody bandage, drawing a flinch from the quartermaster. He carefully lifted the wounded leg, wound the new bandage around the wound, and cinched it tight.
"He wouldn't need this if your men hadn't killed my stepmother."
William let his emotions flow, the first time since boarding the Wraith. Tears welled in his eyes.
"Stepmother? I thought she was your birth mother."
William said nothing. He cinched the bandage tighter. Monty winced and grabbed his arm.
"I know how you feel, but
unless your stepmother was killed by pirates and you and your father threatened and kidnapped," William hissed,
"then you have no idea what I'm feeling."
Monty released his arm and lay back on the bed.
"It was my father, actually."
"What?" William, stunned, stared at the quartermaster.
"My father was killed by pirates."
The words hung in the air, and it took William a moment to fully register them. The captain and one of the other pirates glanced over, then turned their attention back to Henry while he sutured the wounded pirate. Your father?" Monty nodded. William finished the bandage, and the quartermaster let out a long sigh. His voice strained, he continued.
"You think you're the first boy to ever be impressed into service on a pirate vessel? Many of the men aboard the Wraith were captured at a young age, some much younger than you. We all made this our home, for one reason or another."
"What is your reason?"
"I told you, a story for another time."
William thought for a moment before he leaned close.
"I'll hold you to it."
He straightened when Henry appeared on the other side of the table. He examined the bandage. "Good work." He lowered his gaze to Monty. "This is going to hurt."
"It already hurts,"
the quartermaster smirked. "This will hurt worse," Henry assured him. William stepped away to check on the knife victim. The man rested peacefully on the bed, hands clasped on his chest, fresh sutures visible on his left abdomen. He stared at the wound. Images of a dozen medical hollows filled his head. He reached out and checked the man's pulse, mimicking the doctors on those shows. He turned to see Captain Porter standing beside him. "Your father is doing good work," Porter stated with a nod. "He needs to work," William said, remembering Monty's words. "And you?" William paused. His mind whirled with thoughts of his stepmother, Monty's untold story, and his uncertain future. I think I need something to do as well." "That, my boy, is the proper answer. Once the quartermaster has recovered, I will task him with assigning you something to do. Until then, assist your father. Keep busy. It helps." "Finished." The captain and William turned to see Henry standing over Monty. Sweat poured down the quartermaster's face. He held his eyes closed, his breathing deep and normal. Henry slid off the light green surgical gloves. "What exactly did you run into, Captain?" "A freighter, Doctor. A simple freighter." "These two will live," Henry stated, pointing toward the quartermaster and the man opposite him. He pointed to the decompression victim. "His suit exploded from the inside. There was nothing I could do." "Exploded?" The captain's eyes narrowed. "Yes, and not from decompression," Henry stated. "Probably a small charge, no bigger than a thumbnail, but enough to weaken the fabric." He rubbed his chin. "When did he go null atmosphere?" "We reduce the atmosphere in the raiders as they approach the target," Porter explained. Henry's face grew inquisitive, and the captain continued. "It provides a tactical advantage upon docking. Why?" "That would explain the damage. When the pressure changed, the suit exploded." The captain frowned, deep in thought. "Thank you for your report, Doctor, and for saving 2 of my crew. You have done me a great service. I shall not forget." He turned to the man standing to his left. "Please escort them back to their quarters. Get them whatever they need from the galley. Bring the doctor back every—" He looked at Henry. "I need to check on them every couple of hours." "Every couple of hours, until the doctor says otherwise." "Yes, Captain." Porter turned and left the infirmary, the other pirate in tow. "This way," their escort said, motioning toward the door. "What didn't the captain tell me?" Henry demanded. He looked at the quartermaster. "What am I missing?" "The crewman," Monty answered, his voice weak and tired. "The crewman's suit exploded on his way to the freighter, not from it." He let out a deep sigh. "We have a saboteur aboard." Chapter 4. Lieutenant Inspector Tasha DeVoe stepped through the hatch and over the body of a passenger on the Once-in-a-Lifetime. She crinkled her nose at the smell of the 3-day-old corpse. She squinted, her eyes watering against the stench. She gulped away the bile building in her throat, careful to not breathe in through her mouth. This was not the first time she strolled through the aftermath of a pirate attack. She feared it would not be her last. Dozens of uniformed officers moved through the massive dining room, taking holograms and cataloging everything. Most wore small filters, though a few of the veterans did not. One man stood, hunched over in a corner, heaving. Crime scene techs, dressed in drab coveralls with the system's police logo on the right breast and their names scrawled on the left, gingerly examined the bodies. Her dark brown eyes scanned the room, noting overturned furniture, tables filled with days-old food, and the blood of at least a half-dozen victims. Men comprised most of the dead, mainly clustered near 2 of the 3 entrances to the restaurant. She took her time moving from body to body, studying the blast points and their positions lying on the carpeted floor. She crouched near one, noting the single shot to the man's chest. She pushed her long brown hair out of her face and wished she had braided it before coming aboard. "They put up a struggle," she mumbled, shaking her head. She stood and continued on into the room. She opened her dark blue jacket, removed a small flask from an inside pocket, and took a long drink. The alcohol burned its way through her body, chasing away the chill in the air and the bile in her throat. She replaced the flask when Sergeant Detective Taram Foradell, ambled up to her side. He stood a half-head shorter than Tasha, his overweight body covered in a long brown trench coat. His faded tan suit showed years of wear, the loose tie spotted with numerous stains. Taram licked his fingers and flipped through several screens on his electronic pad. A light blue fedora covered his balding head. "We have 5 dead," he read, before pointing toward the doors behind him. 4 men and a woman. Looks like the guys put up a struggle. Cost 'em." He shrugged. Lieutenant DeVoe turned back toward the doors and rescanned the room. She nodded her confirmation of his report. "They entered simultaneously, taking the room from 3 angles. The big man there," she pointed to the first corpse she stepped over, "wrestled with one of the pirates." "He lost," Foradel muttered. He gestured toward the lone female victim. She lay sprawled, partially obscured under a table near a large oval window. Beyond the glass lay Messer Station, the closest SYSPOL precinct to the attack. The mushroom-shaped complex stretched for hundreds of meters, slowly orbiting a small, lifeless planetoid on the outskirts of known space. Dozens of ships, mostly SYSPOL corvettes, sat docked to the rotating station. Tasha turned away from the entrance and faced the woman. The victim wore an elegant dress, marred with blood from ripped earlobes, and a bloody scorched hole in her shoulder. Blood stained her neck. Tasha bent to examine the casualty. "Mrs. Miriam Ainsworth. She suffered multiple injuries," Taram explained. Tasha grew accustomed to his bored voice and nonchalant attitude toward pirate attacks long ago. It did not mean she liked it. "Looks like someone ripped the earrings right out of her ears, then shot her in the shoulder. Cause of death is blunt force trauma, probably from hitting the table." He pointed. "There is blood there." Inspector DeVoe followed his direction, noting the blood on the edge of the table. Her eyes traced the blood trail, and she pursed her lips when it ended, a half-meter from where the woman lay. "Anyone move the body?" Foradel shook his head. "Like that when we boarded. The crew took great care to leave everything as is. Witnesses say that her husband held her for several minutes before being taken away." "Taken away?" "Yes," Taram confirmed. He licked his thumb and flipped through more pages on his pad. "Dr. Henry Ainsworth, a surgeon from Bridgine. Eyewitness says he tried to help her, but the pirates took him with them." "Did he say he was a doctor?" He flipped through his notes. "Yes." Tasha pursed her lips. "That's why they took him. Pirates are always looking for medical types. Poor bastard." She stood and faced the shorter man. She caught a whiff of stale aftershave and thought it worse than the smell of the dead. "Anything else?" "One thing," Taram added. "Dr. Ainsworth has a son, William, 16 years old." "Has he been notified?" "He was here with them," Foradel said with a frown. "They took the boy, too." The corridors of Messer Station bustled with activity. Tasha DeVoe stepped to the side and braced herself against the glaring white corridor wall. Medics rushed by, pushing anti-grav gurneys toward the once-in-a-lifetime. She stood quietly, watching the men and women pass, solemn contemplative looks on their faces. She knew how they felt. Every crime scene she visited felt the same, although everyone was different, and everyone reminded her of the first. She had served more than a dozen years as a beat cop and fighter pilot before she applied for and received a slot for detective. Her first case, now half a decade behind her, still haunted her dreams. A gruesome murder and a manhunt across 4 planets had ended in a hostage standoff. Tasha had caught up to the man when he leapt from a second-story window while the assault team breached the apartment. She had killed the man with a single shot to the head. The first time in her career she had pulled the trigger. His 2 hostages had only added to the list of victims from one of the most wanted mass murders in the sector. She shuddered every time she thought about him. How could someone do that? She wondered. Every murder reminded her of that first crime scene. The blood, the victims, the horror of it all. It fueled her resolve to catch the killer, to always get her man. The medics passed, and she continued down the corridor. The images of that first case lingered in the recesses of her mind. Her drive and determination had catapulted her career and her success rate in catching suspects. The uptick in piracy over the last few years kept her busy, but this time it was different. An innocent woman killed, her husband and son kidnapped. Someone is upping the ante. She turned left and proceeded deeper into the station. DeVoe entered a cluster of many offices, glass-walled enclaves housing the bulk of the detectives in the sector. She passed one of the few aliens assigned to Messer's station and said hello to the avian-like DePere. The alien squawked a reply, added a human-like wink, and returned to dictating her report. She entered her transparent office and sat behind her small metal desk. The chair rolled slightly when she leaned back. She crossed her arms and ignored the message indicator on her computer terminal. She focused on a picture of her little brother in an antique frame on her desk. Randall stared back, his boyish smile holding the promise of mischief. She stared at the hologram, ignoring the world around her. A knock on the glass broke her sullen reverie. Tasha sat up straight, rubbing her tired eyes. "Yeah?" "Chief wants you," a young patrolman said, and jerked his thumb toward the end of the row of offices. Tasha nodded, and he continued toward the central hub of the station, disappearing into the crowd. DeVoe left her office and made her way through the cramped precinct. The SYSPOL leased the space from Messer's station administration. The station served as a main trading hub on the edge of civilization, and space was a premium. Every year the admins raised the rent, and every year the precinct contracted. She heard the chief yelling about the topic when she neared his office. "Kindly remind them that if we pull up and leave, there will be no police presence in the sector," he explained loudly. "Without us, the pirates, thieves, or worse, will tear this place apart." Chief Bronsky looked up from his computer and motioned Tasha into his office before she could knock. He pointed to a chair, then turned back to the computer. "You tell Administrator Nero that enough is enough. You raise the rent one more time and—" "Hello? Hello?" He turned his red face to Tasha. "The bastard hung up on me." Paul Bronsky sat back in his chair. The device squeaked with the movement, and crossed his arms. He shook his balding head, blue eyes staring into space. "I should go up to that office and rip his head off, greedy son of a—" He mumbled his curses for several minutes, using language that DeVoe usually heard when watching military hollows. She patiently sat, listened to the tirade, and stared at her chipped fingernails. A long exhale signaled a change in demeanor, and she looked up to see Bronsky staring at her. "Sorry about that." He offered a half smile. "Bureaucrats." "Greedy ones," she agreed with a smile. Tasha served as the deputy chief and often heard his perilous stories about working with the station's administration. Another reason she preferred chasing the criminals instead of negotiating with them. "So, the pirates have struck again?" he snarled. "Yes," she confirmed. 5 dead. Only this time they kidnapped a doctor and his son to go along with the homicide. Henry and William Ainsworth. One of the victims was Miriam, Dr. Ainsworth's wife. "Any ideas?" "The attack fits the profile of a number of ships. In that region we can narrow it down to either the Wraith, the Bloodlust, or the Siren's Demise," she confirmed. "They strike hard, kill a few, make off with the valuables, and then disappear into deep space. 17 attacks in this sector in the last 2 years. "And we have no idea where they are now?" "Rumors," Tasha shrugged. "There are always rumors. The strikes are random, so there is no way to predict when or where."
2 months ago, one of our corvettes came across a ship attacking a freighter," Bronsky stated. "The attacker destroyed the vet in a matter of minutes. 58 lives lost."
"I never heard that."
"No, you wouldn't have. It was covered up. Called a training accident," he airfinger quoted. "SYSPOL Central doesn't want it known that the pirates are more armed than we are." He leaned forward in the squeaky chair and stared into her eyes. "Any ideas?"
58 dead. An entire corvette and crew? Not what I expected. Tasha quietly sat. She steepled her fingers and tapped her chin, letting her thoughts tumble. No matter the direction, they always came back to one thing: the doctor and his son. "I want to go after the Ainsworths," she said. An image of her brother clouded her mind for a moment. Finding them should be our priority.
And the pirates?
Tasha offered a grim smile. We find the Ainsworths. We find the pirates. Chapter 5. William wandered the halls of the Wraith, learning his way through the maze of corridors. He passed a trio of pirates, grateful they no longer snarled at him. One even acknowledged him when they passed. The men appeared no more than a year or two older than William. He continued on, reading the identifiers on the gray bulkhead walls, heading for the main hold. He learned a lot in his first month aboard the ship. He learned, the hard way, that the bridge was off-limits. He had never been physically thrown from a room before. It was an experience he would not soon forget. He acquired a feel for the engines and could tell when the Wraith idled, cruised in normal space, or sped through hyperspace. He met two other men his age, both experienced pirates who had proven themselves in raids. They largely ignored him. He learned that he had only one friend aboard the Wraith, the quartermaster, Monty. The pirate first officer quickly recovered from his leg wound, thanks to Henry's medical prowess. 2 weeks of physical therapy, and Monty started back on his usual calisthenics program. That sent him back to the infirmary with a pulled muscle, where he received a stern talking-to from the doctor. Henry told him to start slowly. William volunteered to help the quartermaster during his workout, and the friendship began. The quartermaster reported back for duty 2 weeks later and sent for William. He traveled the identical corridors, lost in thought. What kind of work does he have in mind? I don't want to mop the floor all day. Taunting laughter in the corridor ahead drew William's attention, and he quickened his pace. He turned the corner of a junction and froze. A group of 4 men stood around Billy Clyde, the quartermaster's ward. Billy Clyde stood almost 7 foot tall and weighed close to 300 pounds, all muscle. The behemoth, unfortunately, possessed the mind of a child. One of the men held a stuffed bear, taunting the giant. The man-child swatted at the man. The pirate pulled the toy out of reach. "Come on, Billy," the leader of the 4 men laughed. He stood almost half a foot shorter than Billy and nearly as wide. The two together effectively blocked the corridor. "Don't you want the bear?" "Give," Billy Clyde replied. He offered another slow, clumsy grab for the stuffed toy. The pirate pulled it back again and laughed. William stood in silence, watching the display. One of the other pirates, a teen like himself, saw him and snarled. "What are you looking at?" The remark drew the other's attention away from Billy. The quartermaster's ward took advantage of the distraction and snatched the bear from the pirate's hands. He cradled the stuffed animal in his arms and menacingly growled at the taunting men. "Mine!" The 4 men ignored Billy Clyde and turned their attention to William. "What are you doing here, boy?" "Still crying over your mama?" another taunted. All 4 faced William, cracking knuckles and puffing out their chests. A crooked smile split each of their faces. William's knees shook, but he stood his ground. He gulped. His heart painfully pounded in his chest. Another lesson he had learned on the Wraith. Do not back down from a challenge. The beatings tended to be worse if you ran. Billy Clyde grabbed the nearest 3 in outstretched arms and swept them up in one motion. He took a step and slammed them into the bulkhead. He turned his back, stretched out his arms, and pinned them there. The men groaned and struggled, but Billy's massive body held them in check. The stuffed bear dangled by an arm from Billy's right hand. The last pirate, the leader of the group, whirled to face the large man-child. "Let them go now!" Billy pressed them harder into the wall. Their protest dwindled as Billy Clyde crushed the air from their lungs. "Billy, I mean it! Let them—" "Stand down!" Captain Porter's bass echoed down the corridor. William jumped at the voice behind him. The captain moved past him to directly address the crewman. "Billy," Porter said in a smooth, soothing voice, "release them, please." Billy Clyde cocked his head and looked at the captain. He smiled and stepped forward, hugging the stuffed bear. The 3 men slumped to the floor. They gasped for air and rubbed their chests throats, and arms, anywhere that Billy's massive form pressed against them. "Get up," Porter ordered, then turned to the leader. "Explain to me what is going on here." The pirate gulped, his eyes darting between his companions, Billy Clyde, and the captain. We were just having some fun, Captain." "By tormenting him?" Porter asked, pointing to Billy. "It was—" The slap echoed down the passageway. The pirate's head snapped to his right, red welts immediately forming on the man's cheek. The young man recovered and stood tall, defiant. He stared at the captain, but did not try to fight him. William's heart hammered in his chest, his eyes wide. "You know the rules, Tyron, and you know better. I expected more from a man of your experience and background," the captain continued. He turned to William. "Are you meeting the quartermaster?" William nodded. "Tell him that Tyron and his 3 compatriots are to receive 1/2 their normal share. I believe he is divvying up the spoils in the hold." "Captain, do you want to go for a full share?" the captain snarled. He slowly turned to stare at Tyron. "No, Captain." "There is no fighting on board my ship without my permission," Porter reprimanded. "That includes taunting Billy Clyde." "Yes, Captain." "Return to your duties." Tyron glanced at William and then to Billy. He huffed, turned, and led the other 3 down the corridor. They disappeared around the corridor, their footfalls growing silent. "Report to the quartermaster, William," Captain Porter said. "I believe he has an assignment for you." William stood up straight. "Yes, Captain." Porter turned and strolled down the corridor, following the path of the 4 pirates. He clasped his hands behind his back and whistled. He turned the corner and disappeared. William looked at Billy, and the big man quietly stood, his blue eyes staring at William. He stroked the stuffed bear's head. William exhaled, dissipating the stress of the confrontation. He smiled at Billy Clyde and gestured toward the door leading to the main hold. "Come on, Billy. Let's go find Monty." Billy's eyes grew wide at the mention of the quartermaster. A smile split his face. William offered his hand. The big man took it, and William led Billy into the main hold. The holographic binary stars sat at their apex. A bright light lit the hold. A clear blue sky covered the ceiling. The faint smell of green pasture lingered in the air. William blinked against the glare and let his eyes adjust before he crossed the bay. Fewer crates occupied the hold. Supplies had been used while the Wraith traveled the stars. A dozen or so pirates occupied the makeshift gym to his left, lifting weights or running on treadmills. 2 ran back and forth, playing holographic handball against the far bulkhead. Sweat poured from their faces. William saw Monty to his right. The quartermaster busily inventoried crates and boxes. Billy Clyde released his hand and waddled toward the quartermaster, arms outstretched. Billy grabbed Monty in a bear hug, lifted him off the deck, and twirled him in a circle. William arrived, and Billy put the man on the deck, the teddy bear still dangling from his right hand.
"Good afternoon, young William," Monty greeted, straightening his clothes from the hug. "Billy appears to be in a good mood. What have you 2 been up to?"
William explained the confrontation and relayed the captain's orders. Monty intently listened, nodded as the story progressed, but did not interrupt. He occasionally looked at Billy standing nearby. He wore a lopsided grin and slowly stroked the bear's head. "Can I ask you a question?" William inquired.
"You want to know why someone like Billy is aboard a pirate ship?"
William nodded.
"He is my nephew," Monty responded. "My sister died a few years ago, and I couldn't let him go into an institution. Although this life is not for someone as special as Billy, it beats being locked in a room all day."
"So you watch over him?"
"He is my charge," the quartermaster stated, "much as you are."
"Does he go on—" He paused, searching for the right word.
"Raids?" Monty offered. "No. He stays aboard the Wraith."
"So you traded a locked room for a closed-off ship?"
"You are very insightful, young William," Monty sighed.
But I do not think you came by to ask me about Billy. The captain said you may have a job for me? Bored, are we, William? He shrugged. I help Dad when I can. But that isn't very often, is it? No, William admitted. Thankfully, he added. Thankfully indeed, Monty agreed. And you have come to the right place. You can help me inventory the take from our last few raids, Monty confessed. With my injury, it has been over a month since I have divided the spoils. The stolen jewelry, you mean? The quartermaster smiled. Yes, William, the stolen jewelry. I had hoped that a month on board would have tempered your attitude toward us. You keep me here to keep my father in line, William stated knowingly. I have no doubt that you would kill me to keep his cooperation. That is not entirely accurate, Monty said with a smile. He glanced at his ward. Billy Clyde likes you. Anyone that tries to harm you would have to deal with him first. That is quite an obstacle. And, the quartermaster smiled again, you have proven yourself capable of learning. A valuable skill on board a ship such as this. A man who can learn, and who is willing to, can go far. How far? William asked, curiosity piqued. That, dear boy, depends on you, Monty shrugged. Now, shall we get back to counting our, he used air quotes, ill-gotten gain? William smiled at the saying despite himself. Monty motioned him to the nearest crate. The captain gets 3 shares of everything, Monty began. It is his ship, his rules. The quartermaster removed the top from a crate, and William leaned forward to look inside. Watches, jewelry, datapads, and cash credits filled the crate halfway. William looked at Monty, and then back at the crate. All of this in a month? This is not that much, my boy, he replied. He took a datapad from the pile and set it aside. These are worth nothing. They are evenly distributed among the men for their personal use. He removed a watch encrusted with gold and jewels. William thought it gaudy. As I was saying, the captain gets 3 shares of everything. I, as the quartermaster and first officer, get 2 shares. The engineer and master gunner get 1.5 each. Other officers get 1 1/4. The rest of the crew get 1 share each. And no one ever questions the rules? William asked. Who made him captain? Monty laughed, drawing a look from Billy Clyde. The large man sat on the deck, playing with the stuffed bear. He grinned and returned his attention to the toy, walking it across the metal floor. The crew elects the captain, William, the quartermaster explained. He scooped a stack of credits from the crate and organized them into small piles, 1 pile for each crewman. I was also elected to my position by the crew. Despite what you have heard, a pirate ship is not a dictatorship run by the strictest or meanest. On the contrary, it is quite democratic, with the top 2 positions elected by the crew. The engineer is appointed based on his skills, as is the master gunner. The other officers attain their rank by their prowess in battle and their political savvy. William listened, absorbing the information. He looked at the floor and counted 47 individual coins on the deck, arranged in a semicircle around Monty. 47 crewmen? Yes, Monty nodded, and placed another coin on each stack. 2 went on top of the captain's. Does that include Billy? No. My father? The quartermaster stopped counting. He looked at William with his brown eyes, and a grin creased his face. No, William. Because he is a prisoner, he stated, sullen, as I am. Actually, it is because I forgot, the quartermaster admitted with a laugh. He took 2 coins out and created a 48th pile. He has done a good job patching up the crew and should be rewarded. Thank you for pointing out my oversight. William watched him place the coins in the piles. But we are still prisoners. Yes, William, he replied without looking up. But I have a place here if I want it. Monty continued to count. Then teach me what I need to know. Monty paused, then laughed. He looked at the teen. And what do you need to know? What is your goal, William? And more importantly, why? William started, and stopped. He wanted to avenge his stepmother's death, to set his father free. He wanted to go back to his old life. I want to be captain. Monty's brown eyes peered into William's for several heartbeats. He dropped the uncounted credits back into the crate. The metallic coins rattled, bounced, rolled, and eventually settled. A sly smile lifted the left corner of his mouth. "You wish to be captain?" William nodded. He was serious and resolute. "Then you will have to learn quite a bit, my boy. Engineering, navigation, gunnery operations, and tactics. You will have to prove yourself in combat, gain the respect of the crew." Monty stood up straight, his spine cracking with the movement. "It will be a hard road, William, and there is no guarantee of success." "I understand, but it is the only way to free my father," William admitted. "If that is what it takes, so be it." "A noble goal," Monty agreed. He grabbed another handful of coins, sat on the deck, looked at the piles of currency on the floor, counted until he found where he left off, and placed the credits in the piles again. "Tell me, William," he said without looking up, "how do you think your father will react to you becoming a pirate?" "I'm not going to tell him," he defiantly said. "It is a small ship, my boy. He will figure it out." "Do you know another way of freeing him?" William inquired. He removed a pair of data pads from the crate and sat them next to the one already on the floor. "No." William dug into the crate and removed a double handful of coins. He sat on the floor, the 48 stacks of coins between the two men. The coolness of the metal deck seeped through his pants, chilling him. He waited until Monty ran out of coins and picked up where he left off, stacking credits. "Then until a better option comes along, I want you to teach me everything I need to know." He looked up to see Monty staring at him. William returned the gaze. "Will you help me?" "Yes, William, I will help you," the quartermaster slowly replied. His lips parted in a wry grin. "Under one condition." William remained silent, watching. "If anything ever happens to me, you take care of Billy Clyde," Monty stated. "He will need someone to look after him." "Nothing is going to—" "William," he interrupted, "this is not the safest job in the galaxy. Any raid could be my last, and there is a saboteur aboard. Someone may be looking to move up. If that happens—" "Yes, I will watch over him." William glanced at the big man-child and his stuffed bear. He cradled it in his arms, rubbing its head softly. Big blue eyes stared at the two men counting coins. He smiled at William. "Then we have an agreement." Monty extended his hand across the piles of coins. William shook it. Monty stood and rummaged through the crate. "Keep counting the coins. Do you remember the ratio?" 3 for the captain, 2 for you, 1.5 for the engineer and the master gunner, William recited. He ran out of coins and looked up at the quartermaster. "How do you count jewels?" "Anything large goes to the captain or me. Smaller individual stones go to the officers. Watches, rings, bracelets, small items are evenly distributed to the men." Monty removed a gleaming necklace from the crate. Rubies and emeralds glowed in the overhead holographic suns. William gulped, and a cold sweat coursed his body. Miriam's necklace. "Something like this would go to the captain." "And the matching earrings?" William inquired. He stood, frowning. The quartermaster arched an eyebrow. He looked at the necklace for a moment before he turned his gaze to the crate. His eyes scanned the contents. He reached in and removed a pair of ruby and emerald earrings. He eyed William. "How did you know?" "Those belong to my stepmother, Miriam," he answered. "A wedding gift from my father. Please, do not let him see them. He is finally sleeping through the night," William pleaded. "If he saw those—" "I will keep them out of sight, my boy," Monty assured him. "I promise." He slid them out of view next to the crate. "Thank you." The two stood in silence for a moment. Monty, then William, turned to stare at Billy sitting nearby. The big man-child lay curled into a ball, eyes closed, the teddy bear in his arms. A gentle snore filled the air. The sight of him lying there brought a smile to William's face, despite the tension of seeing the necklace. He let out a long, stress-releasing exhalation. "Now that I know you can count and distribute fairly, we can move on to some of the other rules laid out by the captain," Monty stated. "The rules are to be obeyed without question or exception. Breaking the rules is punishable by spacing." William rummaged through the crate, found another double handful of credits, and sat back down to divvy them out. "Each captain dictates his own rules," the quartermaster continued, following William's example by grabbing a handful of jewels. "Some are almost universal, found on virtually every pirate vessel." "There are other pirates?" "Yes, William, dozens of other ships and crews," Monty explained. "Most rules are derivatives of the original code set forth by Captain Bartholomew Roberts centuries ago. He ran a tight, well-disciplined ship." William continued his count, listening. "No gambling on board the ship," Monty explained. "That leads to disagreements and animosity. Grudges tend to get people killed on raids. Stay ready for battle at a moment's notice. You have probably noticed that the crew only drinks during specific times," Monty said. "You never know when a target of opportunity arises, so the crew only drinks when we are in hyperspace or in port." "Port?" "We don't just fly around, William," the quartermaster laughed. "We make port at pirate-friendly destinations as well as a few not-so-friendly. The crew blows off steam, we pick up supplies, and then we go about our business." "Raiding ships?" "Yes, raiding ships." Monty stood and dug into the crate. "Look around the hold, William. Think about when you first arrived a month ago. You see far fewer supply crates, do you not?" William stood and surveyed the main hold of the Wraith. Crewmen no longer occupied the makeshift gym at the far end of the bay. The holographic suns headed toward the far horizon, the day winding down. The thought of another day ending reminded William that he had not eaten in hours. His stomach growled. He noted the reduced number of crates and sat back down. Yes, a lot fewer. "We will make port within the next few days. Resupply and R&R. The two gathered more jewels and coins and continued the count. "We do not steal from each other," the quartermaster stated. "Thievery breeds distrust. That leads to men getting killed. And finally, and most important," Monty cautioned, "there is no fighting on board the Wraith. Any disputes that cannot be settled peacefully must be settled ashore. Now, we don't go ashore very often, so the captain has to approve any physical conflict on board the ship. If you fight aboard the Wraith without his permission, you will be spaced." "Why do I keep getting beaten on if it's against the rules? Is it because I don't know how to fight?" "It is because you are not part of the crew," Monty stated. "Oh," William gulped. The quartermaster's words stung. Monty stood, removing the last of the loot from the crate, and sat back on the deck. "You have to know how to fight hand-to-hand or with a weapon if you want to be a pirate. That will be your first lesson, my boy." The counting complete, the two stood. Both stretched the kinks out of their backs. They reached for the ceiling with outstretched arms. Monty winced and rubbed the wound in his leg. "Mind the rules, young William," the quartermaster warned, finishing his stretch. "The captain is a fair man, but his punishments can be harsh." "I understand." "Now, stand watch here while I gather the crew. Once we give the men their cut, get a bite to eat, and a good night's sleep." He clapped William on the back. "Tomorrow, you learn the pirate trade." Chapter 6. Dr. Henry Ainsworth leaned against the bulkhead, arms crossed, and watched his son secure supplies in the main hold. The boy sported muscles instead of flab. His once pudgy frame, now lean and trim. William pushed an anti-grav cart to a stack of newly purchased supplies, expertly slid the device under the crate, and maneuvered the box to a spot on the floor. He deftly dropped the supplies and secured them with nylon straps. The task complete, he moved over to get the next box. Henry rubbed his chin, the 6-month growth of beard no longer scratchy on his fingers. 6 months, he thought, and I think of you every day, Miriam. He pushed the thought away and concentrated on his son. The boy's behavior over the last few months concerned him. His birthday came and went without a word. His entire world consumed with learning everything he could about the ship and the men that kept them captive. William split his day between engineering, navigation, medical, and working out in the makeshift gym. Henry shook his head, thinking how he never expressed any interest in engineering or electronics back home on Folliorn 4. He rarely went out or socialized. William mostly sat in his room, watching old holovids or playing hologames. Henry followed him to the engine room a few times, amazed at William's aptitude for the mechanical systems. The boy learned the inner workings of the engine room in less than 2 months. The quartermaster assigned him to assist the chief engineer to conduct an overhaul of one of the thruster's assemblies. They increased the thruster efficiency by 4%. Captain Porter, pleased with the results, ordered the other thrusters overhauled. William, his expertise in engineering well underway, turned his attention to navigation. No one threw the boy off the bridge this time, and he learned astronavigation and piloting. After a month of instruction on navigating with the computer and using the stars, William plotted a course to circumnavigate an asteroid field without the nav computer. His course proved more efficient than the navigator's assistant, Harrison. That added fuel to the hatred between the two. Henry sighed. The captain's rule against fighting is the only reason I've not had to treat my own son. He dreaded the day. The two came close to blows twice. The first time was after William bested Harrison in plotting the course around the asteroids. The second was after a workout in the makeshift gym. The quartermaster's presence was the defining factor in both incidences. William proceeded to the gym each day. He spent hours in the engine room, on the bridge, or in auxiliary control, but always ended his day with a workout. Henry watched his son add muscle and stamina, but never said a word. He watched and waited. William will tell me when he's ready. Laughter and grunts drew Henry's attention to the gym. Harrison and 2 others lifted weights. The man in question finished a set, hopped off the bench, and shook out his arms. He cut a glance at William and said something to his compatriots. The trio laughed. I still want him killed, Henry thought. One day, but not if it costs me William as well. That line of thought plagued him. He had spent his life learning to care for and heal others. He now advocated for the loss of life. Well, one life anyway. These pirates are a bad influence. William ended each day in medical, learning how to stitch wounds and administer basic and advanced first aid. Henry let him close some wounds, but not perform the actual operation. That required more training and expertise than Henry could teach him aboard the Wraith. William finished securing the last crate. He returned the anti-grav cart to storage and secured it in a room near the fighters. The task complete, he crossed the hold and entered a small room near the gym. He reappeared a moment later, carrying 2 daggers and a 6-foot staff. William moved to the uncluttered center of the main hold, dropped the blades to the metal deck, and slowly twirled the wooden staff. Henry let out a long, angry breath. He shifted his body, stood up straight, and uncrossed his arms. This was the part of William's daily routine he hated. The fighting and tactical training. I have to say something. This has gone on long enough, he told himself. The attempt to bolster his confidence failed. William, a word? The 17-year-old stopped spinning the staff and smacked the end on the deck. The pop of wood on metal echoed. Sir? Henry walked toward his son. The holographic binary suns neared the far horizon. Mealtime on the Wraith would end soon. and Henry wanted a few minutes alone with William. Sweat dripped from his son's forehead, his breathing slow and steady. He gripped the staff loosely in his left hand. Henry closed the distance and recognized a mischievous twinkle in his son's eyes. William jumped backward and spun the wooden pole in a dizzying figure eight. Wind whistled. He stopped the staff, one end pointing directly at Henry's face. The doctor gulped. Chill bumps covered his body. He stared at his son for a moment before he forced a smile on his face. "Impressive," he said. "You've learned quite a bit during our stay." "Something wrong?" William inquired. He twirled the staff and placed the end back on the deck in a blur of motion. "I want to talk to you about your, daily activities." William's brows furrowed, but he said nothing. "I am happy that you've found something to keep you busy. Your knowledge of engineering is impressive. You never expressed an interest." "What else can I do?" William asked. Henry heard annoyance and defiance, two new attributes of his son. "Stay away from these murderers," Henry hissed. "Or have you forgotten that only a few months ago they killed Miriam and kidnapped us?" "I haven't forgotten, Dad," he responded. "Why do you think I'm learning all I can about them? This ship? One day, I'm going to be captain." "Captain?" Henry interrupted. His voice echoed in the cavernous hold. "You think you'll lead these pirates one day? Are you insane?" "It is the only way to get justice from Miriam," William sincerely answered. "And us." "Justice? I've given up on justice. I simply want to survive this, William. I want you and I to get out of this alive." Henry's voice cracked. "That's all I want." "We will," William confidently acknowledged. "No, William, not like this." Henry shook his head. "You will no longer associate with any of these—" "Don't," the boy warned, holding up his free hand. "Don't say it. I have made friends. I like what I'm doing." "You like it?" Henry felt fire in his cheeks. "Yes, I like learning engineering and navigation. I like the workouts, the camaraderie. I like the fighting. No, I like the hand-to-hand training. I've learned more about myself than I ever thought possible. You cannot take this away from me." "William," Henry shook with anger and fury. He crossed his arms. "I forbid it." "I'm sorry, Father." William pursed his lips, sadness in his eyes. "The only place I have on board this ship is with them. I will learn everything I can, and one day I will be in a position to set you free." "At what cost?" Henry demanded. "Your soul?" William spun the staff in another figure eight, ending with the staff parallel to the floor, the wooden pole secured under his left armpit. "Whatever it takes to protect you." The sound of sliding hatches interrupted Henry's retort. He turned to see two sets of doors, placed directly under the setting suns, open. Pirates streamed into the hold, laughing and shoving each other. Their conversations and jostling died when their eyes locked onto William and Henry. Dr. Ainsworth glanced at the gym. Harrison and his friends stared at them. The pirate's lips curled in a sneer. "We will finish this later," Henry warned. "No, sir," William's voice carried. "It is over. There is nothing more to discuss." William turned and left his father standing in the middle of the hold. His heart pounded, and his body burned with the fervor of confrontation. Pride pushed the adrenaline through his system, and a smile formed on his face. "I stood up to him." He bent over and retrieved the two daggers in his right hand and crossed the hold, aware that all of the pirates watched him. He returned the weapons to the small armory and made his way to stand near the crew of the Wraith. The men remained quiet, shifting their gaze between William and the doctor. He glanced at his father. Henry still stood in the middle of the hold, clenching and unclenching his hands. He stared in William's direction. Henry's eyes slowly scanned the crowd, and William noted that most of the pirates looked away, refusing to meet his gaze. Henry focused his gaze on the crowd, nodded, turned, and left the hold. The door on the far side of the room slid shut behind him. The conversation immediately resumed, all of it about Henry and William. William moved away from the crew and sat on a bench in the makeshift gym. He picked up a pair of grav belts, set them to his max, and lay on his back. He let the stress of standing up to his father fuel his workout, and he lifted the small, gravity-resistant dumbbells with a grunt of effort. He completed the set, rested for a count of 20, and repeated the lift. Sweat poured. Muscles burned. "All right, let's get started," Tyron the Tormentor barked. He walked to the front of the assembled pirates. Captain Porter and Quartermaster Monty followed. He stopped, and his dark eyes surveyed the ragtag formation. His massive frame almost blocked William's view of the captain and the quartermaster behind him. The gathering of pirates meandered around, slowly organizing into a formation. "I said let's get started," he snarled. The crew moved with more enthusiasm and formed 4 ragged lines before the combat instructor. William dropped the dumbbells and ran to join the formation. He found a place in the last row and mimicked the men around him. He stood, back straight, staring ahead, chest out. His heart pounded in his chest. Sweat dripped into his eyes. "Buccaneers, we have a new crewman," Tyron joked. His booming voice reverberated off the bulkheads. He crossed the formation, shoved 2 pirates aside, and stood next to William. Tyron leaned in, his breath hot on William's neck. "What are you doing in my formation, boy? Have you earned the right to stand here amongst these men?" "I'm working on it," William yelled, like a recruit in an Army Hollow movie. The pirates laughed. "Silence!" Tyron ordered, and the laughter subsided. He leaned in toward William again. His strong musk filled the boy's nostrils. "You are working on it, huh? But you aren't there yet." He circled William, a shark circling its prey. "I know you've been learning the ship, and good on you. But this is combat training," he snickered, and raised his voice so the others could hear. "You really don't want to get hurt and have to go see your daddy." Tyron let the laughter continue this time. William flushed with heat. His sweat turned icy at the mocking. He turned his head and stared into the dark hazel eyes of Tyron, their noses only an inch apart. "Try me." He turned his head back to the front. Tyron scoffed in his peripheral vision. William focused on Monty. His heart sank when the quartermaster barely shook his head. "No." The crew grew silent. "I think I will try you," Tyron agreed. He stepped away from William and returned to the front of the formation. He addressed Porter. "With the captain's permission?" Captain Porter offered a single curt nod. "Any volunteers to show our new pirate how we do things aboard the Wraith?" Tyron asked. Several crewmen laughed. 2 raised their hands. Only 1 stepped forward. Harrison. Tyron motioned for the crowd to disperse. The crewmen formed a circle, leaving William, Harrison, Tyron, the captain, and the quartermaster in the center. "You 2 have a history, don't you?" Tyron asked. His eyes studied each man. "He killed my stepmother," William answered. He heard hesitation in his voice. His pulse raced. He rubbed his sweaty palms on his pants. "No permanent damage," Tyron warned Harrison with a wink. He stepped out of the way. Porter and Monty moved back as well. William turned toward Harrison and took a blindside punch on the chin. He stumbled backwards into the ring of spectators. Spots filled his vision. His ears rang. The assembled crew cheered. Rough hands pushed him back toward Harrison. William ducked a left hook. He took a knee to his chest. He dropped to the deck on all 4s, unable to breathe. He fought back tears. He held his chest and gasped for air. He turned his head toward Harrison, saw the kick coming, and flinched. The boot connected with his stomach and flipped him over. He landed flat on the deck, staring at the ceiling. The world spun. "Enough!" The cheering throng groaned at the announcement. William caught his breath, rolled onto his left side, and slowly pushed himself to his knees. He wobbled for a moment. The main hold swirled around him. He shook his head and made it worse. He exhaled and willed his eyes to focus. Harrison smiled. His fellow pirates patted him on the back in congratulations. Tyron stood and folded his arms. He frowned and shook his head. The captain and the quartermaster maintained emotionless expressions at the edge of the crowd.
"I'll give you this, boy," Tyron laughed. "You can take a beating. Now get out of my formation."
William stared at Harrison and let a thin smile touch his lips. He jumped to his feet, ignoring the pain. He brushed off his clothes as if nothing had happened. Harrison's contented grin drooped to a frown, and his eyes narrowed.
"Yes, sir,"
William replied to Tyron without looking. He turned and walked away. Head held high, he returned to the gym. He sat on the bench and watched Tyron lead the crew through standard combat drills, hand-to-hand fighting, clearing techniques, and breaching. The pirate stood tall, hands on his hips, watching the crew perform the tasks. Occasionally he would kick or shove one, forcing them to repeat the maneuver. A shadow fell across William. He looked up to see Billy Clyde standing beside him. The big man's eyes watched the pirates, a frown on his face. He clutched the teddy bear, gently stroking its furry head.
"They won't let you play either, huh?"
William inquired. Billy shook his head.
"All right, you landlubbers," Tyron boomed. "Let's see if we can get something right today, shall we? Form up. 3 teams at a time. Standard breach."
William watched the men form into teams of 4 stacked single file. 3 teams formed a line in front of Tyron, while the rest of the crew moved to stand behind the instructor.
"You know the drill," he recited. "You breach, you find 2 or 3 men near the door, and you shoot them without hesitation."
William's eyes widened at the instruction.
"What?"
he asked loudly, confused. The remark drew a look from Porter and Monty. William clamped his mouth shut.
"Once that is done, you infiltrate the room, confiscating anything of value. Now, by the numbers." Tyron held up his hand. 3, 2, 1, go.
The teams moved forward, simulating holding rifles. One kicked open an imaginary door beside the instructor, saw one of his shipmates standing there, and laughed.
"Bang, bang!"
The other teams followed suit, each shooting the first man they encountered after breaching the door. Each pirate took a turn breaching the door, shooting the first man encountered. The rehearsal continued for an hour. Billy and William sat in the gym and watched.
"That's enough for tonight," Tyron sighed. "Some of you act like this is the first time you've breached a door. Well, you'll learn or you'll die. If you want a pirate's funeral, step up. I promise I'll make it quick. Any takers? No? Well, next time I expect to see improvement. Dismissed."
He turned and left through the door to the galley. The pirates dispersed. Several rubbed sore shoulders. A few laughed and shoved their compatriots. Harrison paused at the door and looked at William. The pirate laughed and disappeared. Billy stood when Monty arrived. William rose as well. The quartermaster appeared tired to William, although he tried to hide it with a smile.
"You had me worried for a moment, William. I thought Harrison was going to inflict serious damage."
"I let him win," William replied. He stretched his ribs, sore from the kick. "Next time, he will be overconfident. An easy mark." Monty eyed him, and William knew the man did not believe him. "Not sure if I believe it myself."
"I have a message from the captain,"
he continued. William raised his eyebrows. His heart rate rocketed.
"Do not enter the formation again."
Monty shook his head.
"Despite your knowledge of the ship and your desire to join the crew, you are not a pirate."
"What do I have to do?"
"Continue to learn," the quartermaster assured him. "It won't be much longer."
An easy silence filled the void between the men. Both looked to Billy, the teddy bear firmly held to his chest. "Why does Tyron lead the drills?" William inquired.
"He used to be in the Commonwealth Navy,"
Monty explained. He tapped his chin with a forefinger.
"As I recall, he was court-martialed after losing his entire team on a raid. Bad intelligence and haphazard training. He punched out his intelligence officer and shot his training officer in the foot. That's why he trains them so hard," the quartermaster said.
He pointed at the closed door to the galley.
"He refuses to lose anyone else due to lack of training."
"Why do they shoot the first person in the door?" William continued his questioning.
"Demoralizes the captives," Monty replied after a moment's thought. You shoot the first couple of people in the door. The rest think twice about attacking. It's actually for our safety."
William contemplated the words for a moment, then shook his head. There has to be another way. The quartermaster laughed, a genuine smile on his face.
"That is naivete on a level I've not seen in a long time, and proof that you are not ready to join the crew."
"There is another way," William confidently repeated.
"You'll see,"
Monty replied.
"You'll see."
Chapter 7.
"Now that the unpleasantness has passed,"
Monty said to the cowering crew of the freighter Marigold,
"we can conclude our transaction."
He stood in the frame of the freighter's cargo hold, helmet off, a friendly grin plastered across his face. A dozen men sat on their knees before him, hands on their heads. Many of the freighter crew scowled at the pirates. A few trembled in fear. Monty felt their anger and kept a watchful eye. They might charge at any moment. That would be unfortunate. The 24 pirates spread about the hold held them at bay. The 3 bodies lying near the hatch, clothes smoldering from laser blasts, stifled any thoughts of rebellion.
"My associates will be collecting your valuables and checking your manifest. Do not resist," he said.
He glanced at the bodies near his feet.
"There is no need for further bloodshed."
He nodded to his men.
"Gentlemen,"
he concluded with a wave of his hand. The pirates fanned out to the freighter's hold, searching crates and removing valuables from the captives. A handful of men stayed with Monty, covering the prisoners. The quartermaster surveyed the uninspiring ship, grateful that the Wraith maintained a certain level of creature comfort. The freighter lay stripped to the bulkheads. Exposed pipes and wires ran everywhere. Conduits hung from the low ceiling, held together with bad welds and suspended by thin wire. Computer consoles sat in various stages of disrepair in a ring around the hold. Monty shook his head sadly.
"Which of you is the captain?"
One of the men slightly raised a trembling hand and pointed at the quartermaster's feet.
"He's there.
Murdered by your men."
"And you are?"
"First Officer Grazer."
"Well, now you're Captain Grazer."
Monty smiled.
"Congratulations on your promotion."
"Go to hell. Do you know who this ship belongs to?"
"No,"
Monty admitted, and shook his head.
"But that matters little in the overall scheme of things."
"If you were smart, you'd leave and go back to whatever black hole you appeared from," Grazer snarled. His voice grew firm, confident.
Now, that is no way to speak to the man poised to bring you to a better life."
Grazer's face twitched. "What are you talking about? You should leave this ship and cargo in peace." Monty ignored the veiled threat and scanned the interior again.
"Actually, we may be doing you a favor, Captain."
"Doing me a—"
"Hear me out."
Monty waved for the man to stand. The new captain stood and stepped around the bodies to stand beside Monty.
"You have insurance on the ship and its contents, yes?"
the quartermaster inquired. Grazer said nothing.
"We can provide you the means for you to upgrade the ship, or even buy a new one."
"How?" Grazer snarled. Sarcasm dripped from his lips.
"We scuttled this one," Monty confessed. "By the looks of it, it won't take much. Then you file a report with the authorities, file your insurance, and voila! You have a new ship."
"So that you can raid me again and get even more of my cargo? No thanks."
"The alternative is to carry on in this barge," Monty taunted.
He stepped to the nearest computer console. The system lay dormant. Removed panels revealed a mass of wiring hanging in a wad underneath. He ran his fingers along the desktop surface, disturbing a layer of dust. He sighed.
"This ship should be condemned."
"Leave," Grazer spat, "and you won't have to look at it." Monty faced the prisoner and smiled.
"In good time."
He glanced around the hold and noted his team still moved about the freighter, identifying which crates to remove.
"Maybe 10 more minutes."
He waved the prisoner back toward his crew. Grazer stared at Monty for a second. The man's eyes looked down and briefly glanced at the weapon at Monty's side.
"Don't,"
the quartermaster thought. He shook his head and placed his hand on the pistol on his right hip. Grazer's eyes widened at the gesture, and he snarled. He sighed, turned, and headed back to his spot on the deck with his men. He never made it. Captain Grazer charged the nearest pirate and rammed him with his shoulder. The pirate stumbled backward. Grazer followed and grabbed the pirate's rifle. The weapon discharged, and a bright red bolt ricocheted off the floor and into the far bulkhead. The whine of the shot echoed in the room. Everyone in the hold ducked and froze. Everyone except for the freighter captain and the pirate. Grazer elbowed the pirate in the chest. He closed, pressing the rifle between their bodies. He knife-hand punched the pirate in the throat. The pirate released his weapon and clutched his throat, gagging. Grazer grabbed the rifle, turned it, and fired point-blank at the gray-clad pirate. The rifle bucked. The crimson bolt sliced through the man's armor, leaving a smoldering hole in his chest. Grazer turned. He brought the rifle to his shoulder and pointed it at the nearest pirate. Monty watched the fight unfold in slow motion. The rest of the freighter crew rose to their feet. He drew his pistol and knew none of them would survive the next minute. He pushed that thought away, sighted along the barrel of his pistol, and pulled the trigger. The weapon recoiled slightly. Monty rode it and fired a second shot in rapid succession. His first bolt hit Captain Grazer in the chest, blasted through his uniform, and fried his heart. The second shot hit the captain in the neck, burning its way through his throat. The man's expression changed from anger to astonishment to pain to shock in a heartbeat. Grazer staggered backward, tripped over the dead pirate, and fell to the floor beside him. His head lolled to the right. Dead eyes stared at the man he had killed. The quartermaster turned his attention to the melee in the hold. 5 more of the freighter crew lay dead. 3 remained on the floor, hands on their heads, eyes closed. All 3 trembled, frozen to the deck in fear. Monty thought at least one prayed. The man's lips moved, his eyes cinched shut. 3 other freighter crew fought with his pirates. The whine of a laser echoed in the hold. A freighter crew, eyes wide in pain and fear, collapsed. His hands slowly slid down the front of his gray-suited attacker. He rolled onto the floor, a hole in his stomach. The pirate shot him in the chest. The other 2 prisoners attacked a single pirate, the 3 grappling for the rifle between them. Monty raised his weapon, but held his fire. The pirate head-butted one of the men with his mirrored face shield. The freighter crewman screamed, grabbed his nose, and stepped away. His partner grabbed the exposed rifle, turned it, and pulled the trigger. The laser bolt sliced through the pirate's left side on an upward trajectory. The blast nearly tore his arm off at the shoulder. He released the rifle and staggered backward, his hands holding the wound. The freighter crewman turned his rifle to track the pirate. Monty squeezed the trigger. Every other pirate in the hold fired at the same time. Lasers flashed from every direction. Red and green energy bolts impacted on one target. The man did not scream. He danced like a marionette with the impacts. Monty pulled the trigger twice before shifting his aim and shooting the crewman with the bloody nose. He toppled over backwards. The shooting in the hold ceased. The wounded pirate lay on the floor, writhing in pain, holding his shoulder. "Get him to the infirmary," Monty ordered, pointing at 3 of his crew. "The rest, load this cargo, now." He turned his attention to the 3 men still kneeling on the floor, hands on their heads. Monty took a moment to catch his breath and calm his racing heart. "Your captain has caused me to do things I do not like to do. He could not leave well enough alone, so now the punishment for his crimes falls onto you." "His crimes?" one of the men scoffed. "You have 2 choices," the quartermaster continued, ignoring the interruption. He tightly gripped the pistol and resisted the urge to shoot the 3 men dead. "They did not resist," he reminded himself. He slowly exhaled, releasing his anger with the drawn-out breath. 1. You can join my crew as compensation for the death of Alexander there." He glanced toward the dead pirate lying beside Grazer. He watched Tyron and another pick up Alexander and carry him from the hold. "The second option is to die here aboard the freighter," Monty finished. Your captain sealed the fate of this ship the moment he rose against us. It is your choice. Make it now." The older of the three stood, lowered his arms, and crossed them over his chest. "I'll die before I join a pirate crew." Monty smirked. "I admire your principles, as foolish as they are." He looked at the next man, the one that spoke a moment earlier. He appeared around half the other's age, with a strong family resemblance. "And you?" The young man stood and looked at the older man to his right. "I will stay with my father." "Loyalty, an admirable quality." He turned his attention to the third man, the youngest of the three. He appeared maybe 20 years old. "And you?" Monty asked. The boy wore his black hair cropped short, and a scruffy beard covered his baby face. He, too, stood, looked at the other two, and shook his head. "I'm not ready to die," he said. "I'll go with you." "Griffin," the older man scoffed. "I'm sorry, Uncle Barney," Griffin replied, tears in his eyes. "I don't want to die. If the only choice for living is as a pirate, then I'll take it." "What will your father think?" Barney asked. His eyes narrowed, and he stared at the boy. "He will think I'm dead," Griffin stated matter-of-factly. Monty heard footsteps and glanced to see Tyron return, out of breath and sweating from exertion. Monty took the young man by the arm and turned him toward the door. He made eye contact with Tyron. "Escort our new recruit to holding quarters, Tyron. He has agreed to replace Alexander." Tyron's eyes, wide and excited, stared at the quartermaster. "What is it?" Monty asked. "We need you aboard now." William heard cries of pain in the corridor and looked up from his small makeshift desk in the medical facility. His eyes widened when someone shouted, "Stand aside!" He sat down a data pad with his studies outlining the procedure to perform a tracheotomy. He stole a glance at his father. Henry stood from his desk and looked toward the door and the commotion beyond. The hatch slid open, and William jumped to his feet. 2 pirates entered the room, carrying a third. The wounded man screamed in pain, writhing in their arms. Blood dripped from a wound in the man's left side. "Place him there." Henry pointed at the nearest bed. His head turned to William. "Prepare a surgical kit. 3rd cabinet, upper right drawer." "Yes, sir," William responded, and did as ordered. He grabbed a pre-wrapped, sterile pack of tools and ran back to his father's side. "Hold him down," Henry grunted, dodging the pirate's flailing arms. "William, get an injection of terlipin. We need to sedate him." "Make it stop!" the man screamed. "Make it stop!" He rolled onto his wounded side, and his face contorted in pain. "Hold him!" Henry screamed. "William, now!" William ran to the medicine cabinet, yanked open the door, and scanned row after row of pre-filled hyposyringes. He found the one he needed and raced back to his father. He sidestepped around the captain, standing at the end of the bed. He handed the sedative to his father and turned to see Tyron and another man enter. They carried another gray-armored figure, limp in their arms. William took one look at the hole in the man's chest and knew he was dead. "Calm down!" Henry yelled. He fought against the pirate's panic, around his flailing arms, and with a grunt, plunged the syringe against the man's arm. The man screamed and pushed Henry away. "Hold him still," the doctor said, his back to William. He moved toward his patient. "I'm trying to help you," Henry gasped. He stood rigid straight and staggered back a step. The 2 men, holding the wounded pirate, released the patient and stepped back, their eyes wide. Henry turned, his face ashen. His lips moved without producing words. He looked down, and William followed his gaze. A dagger protruded from his chest. Blood dripped from his lips, and his unfocused eyes looked to his son. "William," he croaked, and fell to his knees. "Dad!" the boy cried. William took a step, dropped to his knees, and slid across the floor to his father. He cradled the man in his arms. Henry trembled. Blood soaked his shirt and puddled on the floor beneath him. Tears welled in William's eyes. He stroked his father's face. Images of Miriam's death clouded his mind. The captain, Tyron, and the others stared, helpless. "William," Henry whispered, do the right thing. Make me proud." His eyes glassed over. He stared, unseeing, at the ceiling. "Never forget your—" He slumped in William's arms. The room grew quiet, except for the steady breath of the pirates and William's sobs. Captain Porter stepped forward, stopped at the table, and stood over the wounded patient. The injection proved effective. The man lay semi-conscious on the table. Blood continued to ooze from his wound. "Tyron," he said, his voice low, "go get the quartermaster. Tell him we have a problem. Bring him here." "Aye, Captain," Tyron responded. He sprinted from the infirmary, his footfalls fading into the distance. William heard the exchange in a distant fog, like a dream. He rocked back and forth, much like his father did when he held Miriam months earlier. He stared at the dagger in his father's chest. Tears streamed down his face. The world collapsed in around him. "William! William!" He slowly lifted his head and stared into the eyes of the captain. The man knelt, coming eye to eye with him. "Release Dr. Ainsworth to these men. They will take care of him." "No!" William shook his head. He pulled his father tighter. "We need to get him off the floor," Porter said, motioning for the two pirates to step forward. "Let them help you put him on a table." The two pirates helped William lift Henry and place him on a table next to the dead pirate. William held his father's hand. Teary eyes stared at his father's slack face. His mind whirled with every memory he had of his father, ending with the shouting match in the hold a few weeks earlier. He stiffened at the thought. "That was the last conversation we had," he recalled. His eyes welled again at the thought of the last hostile words. Footfalls interrupted his thoughts, and he glanced at the door. Monty, the quartermaster, entered, out of breath, wide eyes scanning the room. "William!" "Quartermaster." Porter cut him off. He waved Monty over. "A moment." William watched the two men discuss something in a heated, whispered exchange. In a moment of doubt, William's mind delved into the worst possible outcomes. "Without my father, they do not need me. Will I be spaced? Beaten to death? What will happen to me?" The quartermaster nodded to the captain and crossed the room to the medicine cabinet. Porter moved to stand beside William. "I am sorry, my boy. He was a good man. The best doctor we have ever had." William heard the words, but his mind focused on the unheard conversation. "What did you discuss?" William asked, his voice tinged with fear. "Just now?" The captain pursed his lips. "Several things. First and foremost, what to do with Petrov. He killed your father without provocation." He motioned toward the quartermaster. Monty returned from the cabinet, syringe in hand. He checked the dosage and injected the medicine into Petrov. The man stirred for a heartbeat, and a slack smile curled his lips. The smile faded, and his head rolled away from William. Monty looked up, locked eyes with Porter, and nodded. "A life for a life," the captain said. William stared at Petrov lying on the table. The man did not breathe. His chest no longer rose or fell. William gulped and turned his head to look into the captain's eyes. "And the second thing?" "That is for another time," Porter said, patting him on the back. "For now, mourn your father. We will discuss your future soon." Chapter 8. A knock at the door woke her. Lieutenant Inspector Tasha DeVoe rose from the small bed in her quarters. "Lights," she mumbled. Brilliant illumination lit the room. She winced and rubbed her eyes. "Cut by 80%. The lights in the room lowered, and she blinked away the spots. "Yes?" The door slid open, spilling bright light into her cramped room. She blinked again and let her eyes adjust to the glare. She looked past the small desk and solitary chair sitting against the far wall and focused on the short, rotund silhouette standing in the doorway. Taram Foradel. The vibration and dull hum of the engines indicated the ship cruised in normal space. That piqued her curiosity. The Dexter Holloway had been speeding through hyperspace when Tasha went to sleep. "What's up?" she croaked. her throat dry. "We got a report of a ship firing torpedoes at a star," Taram said with a shrug. "Normally we ignore those kinds of calls, but Sergeant Rodriguez thought it might be a pirate funeral casing, so we changed course."
"And?"
"We found a torpedo capsule heading toward a blue dwarf star," Foradel offered. "Scans report it is not explosive, so we are closing on it. ETA 12 minutes.
Tasha plopped back on the bed, rubbing the bridge of her nose with her left hand. She exhaled. "Pirates have been known to bury their dead in torp capsules. Why is this one so special?"
"A freighter, the Marigold, was attacked 3 days ago in the next system over. SYSPOL ships found her yesterday, scuttled and tumbling in space. When this lead popped, I thought we should check it out. It's the first clue we've had in weeks."
"Possible clue," Tasha corrected, rising from her bed again. "Lights, full illume." The overhead lights returned to normal. She looked past her small desk and chair to the lavatory facilities behind a sliding door. "Smaller than my dorm on Messer," she grimaced. Taram remained in the door, no longer a silhouette. His uniform hung from his shoulders, his bulk barely able to fit through the door. She remembered asking Bronsky why Foradel remained on the force. The chief simply uttered, "Contacts."
"Yes, ma'am," Taram repeated. "Possible clue. Again, the first one in weeks."
DeVoe stretched, reaching for the ceiling. Her joints popped in rapid succession. "Approach slow," she ordered, "and scan the torpedo again before you bring it aboard. I'll join you on Deck C in 15 minutes.
"Yes, ma'am,"
Foradel replied. He left the hatchway, and the door slid shut behind him. Tasha ducked into the lavatory and quickly showered. Her mind alternated between the torpedo, what they might find, and the last couple of months in space. After her meeting with Chief Bronsky, she'd been given command of the Dexter Holloway, a SYSPOL Stingray-class vessel. The flying wing-shaped craft was smaller than a corvette, with a crew of 6. The craft boasted speed, not firepower, and a state-of-the-art communication and jamming package. The Holloway could track a ship, jam its transmissions, and call in a SYSPOL ship with more firepower. "A trade-off, but one I can live with," she mused. The ship was named for Officer Dexter Holloway, killed in the line of duty while trying to save 8 children from a burning building. He managed to single-handedly save 7 of the 8 before succumbing to the fire and smoke. The last child, his own son, died in his arms when the flames engulfed them. Tasha had met Holloway briefly at a guest lecture he gave at the Academy. DeVoe swelled with pride at being given command on its maiden voyage. Her crew came highly recommended, with the exception of Taram. His assignment, courtesy of Bronsky's sense of humor.
"I want the man out of sight for a few months,"
she mimicked Bronsky while she donned a fresh uniform. 2 sergeants, Marisol Rodriguez and Butch McKendry, were assigned to tactical and helm, and 2 patrol officers, Paul St. Nicholas and Celeste Notcher, were aboard to handle everything else. Tasha knew St. Nicholas and Notcher from her beat cop days. She only knew Rodriguez and McKendry by reputation. She left her quarters en route to C deck. Tasha made her way through the maze-like corridors, lost in thought. Bright yellow signage led her through the dull gray passageways. Evenly spaced recessed lights lit her path. She no longer noticed the hum of the engines and vibrations of the deck plates beneath her feet. The last few months had brought the crew together into a well-oiled machine. Tasha insisted on running exercise drills at least 3 times a week, which added value to their academy training. There had been disagreements, but the tightly quartered team worked through them, usually in the small gym and dojo. The thought of having to be patched up by Taram, the group's only qualified medic, kept most of the hostility and disagreements to a minimum. She arrived on C deck and stepped into the small recovery bay on the port side of the Holloway. The torpedo coffin lay on a 4-foot-tall stand, the front half of the top removed and discarded. Taram, flanked by Rodriguez and Notcher, stood over the device, all 3 peering down at whatever lay inside. Celeste Notcher swatted a loose strand of blonde hair out of her face. Her brown eyes glanced at DeVoe, and then back into the coffin. Tasha knew the woman. She had led the raid that pushed the serial killer to Tasha on her first detective case. Notcher took a stray round to her body armor for her efforts on that one. Marisol Rodriguez stood on her tiptoes to peer into the coffin. Her short, stocky frame contrasted with Taram's bulk. Rodriguez had served in the Commonwealth Marines before joining the SYSPOL and dyeing her hair a ghastly red. Her hazel eyes sparkled any time someone asked about her hair. "'Cause I can," was her standard reply. Tasha approached, took a place opposite the trio, and joined her companions staring into the coffin. A man lay in the torpedo, arms interlaced on his chest, eyes closed in peaceful slumber. His shipboard coveralls appeared freshly pressed, his hair combed, lips curled slightly in a smile. Ice crystals glistened on his pale skin, courtesy of the vacuum of space. Tasha instantly recognized him. "Dr. Henry Ainsworth," she admitted with a nod. "Cause of death?" "They didn't space him," Notcher acknowledged. "This is almost a professional undertaker job." Taram Foradel squatted next to the torpedo coffin and examined the body, running his hands along the torso. He stopped at the abdomen, leaned in closer, and rearranged the doctor's clothing to get a better look. He squinted, peering underneath the shirt he held in his right hand. What? What do you see?" DeVoe inquired. "He was stabbed," Taram replied, replacing the clothing the way he found it. "By who?" Rodriguez asked. "I don't know," he admitted. "But by the looks of the burial prep, they treated him right." "They gave him a pirate's funeral," Notcher stated. "Classy." "Any sign of another torpedo? His son?" DeVoe asked, ignoring the officer. Her mind pondered the possibilities of the doctor's death and what might have happened to his son, William. "There is nothing else in the sector," Rodriguez noted. "We've been scanning everything within 3—"
"Bridge to Lieutenant DeVoe,"
the intercom chimed, Sir Nicholas's voice cutting her off. Tasha pulled a communicator from the belt at her waist and thumbed a button on the side. "DeVoe?"
"Ma'am, we are picking up a distress signal. Long-range scans detect a cruise liner, flights of Fantasy, under attack. The signal is hours old, maybe a day. The ship is near the system where the Marigold was attacked a few days ago."
"Set a course and go to light speed," DeVoe ordered. "And call in any ship in the area. We'll be up in a few."
"Yes, ma'am."
"Button the doctor back up," Tasha turned back to Taram. "Store him in the unused quarters of B-Deck. Then report to the bridge."
"Yes, ma'am."
The hum of the engines changed pitch. The steady tremble of the deck plating grew to a harsh vibration. The ship slipped into hyperspace, the vibration and hum silenced. She made her way to the bridge, Notcher in tow. The flying wing of the Stingray-class Holloway contained 5 decks, A through E. The bridge occupied Deck A. Crew quarters and galley, Deck B. The cargo hold, such as it was on the small ship, took up all of C deck. Power plants, engines, and most of the other technical components comprised the rest. She sat in her command chair and glanced at a small readout on the armrest of her seat, watching it count down. Foradel and Rodriguez arrived a few minutes later, the portly sergeant gasping for breath and profusely sweating. All 6 crew members of the Holloway sat in the bridge of the Stingray-class ship, watching the stars streak by. Tasha DeVoe sat in the center, near the rear of the small rectangular room, and stared at the forward screen. Sergeant Foradel sat to her left, his face peering into a monitor attached to his chair. Sergeants McKendry and Rodriguez sat in front of them, navigating the ship and manning the tactical console. Officers St. Nicholas and Notcher, on the left and right flank respectively, monitored engines, communications, and sensors. Butch McKendry wore his uniform sleeves rolled up and displayed a long, ragged scar on his left arm. The former military pilot had crashed during a training run on Carigidean. He walked away from a flaming wreck with a gash and a smile. He always wore an infectious smile that complemented big, puppy-brown eyes. Paul St. Nicholas walked a beat for nearly 15 years before landing a slot on DeVoe's team. He wore his blond hair down over his ears, out of regulation. His blue eyes sparkled with mischief. He walked with a slight limp, courtesy of a hit-and-run during an arrest. "I've earned it," he replied when asked about his long hair and carefree attitude. "My team," Tasha smirked. She leaned over to Taram. "Did you say the freighter Marigold was attacked a few days ago near here?" "Yeah." "Are our forces still sweeping the area?"
"No, ma'am. Moved on a few hours ago."
She turned to Notcher, to her right. "Celeste, can you pull up the specs on the Marigold?" "Marigold is a freighter registered to Continuum Arms," she read off her screen. "Isn't that Tomas Anderson's?"
"Yes," Foradil chimed in, reading from his monitor. "He supplies most of the armaments and shield technology to the entire Commonwealth, including the systems police and the military. The Marigold was breached," Taram read the report aloud. "Massive hole in the starboard side. All aboard were killed, all cargo taken. The investigating ship reported a firefight inside the ship."
"Continuum Arms always has a family member aboard," Notcher offered. "I responded to a call about a year ago. Domestic disturbance. Anderson's brother, Bernard, I think, had to put down a mutiny on board a ship. The crew was fired, blacklisted. Tomas even had the kids of the mutineers expelled from school." Notcher glanced over her shoulder at DeVoe. "Not people to cross." "So, a family member died in the attack?" DeVoe asked to confirm. "If a family member is involved." "Yes," Notcher agreed.
"That sure rankled some nerves," Sir Nicholas chimed in.
Tasha shot him a disapproving look, and he returned to work at the engineering console.
2 minutes,
McHenry reported. "Weapons and shields ready," Rodriguez offered. She turned to look at DeVoe, just in case. Tasha's lips curved in a smile, but she remained silent. Her fingers dug into the armrests of her chair, knuckles white. She gulped, her throat dry. Months in space with nothing, and now 2 contacts in a day. We are getting close. The stars reversed, the streaks morphing into pinpoints of light in a black void. DeVoe scanned the darkness before them. One planetary body with 3 moons dominated the view. A distant yellow star spread light through the system. A glint of light, off an object to port, drew her eyes that direction. "Course 324, ahead slow," she ordered. "Any contacts?" "One, ma'am. The liner," Notcher replied. "No other active signatures in the system. Keep monitoring." DeVoe released her death grip on the arms of her chair. "And pull up the specs on the flights of Fantasy." "Luxury liner, crew of 300, complement of up to 2,000 passengers. It's smaller than most," Rodriguez offered, touching several buttons on her console. "I am reading life aboard the liner." "Call in the cavalry," Tasha ordered. "Get some medical ships out here on the double."
"Ma'am, I have 1 contact."
McHenry's voice rang out, rising with anxiety.
"Edge of the system. Inbound. It's another torpedo."
"Inbound?" DeVoe's eyes widened. She turned to Rodriguez. "Is it armed?" Marisol stared at the tactical station. Her brows furrowed as she studied the readout. She shook her head. "It appears dormant." She leaned closer to her console. "It may be another torpedo coffin," she mused, sitting back upright. "The boy, William." Tasha's mind locked onto the worst possible thought. She gripped the armrest tighter. She hoped that she was wrong. "Set an intercept course," she ordered. "Get us there."
Chapter 9. "My name is Griffin McElwain. Am I interrupting?"
William stared out of the window of a rarely used observation post near the engine well of the Wraith. The view reminded him of the last time he saw stars, the day the pirates killed his stepmother and kidnapped him and his father. The death of Henry haunted him. The sight of the dagger in his father's chest plagued his dreams, replacing the nightmare of Miriam's death. The unusually solemn crew prepared a pirate's burial for the doctor, complete with a speech from the captain, an honor guard consisting mainly of men Henry patched up, and a torpedo launch toward a distant blue dwarf star. William fought back the tears. his harsh last words with his father still ringing in his ears. The pirate killed during the raid received similar honors, without the speech. Monty divvied his share of the spoils to the crew, and life carried on aboard the Wraith. They spaced the pirate that murdered his father, without so much as a farewell. The crew left William to mourn after that. The quartermaster ordered everyone to leave him alone. He spent 3 days in the medical lab, alone, cleaning and inventorying the last remaining supplies. The basic training in first aid left him as the medic for the band of marauders, a role he did not cherish. The inventory and cleaning complete, William wandered the halls until he found the observation bubble. The discovery did little for his state of mind, at first. The solitude and tranquility eventually provided him solace. He sat for hours, watching the stars, his future uncertain. Yes, the captain had plans for him, but he had yet to share them with William. The two men had not talked since the funeral. He turned at the sound of the voice and saw a young man, a little older than himself, standing in the open port. He stood at the edge of a dingy, dimly lit corridor, his body half silhouetted. He stepped forward, revealing dark, intelligent eyes and an oversized head on a thin frame. "Hi, I'm Griffin," he introduced himself again. "I don't want to intrude." William waved him in and turned to look out the window again. He let out a sigh. He wanted to be left alone, but his parents, his father, would want him to be polite. He watched Griffin's reflection in the window while the young man approached. "I'm William." He turned and offered his hand. "I know," Griffin replied with a smile. He shook William's hand with a firm grip. "I've heard a lot about you. I'm sorry for your loss." "Thank you. When did you arrive?" "I came aboard the day your father—" "Ah," William said. "The volunteer. Welcome aboard." "Thanks," Griffin replied. "I think." William smiled at the uncertainty in his voice. "I know what you mean. It will get better, eventually." "I hope so." The pitch of the engines changed. The vibration diminished. Both men turned to look out the window. A massive cruise liner sat off the port bow. Its oblong shape reminded William of the once-in-a-lifetime. This one appeared smaller. Long and streamlined, row after row of cabin lights lined the vessel. Massive bay windows topped the cabins. Dining areas, thought William. The vessel's engines flared. The liner turned, attempting to flee. "Don't resist," William muttered. He pursed his lips and shook his head. He knew what would happen next. A full broadside of blue ion beams leapt from the Wraith. The beams flashed across the black of space and splashed on the cruise liner's weak shields. The energy barrier flared and collapsed. The remaining barrage raked the ship back and forth. The cabin lights flickered with the assault. The engines sputtered. Another volley, aimed at the engines, silenced the propulsion. The cruise liner, cabin lights sporadically flickering, drifted. Raiding craft launched from underneath their vantage point and raced away from the Wraith. One flew directly beneath them, and William jumped at its proximity to the window. The ships roared away, their engines glowing orbs in the darkness. 4 of the 6 raiders aboard the Wraith deployed, closing the distance to their target in seconds. 2 dropped beneath the disabled craft, disappearing behind the bulk of the ship. The other 2 raiders slowed, docking on the visible side of the cruise liner. "Come on," William said. "We need to get ready." He led Griffin out of the observation bubble and into the dingy corridor. Their footprints left a path in the dust as they moved toward the interior of the ship. "Where are we going? What are we supposed to do?" "Medical," William said, picking up a fast walk. "I'm the closest thing to a medic we have. You want to prove yourself?" "Yes." "Learn what I know about being a medic," William finished. He opened a door and stepped out of the dingy service access and into a pristine corridor. He noted the dirt and dust they tracked and knew someone would be tasked to clean up the mess. "Not my problem." "Prove yourself with knowledge." "Right," Griffin replied, huffing from the fast walk. The two continued deeper into the Wrath and arrived at the medical bay seconds before the captain's voice sounded through the ship-wide intercom.
"Mr. Ainsworth, report to medical,"
he ordered.
"We have casualties. Acknowledge."
William activated a computer console to the left of the door. "I'm in medical." He recalled his father's response to the same calls in the previous months. "Number of casualties? Type of injuries?" He waited for an answer. His heart pounded. "It was bad enough when I only assisted, Dad. Now I am the medic." His eyes scanned the room, noting the placement of each cabinet and what it contained. William's dread grew as the silence lingered.
"One casualty,"
Porter replied, his voice despondent.
"William."
Another long pause.
"There is nothing you can do. Get out of medical. Now."
"What?" William asked, astonished at the order. "There may be something I can do. The doors slid open, and 4 pirates hoisted their wounded comrade through the portal. They carried him by his arms and legs, the body drooping in their grasp. All 4 grunted, lifting the injured man, and deposited him gently onto the nearest bed.
"William,"
the captain's voice protested through the comm. He ignored the order, left the computer console, and rushed toward the patient. William froze in mid-stride when the 4 pirates stepped aside. His vision narrowed, solely focusing on the man on the table. The universe collapsed around him. The weight of 1,000 galaxies fell on his shoulders. He fell to his knees, tears in his eyes. "No," he whispered, and shook his head. Monty, the quartermaster, lay on the table, a trio of laser burns in his chest. The crew of the Wrath stood at loose attention in the main hold. The captain stood at the head of the assembly, at the foot of an open-faced torpedo casing. Tyron the Tormentor glowered beside him. His eyes roamed the formation. The two appeared stoic despite the solemn ceremony, the second in as many weeks. Griffin stood beside William, mimicking the stance of the pirates, back straight, chest out. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw William hunched over, head down. His eyes stared at the floor, refusing to look at the remains of his friend. The torpedo casing containing the body of Monty sat between them and the crew. The peaceful and content remains of the quartermaster lay in the coffin, his hands crossed over his chest, his face pale and gaunt. Captain Porter eulogized his first officer. His voice cracked only once during the speech. He spoke highly of the quartermaster, and many of the pirates nodded their agreement. Griffin watched the men, surprised at their emotional response. He always imagined pirates as bloodthirsty criminals, killing and plundering their way across the galaxy. His run-in with Monty a week earlier seemed to confirm his thoughts. Doubts surfaced after seeing 2 emotion-filled funerals in 2 weeks. A few of the pirates aboard the Wrath did fit the typical definition of sociopath, but the majority did not. Most of them went out of their way to not hurt people. They robbed their victims, of course, but not with malice. Griffin realized that to many, the pirate life was simply a way to make a living. His eyes glanced at the torpedo casing. But at what price? Is it worth it? He looked at William. Tears welled in his friend's tired, bloodshot eyes. Maybe not. The eulogy concluded, and 2 crewmen left the formation. They retrieved the final piece of the torpedo and snapped it in place, covering the body of Monty the quartermaster. The 2 stepped back and returned to the formation. A mechanical trolley slowly carried the torpedo toward the airlock. The casing entered the lock. The door closed, and the captain cleared his throat. "Monty the quartermaster, we surrender you to the depths of space. May whatever gods you worshipped watch over you and bring you happiness in the next life." He motioned to Tyron. "Gentlemen," the tormentor boomed, "raise your glasses." The entire formation raised goblet, cup, or flask in salute. "To Monty! To Monty!" they chorused, and turned up their drinks. Griffin watched the ceremony in awe. He wished he had a drink of his own. The toast complete, Tyron pointed to a small device at the airlock. The outer hatch opened and blasted the torpedo into space. William, shoulders slumped, stared at the floor. The formation disbanded. The crew gathered in small cliques. Many drank from their flasks. The conversations remained low, muted, although the occasional voice would rise above the rest. The captain and Tyron remained in the center of the hold, talking. Griffin watched them, reading body language as best he could. His father, an interstellar businessman, had taught him to read people in order to maintain the upper hand in any negotiation. What he saw between the two filled him with curiosity. The captain crossed his arms, leaning away from Tyron. Closed off and doesn't want to discuss the topic. Tyron leaned forward, his hands waving as he spoke. Urgent, demands to be heard. Captain Porter appeared to acquiesce, nodding his agreement to Tyron's argument. The big pirate walked to the bulkhead, picked up a small bucket, and returned to stand beside the captain. "Gather round," Tyron demanded, his bass voice booming off the bulkheads. "It's time!" The conversation stopped, and the pirates circled around the captain. Tyron stood on his left. Griffin felt William stir beside him. His friend now stared at the formation. He took a step forward, and Griffin followed. "Normally, we would mourn for a standard week before moving on," Captain Porter stated, sadness in his voice. He looked tired to Griffin, uncomfortable. But Monty was not an ordinary pirate. He was the quartermaster, the first officer. He sighed. That position cannot remain vacant, not even for a week. Tyron has convinced me that we need to vote for a replacement, and has offered his services for that role. Porter's eyes scanned the crowd. Are there any other nominations? Griffin felt William's hand on his arm, squeezing hard as one of the crew members stepped forward. No, he muttered. William, what is it? Not him. Harrison stepped to the right of the captain. He wore a self-satisfied smile, his hair pulled back into a short ponytail. His eyes gleamed in the light, giving him a spectral look. He carried a flask in his right hand. He turned it up and drained it to the cheers of the crew. "Any others?" the captain inquired, motioning for the crew to quiet down. No one stepped forward. He looked to his left and right. "What is going on?" Griffin whispered. "They are electing a replacement for Monty," William replied, his voice cold. He stared at Harrison. His body trembled. "Electing?" "Pirates elect the captain and the quartermaster," William explained. "The rest of the officers are appointed." He shook his head. "Not Harrison." "You two have a history?" "He killed my stepmother. He is the reason I'm aboard this ship. If he gets the position—" "You know both of these men." Porter spoke slow and clear. "There is no need for long speeches." The crew roared their agreement. "As captain, I am the tiebreaker. It is up to you to—" "What about your position?" someone yelled from the center of the crew. Silence filled the room. No one moved. "The position of captain is mine until death, Corrigan. Shout out again, and the first task of the new quartermaster will be to divvy out your punishment." The crowd snickered, and several pirates jostled the man. "Now," Porter shook his head, "if I may continue, you decide who the next quartermaster will be. It is a lifetime appointment. Choose wisely." He looked toward Griffin. "William, come here." Griffin felt the young man stiffen at the call of his name, and watched his new friend take a few tentative steps through the crowd. The pirates parted, giving him access to the captain and the two nominees. A few of the pirates sneered at William. Others glanced at Griffin. He stood unmoving. Chills coursed across his body. What is going on? "Take this." The captain took the small bucket from Tyron and handed it to William. "Every member of the crew gets a vote. That includes you and Griffin." A chorus of disagreement erupted from the crowd.
the pirates expressing their displeasure at the two getting a vote. The captain held up his hands for silence, but it took Tyrion's booming bass to finally quell the uprising. "William has proven himself as a medic, engineer, and navigator. He earns a share, doesn't he?" The crew nodded. "He gets a vote. Griffin was recruited by Monty as a replacement for Alexander. That was Monty's last order, and it will be honored. He gets a vote." "Neither of them has proven themselves in combat," Corrigan yelled. Many of the crew shouted their approval. "Seems to me, Corrigan, that you have only been on one raid," Tyron interjected. "And you pissed your suit on the way to the target, if I recall." The crew laughed, several hysterically, and Corrigan received another round of claps on the back. He turned bright red and turned his face away from the captain and Tyron. "William," the captain instructed, "pass the bucket." He raised his voice for all to hear. "Inside are an equal number of black and red tokens. Everyone will take one of each. Go ahead, William." Griffin watched his friend visit each pirate, weaving his way through the crowd. His friend made his way over to him, and Griffin took the last two tokens, one red and one black. William turned back to the captain. "Very good," Porter exhaled. "Now, William will come back through. Drop in a black token for Tyron, a red one for Harrison. The one with the most tokens is quartermaster." He motioned to William. Griffin dropped in his black token and watched William make his way back through the crowd. The tokens dropped and rattled in the bucket. William unceremoniously dropped his black token into the bucket and handed it back to the captain. He left the trio of officers and moved back through the crowd to stand beside Griffin. He held his breath, waiting for the count. Captain Porter held up each token, showing it to the crew while he counted. Griffin thought it a little over the top, but understood the need for transparency. He glanced at William, hoping for the best for his one and only friend left in the galaxy. "The tally is complete," Porter stated, emotionless. 18 votes for Harrison, 16 for Tyron. He turned to his right and extended his hand. "Congratulations, Quartermaster." Chapter 10. The torpedo coffin recovered by the Holloway held the remains of Montgomery Pinson, a former stockbroker and money manager from one of the central planets. He had amassed a fortune by the age of 24, but disappeared after his father and sister died. A young ward, Billy Clyde, also disappeared from a mental facility shortly thereafter. He left behind no wife, no children, and no parents, no one to miss him. His fortune had disappeared as well. Tasha read the report and ordered his torpedoes stored next to Dr. Ainsworth's on B-deck. She sat back in the small chair in her quarters and contemplated her next move. "The Marigold," she mused. The inspector ordered McKendry to set course for the freighter. The Dexter Holloway rendezvoused with the Marigold and 2 SYSPOL ships a few hours later. Tasha and her crew transferred both Henry and Monty to a vessel heading back to Messer's station. The ship and escort left, leaving the Marigold, the Holloway, and 2 tugs alone on the outskirts of the lifeless system. A hole in the starboard hull lay beneath a cloud of debris. Laser fire had warped and twisted the superstructure supports, disrupting the once sleek lines of the freighter. 2 SYSPOL tugs held the ship steady via tow cables. Lieutenant Inspector DeVoe donned a standard EVA suit and slid across the blackness between the Holloway and the Marigold. She slipped through an active airlock, sealed it behind her, and slid up her face shield. She traversed the litter-strewn corridors and made her way to the hold of the freighter. She surveyed the damage, arms wrapped around her body, and shivered. Her EVA suit came complete with jetpack, reserve oxygen tank across her shoulders, and her pistol. She fought the chattering of her teeth and watched each breath dissipate in the barely habitable vessel. The first responders removed the bodies from the hold, those not sucked out into space when the hull breached. The report stated they found others lodged beneath deck plates or caught in utility hatches opened by the decompression. She breathed a sigh of relief
She did not have to see that. She put the cold out of her mind and looked around the hold. Blast marks arched across the ceiling from the firefight. Other impact points marked the walls and the deck plating on the floor. Puddled blood and scuff marks stained the floor. A protective energy shield covered the hull breach. The steady hum and the glow momentarily drew her attention from the carnage. She shivered and gulped. The shield, run by an emergency generator, stood between her and a frozen death. She raised her hand to lower the faceplate on the helmet of her bright orange EVA suit, thought better of it, and continued her survey of the freighter. "Has anyone contacted Mr. Anderson from Continuum yet?" she inquired into her communicator.
"Negative,"
Notcher's voice replied.
"Central wanted us to confirm everything. I think the initial report covered everything pretty well."
She paused.
"And they wanted you to make the call."
Tasha snorted. "Figures. All right. I've seen everything I need to here. I'm heading back over. Tell Command the freighter is ready for salvage. And find the number for Continuum Arms. I've got a call to make." DeVoe left the derelict. She lowered her visor and stepped through the open airlock. A quick burst from her jetpack propelled her across the emptiness. Tasha rotated her body to match the Holloway's cant and attitude. She touched her retro thrust and slowed. She touched the thruster again, bounced against the airlock of the SYSPOL ship, and grasped the handle to the left of the door. Tasha let out a long sigh and remembered why she hated Zero-G. She typed in a code, the outer door slid open, and she pushed herself the last half-meter. Gravity returned when she crossed the threshold. The airlock pressurized, and she immediately flipped her visor up. She stepped into a small antechamber and removed the spacesuit. She checked in with the bridge, found everything running smoothly, and made her way to her quarters. She donned a fresh uniform, brushed her hair, and sat down at her desk. Tasha activated the communication terminal and typed in the number for Continuum Arms. 20 minutes of repeating her name and purpose of the call to no less than 8 different secretaries and department heads led to a petite blonde showing plenty of cleavage. Her glowing white teeth politely smiled and asked her to hold. Tomas Anderson's round jowls appeared on the screen a minute later. He wore his brown hair short, flat ears barely protruding from the sides of his head. Red, bloodshot eyes stared at Tasha. An angry sneer curved around an unlit cigar clenched between tobacco-stained teeth. "What is it?" "Mr. Anderson, I am Lieutenant Inspector Tasha DeVoe of the Systems Police."
DeVoe?
The CEO tapped his chin.
The same one that arrested my father?
"Yes, sir," Tasha replied, and steered the conversation back on topic. "I'm afraid I have bad news."
"That's all this family gets when you're involved," Anderson quipped. "And if this is about the marigold, I already know," he gruffly spat. "You people are always a day late and $1 short."
"Yes, sir," Tasha smiled, going over her rehearsed speech again. Part of inspector training detailed the relay of bad news and how to cope with crying, denial, anger, or physical restraint. Nowhere in the curriculum did her instructors cover sarcasm. She took a breath. "There is more than just the loss of the ship, Mr. Anderson. We have confirmed that all aboard, the entire crew save one, was killed."
"The cargo?"
Tasha blinked. "Sir?"
"The cargo, was it taken?"
"Yes, sir." Anderson turned to his right, to someone off-screen, and yelled,
"Gaylor, get in here!"
A hulk of an alien cast a shadow over Anderson. DeVoe caught a glimpse of a scaly hide arm. Pearly E? He has a Pearly E on the payroll? They rarely leave their home system.
"Find the tracking code for Crate."
Tomas glanced at a monitor to his left.
29187. Send out the burst code. Fry the electronics, but leave the homing beacon online. Then go find these bastards.
Gaylor, the Pearly E, grunted and left, his shadow retreating from Anderson.
"We'll take care of it, Inspector,"
he said, turning back to the screen. "Mr. Anderson, we have a team searching for the thieves now. I assure you—"
"I don't need your assurances. I need them found and," he offered a humorless smile, "punished."
The systems police is doing that, sir. Rest assured that we—
Is there anything else, Inspector? He snarled. I'm a busy man.
Yes, sir. As I stated earlier, the entire crew was killed save one.
Who? My brother? If he let the cargo go without a fight, I'll kill him myself.
I'm sorry to say that your brother, Bernard, is dead, along with his son.
Who survived?
Your son, Griffin. At least we have not found his body at this time.
That sniveling little cretin,
Anderson spat. He bit down, snapping the stogie in two. He spat out the piece in his mouth. The hand-rolled stump bounced on his desk and rolled out of sight of the monitor.
He always was a coward. Did he go with him? Did he give up my ship?
Mr. Anderson, we do not have any more details at this time, she lied, making a mental note not to say anything about pirates.
Always a day late,
he snarled. Sir, if you have a homing beacon on the crates, I must insist that you provide that to the SYSPOL. That will aid in our—
Proprietary information, Anderson interrupted. Wholly owned by Continuum Arms, and not for the general public.
Sir, withholding information of that caliber could be construed as obstruction, and—
Is there anything else, Inspector? As I said, I'm a very busy man.
Tasha stared at the image on her screen for a moment. Anderson and Continuum Arms provided arms, ammunition, and shield tech to most of the police and military. That made him a very powerful man, with powerful friends. She exhaled and kept a pleasant smile on her face. No, sir, that is all for now. Thank you for your— The screen went blank. Time. Tasha sat for a moment, staring at her reflection in the black screen. A thin, athletic face wearing a fake smile stared back. She exhaled again and activated the system. Notcher?
Ma'am?
Celeste's face appeared. Have McHenry set a course for Continuum Arms. Tell St. Nicholas that we are looking for a fast, probably heavily armed ship heading outbound. Tag it and pursue. With any luck, they will lead us to the two missing boys. Chapter 11. William ran. He traversed the maze of passageways, the corridors closing in around him. He found a dead end at each turn, or the grinning, haunting laugh of Harrison and his henchmen. Each intersection aboard the Wraith offered a choice, and each of those choices resulted in taunting laughter. The long metal hallways of the ship stretched on forever, blurring into an opaque, milky oblivion. He heard, he felt Harrison and his men behind him, closing the distance. William pushed his tired, aching muscles, forcing his legs to run faster. The crew continued to chase him. Fingers touched his shoulders. He screamed. He sat up in bed, covered in a cold sweat. He gulped in air, his breathing quick and ragged. His heart pounded, and he shivered in fright. He frantically searched the dark room. He saw no threats, and closed his eyes again. He willed his heart to slow, and took long, deep breaths. He lowered himself back onto the damp bed, rubbing his eyes and temples. 6 nights in a row he had dreamt of the chase, every night since the funeral. They always chased him, and he never found a way to escape them. I can't stay here, he mumbled between breaths. He slipped from the small bed, the metal deck cool on his bare feet. He activated the small sink in his quarters and gulped down 2 glasses of water with trembling hands. He stared at his reflection in the mirror. Dark, haunted eyes replaced the innocent 17-year-old eyes of months earlier. I can't stay here, he repeated. The once romantic life of a pirate tasted like mud in his mouth. The deaths of innocents plagued his mind, even though he had never pulled a trigger. The death of his stepmother, his father, even Monty, haunted him. The reflection in the mirror nodded as a plan formed in his mind. He donned fresh clothes and looked around the room. He had no personal belongings to pack, only a handful of coins passed to him after his father's death, blood money from raids. He pocketed it and hoped it would be enough to start a new life somewhere. He left his quarters, grateful for the late hour and empty corridors. He traveled the passages in silence, making his way toward medical. A quick rummage through the medicine cabinet provided what he needed, and he proceeded to engineering. He briefly deviated from his path to disable the security protocols on the escape pods on Deck C. He stashed his coins under the seat of the four-person craft, secured the hatch, and continued on his way. Third Lieutenant, an honorary title bestowed upon engineering apprentices aboard the Wraith, Swanson, greeted him with a wave when he entered the engine room. Swanson's short, squat frame sat in a chair, feet up on a console, reading an electronic pad. "Hey, William," he greeted, and turned the device lengthwise. Eyes wide, he approvingly whistled. "You seen this month's Galactic Gonzo's centerfold?" "No." William grinned and crossed the room to stand beside the engineer's apprentice. The pristine engine room reminded him of the rest of the Wraith, a well-run, well-taken-care-of ship. The pirates took pride in their craft. Swanson held up the device. "Look at her!" William plunged a syringe into Swanson's neck, injecting a quick-working sedative with the touch of a button. The engineer apprentice slumped over and dropped the pad into his lap. It slid down his leg toward the floor. William caught the datapad and placed the device on the nearby console. With any luck, they'll think he fell asleep looking at women who wouldn't give him the time of day. Harrison will probably beat him for dereliction of duty. "Sorry," he muttered, and patted him on the back. "Sleep well." William sat at a nearby console and accessed the computer. He paused when it asked for a login before typing in his own information. "I'll be long gone before they figure it out." He typed in a series of commands, thinking through the plan while he programmed the computer. The system asked for confirmation, and he retrieved the access card from Swanson's belt. He waved the card over the reader. The computer dutifully acknowledged the order and began a 2-minute countdown. William stared at the countdown for a dozen heartbeats before he left engineering at a dead run. William palmed the actuator and watched the escape pod hatch slide shut. He verified his bag of coins underneath the seat by touch, and then sat in the left forward seat. Trembling fingers fumbled with the harness. He seated the latch and cinched the straps tight across his body. He stared at the closed bulkhead before him, silently counting down the last few seconds. The flat square pods consisted of 4 seats, 2 engines, and 1 viewport. The controls stretched between the front seats, offering 2-person control. The pod boasted some maneuverability, with thrusters and a slow system drive. They were designed for emergencies, not comfort, and he squirmed against the thin, cushioned seat. William learned from his stint in engineering that identical pods ringed the lower decks of the Wraith. The engineering logs indicated that the Wraith had already lost a handful of the pods, 2 from malfunctions and 3 from damage taken in battle. William hoped to add 1 more. The Wraith dropped from hyperspace as programmed. Sudden deceleration pushed him against his straps. William did not fight the inertia. He let his body press against the harness and relished the pressure. The weight released him, and he sat back, letting air refill his lungs. The outer hatch flew open, and William saw the stars of normal space beyond. He leaned forward and pounded a large red button on the console with his fist. Explosive bolts released the pod from the Wraith's grasp. The 2 engines simultaneously fired. Thrust pushed William against his seat at 3 or 4 times his body weight. The launch tube for the pod flashed by in an instant, releasing him to the void of space. The acceleration passed, and he touched another button, activating the rear camera of the pod. The Wraith sat in space, its square hull blocking the stars behind it. Lights highlighted a pair of airlocks, and 2 running lights rhythmically blinked in the blackness. William recalled his first view of the ship months earlier, its blue ion beams raking the hull of the once-in-a-lifetime. He noted the ring of assault ships, 3 on this side of the ship, and their launch system. He leaned forward to get a better look at the superstructure. The pirate ship vanished into hyperspace. He sat back, closed his eyes, and exhaled a long, slow breath. His plan had worked so far. William had programmed the Wraith to drop from hyperspace, wait 30 seconds, and then return to hyperspace on its previous course and speed. With any luck, the only people who will notice is the bridge crew, he thought. A tinge of regret touched his soul when he remembered the drugged Swanson in engineering. He scanned the universe before him. Sunlight glinted off a distant planet, and William smiled. He set course and activated the pod's engines. The computer calculated a 6-hour trip. It did not matter. He was free. Rough hands grabbed William by the scruff of the neck and hauled him out of the life pod. The strong arms of Tyron the Tormentor suspended him off the deck for a moment. William saw sadness in the man's eyes. Tyron released him, and William dropped onto the deck of the Wraith. Pain shot through his kneecaps and up his spine. 2 hours into his flight, the life pod's computer beeped a collision alert. The pirate ship's shadow engulfed the pod a moment later. William barely had time to rub the sleep from his eyes before tractor beams locked onto the pod and hauled it into the Wraith's hold. He now sat on his knees, surrounded by snarling pirates, a sad-looking Captain Porter, and a devilishly smiling Quartermaster Harrison. "What have you found, Tyron?" the Quartermaster inquired. The man circled William like a shark hunting its next meal. He carried a small wooden club and slapped his left palm with each slow, menacing step. Tyron addressed the captain. "We recovered the escape pod. No damage." "William, the prisoner," Harrison interjected and tapped his palm with his club. "Programmed the computer to deposit him in normal space." He cut his eyes at William. "If it hadn't been for the homing beacon in the pod, we may never have found it." "William," Porter said, a hint of sadness in his voice. He paused, his face a mask of pity. He shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. "Why?" It doesn't matter." William lowered his head. The weight of the universe sat on his shoulders. His father, Henry, was dead. Monty was dead. His only friend on the Wraith, Griffin, stood nearby, hands behind his back, head hung low. Silent. William had nothing to live for and no hope of escape. "Space me if you must, I don't care." "Sounds good to me," Harrison sneered. He raised the baton. "There will be no punishment until I decree it," Captain Porter bellowed. His voice reverberated off the bulkheads, halting Harrison's strike. The quartermaster glared at the captain. "You will get the opportunity to dispense punishment, quartermaster, as is your duty. However, that punishment will be to my specifications. Understood?" Harrison lowered the baton, eyed William, and then the captain. He grumbled and complied. Porter stared at William for a moment. He shook his head. 10 lashes. The crew protested, screaming their opinions about the punishment. Tyron left the gathering and disappeared into an adjacent room at the far end of the hold. "You disapprove?" Porter raised an eyebrow. The shouts continued, many of the assembly voicing their opinions. 50! 15! 25! Space him! Captain Porter held up his hands and quieted the anxious crowd. William turned away while the captain explained his justification for the punishment. "He ran," Porter admitted. "He stole an escape pod. He even drugged poor Swanson." The crowd applauded his assessment. "But was there really any harm done? Yes, he must be punished, but we must temper that punishment with what the boy has to offer." The pirates' protest rose in volume. "He is still the only medic we have." The crowd demanded more. William turned his thoughts inward. What did he have to live for with his family dead? A pirate's life? The once romantic notion of stealing and plundering no longer appealed to him. Was there anything in the universe worth the pain? The crowd around him parted, and a hulking Billy Clyde ambled through. William noticed that he no longer carried the teddy bear. Tears welled in his eyes when he approached the captain. "Captain," Billy began, the first time William had heard him say something other than one-syllable words. "You hurt my friend?" "Yes, Billy." "Why?" "He broke the rules," Porter explained in a soft tone. We all have rules, don't we, Billy? Billy Clyde pouted. Monty gone? I know, Billy. Willie, my only friend. He sniffed back a sob. Porter shook his head, shut his eyes, and exhaled in exasperation. I will ensure that he is not hurt. Billy turned his head, and his big brown eyes bored into William's soul. He saw innocence in those eyes. Innocence and the need for a friend. William recalled the promise he made to the previous quartermaster, to Monty, to watch over Billy if anything happened. He knew, William pondered. With Monty gone, that leaves me, he thought, while he returned the gaze. A sly smile crossed his face. A reason to live. William stood, tall and defiant. It's okay, Billy, he said. I deserve the lashes, and will accept my punishment. Then you and I can get something to eat. Maybe work out? You won't be in any shape to work out, Harrison hissed. The crowd snickered. Quiet, Porter ordered. Billy smiled. Willie is my friend. We play gym together. And you will again soon, Billy, Captain Porter assured him. But for now, why don't you go with Griffin? He gestured toward the boy. He will take you to get cleaned up. William will join you shortly. Okay, Billy said, and moved back through the crowd. Griffin followed closely behind. He glanced back a couple of times as he escorted the man-child out of the hold. The entire crew watched them go, waited until they disappeared, and shouted their preferred lashes for William. Tyron returned, holding a long, leather, braided whip in his hand. Quiet! Porter yelled above the noise. The din subsided, and he turned to Harrison. 20 lashes, no more. The crew grumbled, but agreed. Harrison snatched the whip from Tyron's grip. String him up, he ordered. 2 pirates grabbed William. He did not resist, and let them escort him toward the main door on the starboard side. He quietly stood while the 2 men moved ahead and rummaged through one of the rooms that lined the hold. They produced several small metal poles and assembled them into a makeshift gallows within minutes. William looked at the door through which Billy and Griffin had exited earlier. Thoughts of the big man-child filled his mind. Images of Billy and Monty, the stories told to William over his time aboard the Wrath, ran like a hollow movie in his memory. The former quartermaster's kindness and mentorship filled William. It gave him the resolve to face his punishment. A shove propelled William toward the gallows. Someone produced a knife and cut the shirt from his body. The edge of the blade lightly scraped his skin, but did not cut. The cool air sent chills across his exposed skin. The pirates placed cloth-wrapped bracelets over his wrists and cinched them tight. The men pulled on monofilament ropes, tugging William into a T, his arms outstretched, his back bare for the whip. Tyron appeared at his side. This is going to hurt, William, he muttered. The pirate placed a piece of plastic near William's mouth. Bite down on this. It will help. William accepted the plastic and sank his teeth into the soft material. Tyron moved away, and the hold grew quiet. The hum of the engines filled the air, interspersed with the occasional electronic beep or whir. William could not even hear the breathing of the men crowded around. The sound of leather dropping onto the steel floor broke the hypnotic silence. Footsteps approached, and William felt hot breath on his neck. He stared straight ahead at the blank bulkhead. Harrison's voice filled his left ear. To think my first act as quartermaster is to punish you. The voice drew nearer and dropped to a whisper. And all it took was killing Monty. Harrison retreated, leaving William alone with his thoughts. His eyes narrowed when he realized the full context of the words. He almost spit out the plastic, resisted, and vowed, again, to kill the man who killed his stepmother, the same man that just confessed to killing Monty. Proceed, Captain Porter's voice ordered. Silence again filled the hold. The whip cracked, and piercing pain lashed across William's back.
He grimaced, and he bit into the plastic. 1. Another crack. Fire sliced diagonally from his right shoulder down. William groaned, holding back a scream. 2. The whip cracked again. Tears welled in his eyes. He gripped the ropes that bound his wrists. 3. William concentrated on Harrison's confession and let the lust for revenge strengthen him. 4. Fire sliced through his left leg. The blow buckled the leg for a moment. He focused on the pain, fought through it, and stood erect. 5. The pirates cheered behind him. Their cries for more echoed off the bulkheads. William stared at the wall and ignored their taunts. The whip sliced into his back again. His skin burned. 6. Another crack, and his right leg felt the burn. The leg buckled, pulling his injured back taut against the ropes holding him. He closed his eyes against the pain. He gulped down the anger, fought the fire in his leg, and stood. 7. The desire for vengeance shielded him, and he maintained his silence. Until the 18th lash, when his strength faded, the plastic fell from his mouth, and he cried out for the first time. Chapter 12.
"Grandpa!" Abigail interrupted. She stroked the patched doll's head, mimicking Billy Clyde's rubbing his teddy bear. "You told it wrong."
"Oh?" I smiled.
"They hurt William." She sniffed a tear. "They didn't do that last time you told the story." The 3 children sat on the porch swing, gently swaying in the late afternoon breeze. The solitary sun sat perched atop the mountain in the distance, balanced precariously on the tip. It began its final dip, and I smiled at Abigail's concern. James sat in a rocking chair identical to mine. His eyes met mine. He smiled and nodded. "Gotcha." He crossed his arms with a "how are you going to get out of this one?" look on his face. The sun sank behind the mountain, and the night air cooled with the diminished light. "Why don't we move to the pit?" I offered. "We can start a fire and continue the story." "But you didn't answer," Abigail protested. I stood, listening to my bones and joints crack. I stretched. The muscles in my back and shoulder grew taut. I waved the kids toward the backyard and watched as they hopped from the swing and bounced, full of energy, onto the uncovered back deck. James stood and, once alone, leaned toward me and whispered, "You've opened up a can on this one, Dad. You didn't tell me that part until I was a teenager. You can't tell them the truth. They are too young." "What truth?" I grinned. "I'm making this up, remember?" "Right." We stepped off the porch, and I took a few minutes to build a fire. The ornately decorated pit, constructed of ancient stones ferried from an archaeological dig a dozen systems away, roared to life. Flames lit the surrounding area, heat spilling over to the chairs surrounding the fire. The children sat on a 3-seat couch. Andrew scooted closer to the fire and outstretched his arms, his fingers inches away from the flames. He smiled, playing with the fire, until James told him to stop. Abigail tucked her legs under her and sat back, gently stroking her doll's head. Her deep blue eyes glistened in the firelight, the flames dancing in her gaze. Thomas stared at the fire, the flickering light casting ever-changing shadows on his face. The aroma of chicken filled the air, the breeze carrying the smell from the kitchen. The aroma made my stomach growl. Not much longer before dinner. "Now, I believe Abigail had a question?" I asked, settling into a soft-cushioned chair to the left of the children. James sat directly across from me, and his smile morphed into a shake of his head. "They hurt William," she stated. "A little," I confessed. "You don't want the same exact story every time, do you?" I glanced at James. He sighed. "I have to mix it up. You want it bigger and better, right?" "Right," Andrew shouted. Abigail grinned. Thomas's eyes drooped, the young boy falling asleep in the warmth of the fire. "Okay, so where were we? Yes. William was punished for trying to escape the pirates. Knowing he had to earn their trust again, he continued to learn everything he could about the ship. He kept to himself, except for his one friend, Griffin,
and he took care of Billy Clyde. That kept him out of trouble for the next year. I leaned forward toward the fire. The warmth felt good on my skin, but I hoped the shadowing of my features would draw their attention. It worked. Andrew and Abigail both stared at me, wide-eyed. Thomas curled up, asleep on the couch. That's when Harrison, the quartermaster, decided William needed to pull his weight. Chapter 13. The main hold of the Wraith bustled with activity. Dozens of pirates offloaded cargo from the shuttles and secured the supplies to the floor. The holographic sun sat toward the rear of the ship, sunset. The speakers let loose a burst of static, followed a deep, haunting dirge.
"No!" Tyron yelled. "Gods, no!"
His voice boomed off the bulkheads.
"We need something upbeat, not a depressing ballad. Makes me want to kill myself."
"Do it!" someone called. "I'll give you my share of the last haul."
"If I'm dead, who'll spend it?" Tyron snarled.
"I volunteer," the same speaker offered with a snort. The gathering of pirates chimed in, filling the hold with raucous laughter. The music changed, filling the air with a soaring, fast-paced, guitar-laced melody.
"That's more like it," Tyron confirmed. "Now, back to work, you lubbers."
The pace picked up, moving with the quick beat of the music. William lay flat on his back underneath one of the shuttles, listening to the world around him. His foot tapped in time with the music. The cool deck chilled him. He repaired a faulty sensor that had nearly crashed the ship on its last landing. A spanner in one hand, the replacement sensor in the other, he carefully rotated the device, lining up the metal prongs. William jerked when someone kicked his boot. He nearly dropped the sensor. He growled, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a sleeve, and lined the sensor up again. Another kick jarred him.
"I'm busy,"
he growled. He lined up the prongs for a third time, shifting his feet until his entire body lay under the shuttle.
"The quartermaster told me to fix this ship."
He snapped the sensor in place, and a dull red light on the panel turned green.
"And now I'm telling you to do something else."
William's eyes widened at the sound of Harrison's voice. He shut the maintenance panel on the shuttle, gathered his tools, and slid out from underneath the craft. He stood, his coveralls covered in grease and dirt, and came face to face with the quartermaster. William hated the man, and he let it show on his face. The man was directly responsible for the death of his stepmother and Monty, and indirectly for his father's. He had vowed a year earlier, after the lashing, to kill him. A stern warning from Captain Porter put the plan on hold.
"Any more trouble from you, young William," the captain said, "and I'll let Harrison space you. It's not a pretty way to go. So, do me a favor. Keep your nose clean."
William promised and kept his word. He steered clear of the quartermaster when he could, spending most of his time in engineering, making it up to Swanson for drugging him. The engineer welcomed the company, although he made a show of checking William for syringes for the first couple of months. He learned to repair most of the components of the Wraith, making himself an asset to the captain and crew. Harrison put him to work, mostly on menial tasks like repairing the sensor.
"Are you finished?"
Harrison snarled.
"Aye," William stated. "The sensor has been replaced. All I need to do is run diagnostics." "Do it, and then report to Tyron. You need to train for the next raiding party. It's time you actually earned your keep around here."
A nearby pirate snickered. "A raid?" William asked. His heart pounded. His romantic look at piracy had died with Monty a year earlier. He no longer yearned for the crackle of lasers, to storm a vessel, or steal valuables. He found a content life repairing the ships and keeping the Wraith in top shape.
"Yes," Harrison continued, shaking his head. "The captain has seen fit to reward you for your good behavior. He still has a soft spot for you." He leaned forward. "I don't. You screw this up, there won't be enough of you to space. Now finish with this shuttle and report to Tyron."
"Aye, sir." Harrison stalked off, issuing orders and bellowing commands to the pirates in the hold. Most nodded, while a few offered provocative gestures behind the quartermaster's back. All continued to work on their tasks. William climbed aboard the shuttle, sat in the pilot's seat, and initiated the diagnostics. The close quarters reminded him of the escape pod. He touched the flight controls and realized that, despite his vast knowledge of the Wraith, he had no idea how to actually fly. "Need to fix that," he muttered. Distant dreams of flying for the SYSPOL, chasing pirates, filled his mind. The console beeped, drawing his attention to the twin displays before him. A scrolling list on the left screen signaled the ship spaceworthy once again. He powered down the console, rose, and left the shuttle. He dropped from the ramp to find Harrison standing there, two of his lieutenants flanking him. He sneered, the edges of the mouth curling upward subtly. "I half thought you were going to steal my ship." "What, and leave all this?" William mocked. "To ease your mind, Quartermaster, I don't know how to fly. The escape pod was one thing, point and click. A shuttle, that is something completely different." Harrison eyed him for a moment. William's skin crawled under the scrutiny. "Just remember, I'm watching you." William put on his best, easygoing smile. Sarcasm filled his voice. "Yes, sir, I know, sir. If you'll excuse me, sir, I have to go find Tyron, sir." William sat near the airlock of the assault ship, heart hammering in his chest. Each rapid breath momentarily fogged his faceplate, and he resisted the instinct to wipe the visor with a gloved hand. He firmly gripped the rifle in his hands tighter, the weight of the weapon comforting. He glanced at the lights on the panel next to him and watched the atmosphere vent. The training with Tyron did not last long. William had watched the moves from afar for over a year and knew the basics. Joining the group exhilarated him, and he performed the maneuvers like a seasoned pro. Tyron certified him as fit after 2 sessions, to the chagrin of Harrison. The quartermaster snarled, grunted, and stormed away, 2 of his more loyal followers in tow. The target of his first raid appeared the next day. "Let's go!" Tyron impatiently yelled. William stood next to a bench with a dozen other pirates, donning his issued combat uniform. He held the smoke visor in his hands, staring at his murky reflection. Memories of the first time he saw one of the visors, Harrison's, as he killed his stepmother, filled his mind for a moment. "I can do better. I will do better." "Today, ladies," Tyron taunted. "The ship will be halfway across the system before you lot are ready. Now move!" William pulled on the suit, running his hands along the arms, torso, and legs, performing a suit check as instructed. He missed the tiny hole in his leg on his way down, but his left ring finger caught it on the way up. He froze, hunched over, his hand covering the hole behind his knee. He locked eyes with Tyron and glanced toward his knee. Tyron shook his head and exhaled. He gave the faintest of nods and glanced to the wall behind William, to the repair kit. "You have 2 minutes, Tyron mouthed, holding up 2 fingers. William gulped down the lump in his throat and turned to get the kit. Thoughts raced through his mind while he removed his suit. He slapped the patch in place. The adhesive heated and warmed his hand. It molded and melted at a molecular level, sealing the small hole. William held it despite the heat and focused on one recurring thought: Harrison. The acts of sabotage had ended when he assumed the quartermaster title. The increased animosity between the two of them, along with Harrison's quiet admission to killing Monty, convinced William. It doesn't take an ion drive scientist to figure out that Harrison wants me dead. The heat from the patch subsided, and he looked up to find the rest of the assault team gone. He stood, alone, in the preparation room. He quickly donned the suit, checked it again, secured it, grabbed his weapon, and ran down the corridor toward the assault ship docking area. He arrived 3 seconds behind the main group, out of breath and sweating. Harrison waited. "A quick surgical strike," he said, his eyes scanning each man. "The captain wants to keep casualties to a minimum, so no unnecessary gunplay. Fire only when fired upon." His gaze stopped on William. You, up front. It's your first raid. So you have the honor of being first in the door." "And the first one shot," someone muttered. The group laughed. "Quiet," Tyron ordered. "If there is any gunplay or other kind of attack, you are instructed to neutralize the attackers." Harrison grinned. "And anyone else in the immediate vicinity." Another snicker from the assembled pirates. "Tyron, take them out." "You heard the quartermaster." The big man turned, his mirrored visor reflecting the group. He pointed a gloved finger at William. "Mr. Ainsworth, if you'd be so kind." William moved to the front of the line, his eyes staring at Harrison without moving his head. Monty led the raids. Harrison did not. Different leadership styles, William wondered, or cowardice. In the end, it did not matter. He ducked through the airlock and entered one of the 6 assault ships that ringed the Wraith. Each ship held up to a dozen pirates in jump seats that lined the outer hull. Sliding doors in the center of the fuselage allowed for easy debarkation. The jump seats were arranged 6 on each side, 3 in front of the door, 3 behind. The pilot and co-pilot, when available, sat in the front of the small ship in a slightly raised cockpit. The airlock door slid shut, and the ship depressurized. His heart hammered in his chest. His breath fogged his faceplate. He gripped the rifle in his hands and waited to see if the patch would hold, or if he had missed a second hole. In the silence of vacuum, he heard nothing but the beat of his heart and a slight ringing in his ears. The panel lights winked, and a shutter slid up his legs from the floor. The Wraith opened fire. He heard nothing in the suit. He surmised the progress of the attack by the vibration and rocking of the Wraith. The assault ship lights flickered, and the Wraith rocked when their target returned fire. The engine vibration changed. The Wraith's pilot applied full throttle. William grabbed a handhold built into the wall. The weapons fired again. The engines shut down, and the firing ceased, ending the vibrations. The assault ship released from the Wraith, and William went momentarily weightless. He closed his eyes and imagined the scene outside. The Wraith held 6 of the assault ships, 3 on either side of the fuselage, via a homemade railing system. The rail surrounded the pirate ship, allowing for the assault ships to rotate to take on or release passengers through the single airlock door on each side of the vessel. The ring system sat low on the Wraith, unencumbered below the main hold doors. William saw in his mind's eye the assault ships disengage when the Wraith disabled its target. The Raider's engines fired, and G-forces pushed him back into his seat. The pressure subsided when Raider 3 neared the disabled victim. William checked the rifle, verified a full energy pack, and turned his attention to a red light over the door. Raider 3 connected with its target with a bump. He released his harness, stood, checked his equipment, and gripped a handhold next to the door. The light turned green. The door slid open, and a rush of air pressed William against the bulkhead. The interior of the Raider pressurized using the target's atmosphere. The momentary vacuum threw any resistance off balance. An errant laser bolt flashed past, striking the far door of the assault ship. The influx of air subsided, and William, along with 2 others, led the charge into the disabled ship. He fired his rifle and watched blue stun beams wrap his target in electricity. He turned to his left and covered his sector of fire. He fired again, and his energy bolts dropped 2 orange-suited security personnel. He stopped, sweeping the room with his eyes and rifle. "Clear!" A chorus of "clear" echoed. They achieved a foothold into a passenger liner, identical to the one William had traveled on 2 years earlier. He stared at plush, carpeted corridors, tasteful paintings on the walls, and the entrance to the grand atrium and ballroom beyond. The spark of a memory blossomed, and he quickly dismissed it. He did not need distractions, not now.
Team 1.
Tyron's voice filled the speakers in his helmet.
Take port side. Team 2 with me.
William followed the big pirate. 8 men traveled down the lush passageway, weapons up and ready. The quiet, empty hallway filled William with dread. He had no desire to hand another young boy over to the pirate life. He moved forward and took point without a word. He turned, counted the pirates behind him, and hoped that no one shot him in the back. They met more resistance when they neared one of 4 dining halls aboard the ship. 3 orderlies, armed with rifles, fired at the pirates. Their shots went wild, striking paintings, stairwell railings, and one of the large portholes and the bulkhead. The glass shattered, depressurized the room, and sucked 2 of the 3 orderlies into space. William was grateful for the pressure suit. Emergency force shields snapped on, stopping the last man, ironically the one who had shot the porthole, from being sucked into space. Tyron shot him in the chest with a crimson bolt. The group entered the dining hall without further resistance. Passengers sat on the floor, many gasping for breath from the sudden depressurization. They coughed and gagged, gulping in oxygen. No one offered any resistance.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Tyron announced, his voice filtered through a PA system in his suit.
I do hope the unpleasantness is over. My colleagues and I would rather avoid any additional bloodshed.
William listened as his eyes scanned the room. Dozens of round and oval tables filled the expanse. Half-eaten plates of food and overturned drinks covered the tables and the floor. Windows formed the outer wall, offering a spectacular view of the cosmos. He saw immaculately dressed families and couples cowering in fear. A group of 4 men near him appeared tense, anxious. William remembered the group that attacked the pirates aboard the Once-in-a-Lifetime and turned his rifle in their direction. He shook his head.
Your valuables, jewelry, watches, cash. We will be on our way.
Tyron's speech sounded very much like Monty's, and that made William feel better. At least under Tyron, he felt that the people aboard this ship would be treated fairly. He had no delusions that Harrison would treat them the same.
Gentlemen,
Tyron continued,
please relieve our guests of their valuables.
William moved forward, one eye on the 4 would-be heroes and the other on the passengers. He produced a bag from the belt around his waist and waded into the frightened people before him. He touched a button on his right hand, and his voice flowed from a small speaker in the chin of his helmet.
No one is going to hurt you.
He spoke slow, calm, his voice soothing.
Ma'am, if you could give me that necklace. Thank you.
He moved to the next person. An elderly man held up his wallet with shaking hands. William took the billfold, opened it, and saw an old photograph of a young man and woman. The edges were tattered, the image faded. He took out the cash and then handed the wallet back to the man.
You keep your pictures and mementos, sir.
William smiled, knowing the man could not see his face. William completed his circuit around the room, gathering valuables and reassuring the passengers that everything would be fine. He glanced at his cohorts occasionally, watching them roughly snatch items or push a passenger. Women and children cried. One man resisted after a pirate pushed his wife to the floor. The pirate shot the man in the chest. Screams of terror followed the echo of the blast. William shook his head and continued his polite approach. He met no resistance, and everyone he met offered their valuables without a sound. He gave back holodisks with personal images, old photos, and identification cards. He took only money and other valuables.
Team 3, heading out,
he heard over the comm.
Team 4, out. Team 1, complete. All right,
Tyron's voice boomed.
That's it. Team 2, return to the ship.
William retraced his steps. His eyes and weapon scanned the area behind him while he retreated. Once in the corridor, the 8 men ran back to the grand atrium and their ship. The assault craft disengaged and crossed the distance to the Wraith in a matter of minutes. The pirates around him laughed and clapped each other on the back. 1 or 2 even congratulated him on his first raid. William outwardly smiled, nodding his thanks. Thoughts plagued his mind. How many people died aboard that ship? Who sabotaged his suit? Did he have an ally in Tyron? He could not answer the first or the third, but he knew the answer to the second question, and he knew that, sooner or later, he would have to face Harrison. On that day, one of them would have to die. Chapter 14.
You did what?
William hunched over in the ready room, foot on a bench, his combat suit half on and half off his lanky frame. Billy Clyde sat nearby, watching and playing with his teddy bear. The murmur of post-combat conversation instantly died. The other pirates in the room paused their activities and opened a path from Harrison to William. He stood at the sound of Harrison's voice. He allowed his lips to curl into a smirk.
"Tyrant tells me you were nice." "Nice?" he scoffed. "This is a pirate ship, not a cruise liner."
William shrugged, turned away from Harrison, and continued to remove his gray suit. "No need to be rude," he said.
"No need to,"
Harrison parroted. He grabbed William by the shoulder and spun him until they stood eye to eye. Harrison's dark eyes stared daggers at William. Foul breath assaulted his nose.
"We have a reputation to uphold, boy. You do what you're told."
"You ordered me to participate in a raid," William responded, brushing Harrison's hand from his shoulder. "And I did. Tyron told me to collect valuables, and I did. I have done everything asked of me for a year. More, if you count the times I helped my father before he died. I just did it nicely."
"We are pirates!"
Harrison yelled, his voice rising with each word. "That much I know," William stated. He stole a glance at Billy Clyde, noting the man-child now stood and glowered at Harrison, the teddy bear at his feet. His hands clenched and his face burned red. "But after I found the small hole in my suit, one that would have killed me in decompression, I thought I might want to do things differently." The gathered pirates murmured amongst themselves at the mention of a hole. William knew that suits were sacred, and anyone caught sabotaging them would be immediately killed. The crew reacted exactly as he anticipated.
"A hole?"
Harrison's eyes narrowed. "Behind the left knee. Small, but deadly. If not for Tyron's expert training, I would likely be dead right now." William stared at the quartermaster with accusing eyes. "Convenient for some, I imagine."
"What are you—"
Billy Clyde stood to his full height, towering over William and Harrison. He stared at the quartermaster and bared his crooked, dingy teeth. A low growl emanated from his throat, and he took a step toward Harrison. William held up a hand, blocking the big man's advance. The rest of the crew watched, breathless. The quartermaster took a step backward, his eyes on Billy. His hand dropped to his belt, groping for a holstered weapon. His face paled when he found nothing. The armorer locked all firearms away except when on a raid, another of the captain's rules, one William suddenly appreciated. Harrison shifted his gaze to William, fire in his eyes.
"This isn't over, Mr. Ainsworth."
He turned and stalked out of the ready room. The murmur among the pirates immediately rose. William soothed Billy for a moment, moved the man-child back to his seat, and handed him his bear. The man-child stroked the toy animal head, all smiles. William slowly exhaled and let the adrenaline fade. He removed the rest of his suit, inspected it from head to toe, and made a mental note to reinforce the patch, just in case. All the while, he listened to the men around him. Most of the conversations revolved around the raid, although a few of the pirates talked about the quartermaster's reaction to the mention of sabotage. He caught glimpses of them staring at him while they talked. William donned his crew clothes as he eavesdropped and found himself nodding along to the discussion.
"He is not the same man we voted for a year ago," one pirate stated with a shake of his head. "I heard he had something to do with Jacoby's suit explosion," another whispered. "Now this? I know he hates the kid and all, but I should never have voted for him,"
the first one said. The second pirate nodded his agreement. William finished getting dressed and pulled Billy Clyde to his feet with a grunt. He waved the big man forward. He smirked when he passed the two pirates. "That is one mistake that will soon be erased." Captain Porter looked up from the computer on his desk when he heard the knock at his door. He touched a button on his tablet, the the screen changing from a status report of the ship to an image of the quartermaster standing outside. A smile creased his thin lips, and he pushed the device to the edge of his desk. "Come." The door silently slid open, and Harrison entered. He instantly stopped, and his eyes widened.
"What is he doing here?"
he asked, pointing to William. The young man stood off to the side of the captain's desk, arms folded, his face an emotionless mask.
"Young William has come to me with a proposal,"
Porter replied. He leaned back in his chair. The office furniture, along with 2 guest chairs, filled the small room off the bridge, his ready room. A small couch lined the wall to his right. A gallery of pictures featuring the previous captains of the Wraith adorned the walls. A meter-diameter porthole filled the wall to his left.
"He should have come to me with any proposals,"
Harrison snarled at the young pirate.
"I am the first officer. He should not bother you with his mundane thoughts." "This proposal concerns you, Quartermaster,"
Porter said. He disliked the man, and let the disdain fill his voice. He wondered again how the crew could have voted for a borderline sociopath like him for the number 2 position.
"If William is correct, and he did kill Monty, then I could be next."
"Oh?" Harrison scoffed. He crossed his arms, his eyes boring through William. The young man stood quietly, dispassionately.
"Do tell." "He comes to me with tales of sabotage, treachery, and murder."
"Sounds like a pirate."
"Yes,"
Porter agreed.
"It does. But it is aboard my ship. That makes it my problem, and I will not allow that type of behavior among the crew."
"Who does the boy accuse? What proof does he have?" Harrison snarled, still staring at William.
"You, Quartermaster. He accuses you."
A sly smile curled Harrison's lips upward at the corner.
"Really? And the proof?"
Captain Porter held up a small data disk, rolling it in his fingers.
"Maintenance and access logs to the combat room before each incident of sabotage. The confession you gave him before his lashing a year ago."
"And you believe him?" Was that a quiver of his lip? Porter stared. Sweat beads appeared on the quartermaster's forehead, and his face flushed. The captain's lips curled into a smile.
"It's not what I believe. It's what he can prove."
He glanced to the disk in his hand.
"Some of which is very suspect," he admitted.
"What do you intend to do about it?" Harrison demanded. A defensive tone filled his voice.
"Not me,"
Captain Porter replied. He set the disk on his desk, and his hand slipped from sight, gripping the laser pistol fastened to the underside of the desk. He half expected the quartermaster to charge him. He pointed to William with his left hand.
"Him."
"What?"
"William has asked for permission to challenge you to a duel," he continued, cutting off Harrison's response. "As there is no fighting aboard without my permission."
"And you say?" Captain Porter paused for a moment, letting the man stew in his hatred for William and his guilt for sabotage. The captain picked up the data disk again, hefting it in his hand as if weighing his options. He knew the device held nothing to prove Harrison's guilt, but it had served its purpose. The man's actions revealed the truth.
"Finally," Porter thought, "I agree. Inform the crew. In 3 hours, you 2 will fight in the main hold. To the death."
The holographic sun sat directly overhead, the artificial light brightening the main hold of the Wraith. The crew formed a large circle, exchanging credits and trinkets as they bet on the outcome of the fight. Shouts of encouragement, mostly for Harrison, echoed in the vast chamber. Griffin, Tyron, and Billy Clyde were among the few voices of dissent. The hangar bay doors sat open, offering a stunning view of the stars. Protective energy shields faintly glowed, adding a slight shimmer to space. A distant planet with a handful of moons drifted into view. The system's binary stars dominated the background. The captain, quartermaster, and William stood in the middle of the circle. The two fighters stared at each other. William, with his arms folded, quiet. Harrison snarled and clenched his fists. Both wore shipboard coveralls, a single knife sheathed at their waists. Captain Porter raised his arms, and the gathered pirates quieted.
"A challenge has been offered and accepted," he explained,
although everyone present knew the history between the two men. Harrison, a few years older than William, held the advantage in experience and fighting. The assembly thought William a wild card. He was stouter and more muscular than his opponent, but lacked the killer instinct. No one in the crowd doubted the victor.
"William has accused the quartermaster of sabotage and the murder of a number of crewmen, including Monty. That accusation demands trial by combat. It ends when one of them is dead."
He looked at each man.
"Are you ready?"
Both nodded. Captain Porter retreated to the edge of the circle. The crew anxiously awaited. Tension filled the air. The captain, for this exhibition, authorized gambling among the crew. A few made last-minute wagers, but most simply stared at the two men in the middle of the circle. Quiet fell over the crowd. The ragged breathing of nearly 36 men filled the hold. The captain counted to 10, then to 20, before exhaling.
"Fight!"
The crowd erupted into cheers and taunts, the gathered pirates shouting swears and insults, mainly directed at William. Tyron and Griffin stood off to the side, quiet. Billy Clyde watched, eyes wide and slack-jawed. The two men drew their daggers and circled each other, moving to their right. Harrison flicked the nearly foot-long dagger from his right hand to his left and back again, the blade in constant motion. William held his low, unwavering. His unblinking eyes stared at Harrison. Each cautious step brought them closer to each other.
"Come on!" someone yelled. "Cut him!" "Fight already!"
another commented. One uttered a long string of curses, accusing both men of cowardice and bringing into question their male anatomy. Harrison closed the last half-meter and brought his dagger into a wide swipe from his left. William easily parried the attack, the impact of blade on blade jarring his right arm. Metal on metal clanged in the sudden quiet, and the daggers slid off each other like nails on a chalkboard. William stepped forward, inside the attack, and punched Harrison in the gut before retreating out of range. Harrison gasped, menacingly growled, and pressed his attack. He flicked the dagger to his right hand, reversed the grip until the blade pointed toward the deck, and brought the knife down in a sweeping arc. William sidestepped the attack. He felt the wind from the slice when the blade missed his left shoulder. He countered with a roundhouse kick to Harrison's midsection. The quartermaster took the attack in his left arm. He grimaced and stepped back to regroup. William continued his advance, executing a spinning back kick. His foot connected. Harrison expelled his air. Fire lit up William's leg. He hopped on his feet and stared at his opponent. He glanced down to see a slice in his coveralls, a trickle of blood staining his clothing. He looked back to Harrison. He held his abdomen, trying to regain his breath. Crimson stained his blade.
"First blood, Harrison,"
Captain Porter announced. The crowd yelled, and money exchanged hands as the pirates paid off their wagers. The crew made another round of bets and turned their attention to the fighters, encouraging one or the other, mostly Harrison, to continue. William pushed the pain from his mind and smirked. He raised his left hand and motioned the quartermaster forward. Harrison obliged, charging straight at William. The quartermaster's dagger blurred in a figure 8. William feigned right and moved left, watching the blur of the blade. He closed in. The dagger cut a ragged gash in his coveralls on his right side, but did not touch flesh. William stepped forward and kneed Harrison in the gut. He reversed the knife in his hand, the blade pointed down, and sliced up across the quartermaster's chest. His blade found flesh and left a crimson diagonal line across the man's shirt. Harrison yelped in pain and staggered backward. The dagger moved to his right hand, his left holding his cut torso. Fire lit his eyes. His breath came in ragged gasps. The crowd quieted. A few of the pirates nudged their fellows, demanding payment for wagers. The shock of the move dissipated, and the shouts and bets continued. Taunts followed. William heard fewer voices calling for his demise, more for his victory. He absently nodded and stepped toward the bleeding quartermaster. Harrison reached into his coverall waistband and pulled a small laser pistol from the small of his back. The quartermaster pointed the weapon at William, and his finger whitened on the trigger. William stepped back, raised his hand to ward off the attack, and ducked away. "Stop!" The crowd quieted, stunned by the breach of protocol from Harrison. "You know the rules, Quartermaster," Captain Porter warned. "No blasters. Throw it away or be spaced." Harrison tossed the weapon aside, the pistol clattering away into the supply crates that lined the hold. He gulped air, a sly smile on his face. "I just needed a breather, Captain," the quartermaster sarcastically offered. He motioned for William to attack. The crowd cheered again, with much less enthusiasm. William stood stoic, unmoving. He held the crimson-coated dagger at his side, tip pointed in the air. "Get your breath," he taunted, barely above a whisper. "You're going to need it." The assembly snickered. A low chant for William filled the hold. Harrison's face flushed red with anger. The dagger again blurred from hand to hand, stopping in his left. He stepped toward William and slashed sideways. William easily sidestepped to the left and avoided the attack. A low mechanical whir filled the air, and for a moment William thought that someone engaged the engines. Heat and pain raged on his left side. His ribs burned. Harrison's thermo knife sliced to his coveralls. His skin melted at the touch of the heated blade. William swung his dagger at Harrison's head, forcing him to withdraw and take the 1,000-degree blade with him. The thermo knife, a favorite of street thugs throughout the galaxy, cut through material using electronically enhanced heating elements built into a steel blade. A switch in the insulated handle turned the weapon on and off. Harrison's resembled a small kukri, an inwardly curved blade similar to the weapon used by Nepalese Gurkhas for centuries. The high-temperature blade cut through almost anything. Luckily for William, it also cauterized the wound. The crowd roared. William gingerly touched his side. His hand came back sticky, but blood-free. The pain took his breath away, and he fought to suck in oxygen. He glanced at Harrison. The quartermaster wore a big smile. He, too, gulped in air. William turned his gaze to Captain Porter. "I thought you said no energy weapons." Porter shook his head. "I said no blasters. The thermo knife is allowed." "But—" "William, my boy," Porter offered a shrug. "We are pirates. We cheat." The crowd laughed again, and more wagers exchanged hands. Harrison sliced a figure eight in the air with the red glowing thermo knife. The pattern momentarily entranced William. He snapped out of the hypnotic stance when Harrison closed the distance and lunged at his midsection. William jumped back and executed a backhand swipe left to right. The dagger found flesh. Harrison yelped in pain. The glowing knife fell to the deck. The device deactivated as it fell, and William kicked it away a second after it touched the metal floor. Blood poured from the top of Harrison's right hand. William pressed his advantage. He winced against the pain in his side and charged. He stormed inside Harrison's reach and turned his back to the quartermaster's chest. He felt the man's breath on his neck, felt the heat radiating from his body. Harrison grunted in surprise. William let loose a shrill battle cry, fueled by frustration, anger, and the sense of loss of those closest to him. The young man plunged his blade deep into Harrison's abdomen. The quartermaster stiffened behind him. William twisted his blade. The second in command cried out in pain and staggered backward. William turned. Harrison, eyes wide, took 2 steps back. He looked down at the dagger protruding from his stomach. Trembling hands reached for the blade. Blood and spittle dripped from Harrison's mouth. He mimed words that never materialized. He gripped the hilt of the dagger and held it in place. He backpedaled on wobbly legs. The circle parted around him, and he retreated from combat. Anger and pain etched William's face. His vision narrowed, his focus solely on the man who had killed his stepmother and Monty. His actions had led directly to William being aboard the Wraith. He took several long strides and caught up to the quartermaster. "That was for Monty," William snarled. He backhanded Harrison, the echo of the pop filling the hold. That was for my stepmother. William loaded all of his remaining frustration, anger, and energy into one final attack. This is for me. He leapt into the air and lashed out with a front kick. The foot connected with Harrison's chest and sent the man flying. The quartermaster landed on his stomach. The dagger ripped from his abdomen, and he cried in pain. Harrison slid across the deck, leaving a crimson trail toward the force shield protecting the bay from the vacuum of space. He clawed for purchase on the slick metal deck. He found none. The shield flared when Harrison's left leg touched it. The barrier did not stop his slide. His leg slid through, slowly freezing in the vacuum of space. The quartermaster's cry morphed into a ragged scream. The computer, detecting an object penetrating the shield, automatically closed the doors. The giant metal door slid shut, pushing Harrison along the deck. The quartermaster thrashed his arms in terror and panic. The door shut with finality. Harrison's screams and his frozen leg abruptly cut off. William fell to his knees, his energy reserves spent. He hung his head and gasped for breath. Arms grabbed him under the shoulders and hoisted him back to his feet. He winced at the cut on his side. Blood flowed from his wounds. Griffin and Tyron stood on either side. Silence dominated the main hold. No one spoke. All eyes turned to stare at William. We need a new quartermaster," he gasped. His knees buckled, and he leaned on Tyron and Griffin for a moment. Large hands grabbed him beneath his shoulders, picked him up, and suspended him in midair. Billy Clyde effortlessly held him off the floor. His innocent, childlike smile shone in the holographic sunlight. William gulped, gathered his strength, and patted Billy Clyde on the arm. The man-child gingerly placed him on the deck. He stared at the gathered pirates, noting the astonishment in their eyes. He stood tall. "I nominate myself for the position." Captain Porter's eyes narrowed. "We don't have to do this now, son." Yes, we do," William countered. "Harrison is dead. Everyone here has seen what I'm capable of. We take the vote now, while it's fresh in their memories." Porter rubbed his chin for a moment. "Fine. Any other nominations?" The crowd of pirates shuffled their feet. Many stared at the deck and avoided eye contact. Someone cleared their throat. The assembly parted, and a man named Gleason, one of Harrison's lieutenants, stepped forward. He had long, greasy hair held in a ponytail, bloodshot eyes, and a missing front tooth. His low voice barely penetrated the quiet. Billy Clyde snarled, a low, menacing growl that sent chills down William's spine. Gleason stopped in mid-sentence and stepped back into the crowd. The man-child crossed his arms and stood tall. A smile split his face. "Anyone else?" Porter asked, raising an eyebrow. No one came forward. "Then we vote. All in favor, say aye." "Aye," the assembly replied. "Wiley William, you are now the quartermaster and second in command of the Wraith. Conduct yourself in a manner befitting that role." "Yes, sir," he replied, tired. "Your orders, quartermaster?" Tyron inquired. He flashed a mischievous wink. William took a moment to survey the hold. The crimson smears of Harrison's blood traced a path from the circle of pirates to the hangar doors to the forward bulkhead of the hold. William stared at the man that lay a dozen meters away, unmoving. His face turned away, his body bent and broken. "Clean up this mess," he ordered, "and find out if the former quartermaster is indeed dead. If he is, space his body." "And if he isn't?" A humorless smile creased his lips as his body slumped from fatigue. "Toss him in an escape pod. He can die alone, stranded in space." Chapter 15. The swirls of hyperspace morphed into pinpricks of light when the Wraith transitioned to normal space. Quartermaster Williams sat in his chair on the bridge to the left of Captain Porter. Control stations lined the walls of the control center, a handful of pirates manning the consoles. The hum of the engines wound down with the transition, and William stared out the main viewer as a planet grew in the distance. Jensen's planet bridged the inner planets of civilization to the rim worlds. Hundreds of vessels orbited the trading hub, shuttles continuously moving between the surface and the ships in a choreographed and controlled orbital dance. Legitimate and less lawful commerce flowed across the planet. "It's been a trying few weeks." Porter leaned over, his voice low. "The crew has money in their pockets and need to blow off steam. And we have a hold full of weapons parts we should have sold a year ago. Leaving them on the rim to let the heat die down was the right move, but it's time to unload them." He glanced around the bridge. "Assign Tyron to watch over the crew. You and I will find a buyer." "Yes, sir." "William," Porter's voice held a soft, fatherly tone, "I want you to get some rest as well. You have been through a lot. I have a feeling there is a rough road ahead. Too many things are changing too fast. You and I must be clear of thought." William said nothing. "Orbit achieved," the helmsman announced. William stared out the main viewer, noting the ship sat in precise lines designed to keep collisions to a minimum. The night side of the planet displayed a dozen concentric circles of light, the major cities. Illuminated paths wound across the hemisphere and connected the population centers. Only a few small blots of darkness were visible across the entire hemisphere. Sunrise momentarily blinded William before the glare shields activated. The light stretched across the planet, revealing a brown, dingy landscape with one small ocean on the distant horizon. "I'll inform Tyron." William pulled his eyes from the view and glanced to the captain. "And I'll make sure he gets some time to relax as well." He stood and left the bridge. The energy level aboard the Wraith rose. He felt it as he walked the corridors, his side throbbing. Griffin's medical prowess proved effective, and he felt stronger. He found Tyron in the main hold with the majority of the crew. The pirates shuffled nervously, flitting about, ready to get to the planet below. "Any last words of wisdom, Quartermaster?" William thought back on the countless speeches from Monty. The former quartermaster stood in the hold. The pirates gathered round. He heard the words and repeated them with a smile. "I know you will drink," the crew cheered. "And gamble." The cheering grew louder. "And fight." The men pumped their fists in the air. "Just don't get arrested." The men laughed. "Now, board the shuttles and have some fun. You've earned it." The pirates rushed the two shuttles in the hold, cramming their bodies into them well beyond safety limits. A handful of the crew did not make the cut and backed away. The engines fired, and the two craft lifted. The shuttles slipped through the energy shield and left the main hold. William saw the glowing planet form a picturesque backdrop as the shuttles banked to port and dove, disappearing from view. "The shuttles will be back in a half hour," Tyron told the crewmen left behind. "Your trip to the surface will be much more comfortable." The men passed around a bottle of dark liquor and laughed. "I want you on that shuttle as well, Tyron," William suggested. "You've got first watch over them. Porter and I will sell the goods." He waved his arm at the crates littering the hold. "You can get your R&R tomorrow. Promise." "Yes, sir." Griffin arrived with Billy Clyde in tow. "Are we too late to get a ride?" "Right on time," William replied. "But I can't go with you. The captain and I have a separate mission." Billy Clyde yawned. He flexed his muscles. His arms bulged and nearly ripped his powder blue shirt. "I no wanna go. Stay here. Watch the ship." "Good idea," William agreed. "Stand guard while we're planetside." Billy Clyde smiled, turned, and sauntered off. "What about me?" Griffin asked. "Stay with me," Tyron offered. "I need a new protege." He offered a wink to William. "My last one done got himself promoted to be my boss. Kinda proud of that." He smirked. "I also kinda want to throttle his skinny ass." "Stay with Tyron," William agreed. "He will need someone to keep him out of trouble." "My job is to keep them," Tyron hooked a thumb at the remaining crew members, "out of trouble. They're gonna do exactly what you said.
Drink, gamble, and fight. A few will get out of hand."
"They save up all of that for shore leave?" Griffin inquired.
"The captain does not allow gambling or fighting aboard the Wrath," Tyron explained. "Gambling leads to animosity for the loser. That leads to fighting and a breakdown of cohesion when we raid.
And fighting is strictly sanctioned and supervised by Captain." William chimed in, thinking of his own recent fight with Harrison. "Everything is controlled to ensure the backstabbing is kept to a minimum. But it still happens?" William and Tyron exchanged glances, his thoughts on Harrison and his admission to sabotage. "Yes, it still happens." The merchant stood from his inspection of the crate and turned to look at Captain Porter and William. His face flushed red. Sweat beaded his bald head, streamed down his face, and mingled with the bushy ginger beard covering his face. 6 people gathered in the back of a nondescript shop on Jensen's planet. Porter and William stood on one side of the 4 crates brought from the Wrath. The merchant and his 3 henchmen stood opposite. The merchant's men were big and burly, with buzz-cut heads, muscles, and perpetually bad attitudes. Tattoos covered their arms and necks. One had a Cretoni dragon tattooed across his bald head. The animal's tail trailed down his forehead and ended at the tip of his nose. They watched William like a hawk stalking prey. He smirked at their gaze and pushed away the chills sliding up and down his spine. William and the captain spent the entire morning making contacts, looking for a buyer. No one wanted to touch the Marigold's cargo, even after a year. This merchant, known for his often harsh negotiating techniques, was their last resort.
"What are you trying to pull?"
he snarled. William moved his hand to the pistol on his right hip, mimicking the position of each of the merchant's 3 henchmen. He exhaled slowly, calming his nerves.
"What do you mean?"
Porter smiled, his voice level and calm. He held his hands out, palms up.
"These weapons components are state-of-the-art."
"These components are fried," the merchant responded. "What? You didn't think I would check them?"
"Fried?" Porter curiously asked. He stepped toward the open crate. The 3 henchmen stiffened, eyes glued to the man, while he inspected the crate.
"What do you mean, fried?"
The merchant shook his head.
"The circuitry is fried, burned, useless. Are you saying you didn't know?"
"No," Porter said, leaning into the crate for a closer look. He stood and turned to look at William. He shook his head.
"Destroyed. They were shielded while in storage, right? No power surges?"
"None reported, Captain," William replied, his eyes never wavering from the 3 men opposite him.
"Then how?"
"These are Continuum Arms components, aren't they?" the merchant inquired.
He smiled. His caustic attitude changed to humor.
"Yes," Porter replied.
"I thought so. I'll bet you didn't know they put safeguards in their crates in case of theft, did you? All they have to do is flip a switch, and everything in the shipment becomes inoperable." He chuckled. "I hope you didn't go through too much trouble to acquire these crates."
William thought of the loss of Monty, and all of the problems since. He involuntarily grimaced, his hand tightening on the butt of his pistol.
"Something else I bet you didn't know,"
the merchant continued.
"There is one circuit that isn't fried in the crate. A homing beacon."
He smiled. He shrugged and held out his arms, palms up.
"Continuum is tracking you. Probably already dispatched a kill team to find out who ripped them off."
"We've had these crates for a year, and no one has come for us,"
Porter offered with skepticism.
"On your ship?"
"No," the captain shook his head. "Actually, out on
the rim."
The merchant laughed.
"You should have left them there. They were out of range on the edge of civilization. Now that you've brought them back, you can bet someone will come. After a year?"
The merchant raised an eyebrow and smiled.
"After a year, I'll bet they won't be happy."
He shook his head and lightly laughed.
"I can't help you, Captain. I don't think there's anyone in the galaxy that can help you. Best thing you can do is blast these crates into the nearest star."
He turned, and waving his men to accompany him, left Porter and William alone with the 4 crates. The merchant's laughter echoed into the distance. William watched them go. Once the door closed, he turned to Porter. "Do you believe him?"
"What now?"
"Yes, I believe him. We need to get back to the Wraith and recall the crew. We need to get out of this system. And the crates? Leave them. If there is a kill team en route, we don't need them following us."
William pulled a communicator from his pocket.
"Tyron, this is William. Sound the recall. The Wraith is leaving in 90 minutes. Anyone not on board will be left behind."
William watched the last shuttle from the surface dock. The hangar door slid shut, closing off the space beyond and the view of the dingy brown Jensen's planet. He found it not so picturesque knowing that someone could be tracking them. The shuttle hatch opened, and raucous laughter filled the hold. Pirates stumbled from the shuttle, much like the last 3 shuttle loads. The crew staggered, most from drink, away from the craft. It popped and hissed as it cooled. A few mimicked the shuttle, hysterically laughing. Others sported black eyes, bruises, and one had a broken arm. 2 wore blood-stained shirts, torn and cut from a bar fight. No matter their physical state, they all laughed. Tyron appeared, the last to exit the ship, his eyes scanning the hold. He locked gaze with William, nodded, and offered a thumbs up. William returned the nod and pulled his communicator from his belt. "All aboard, Captain. Clear to leave."
"Roger. How is the crew?"
"Drunk. Bloody," William replied. The pirates broke into a fighting song, their voices filling the hold with an off-key and out-of-harmony melody, but in good spirits.
"Tell them to get some sleep,"
Porter said. A hint of worry filled his voice.
"Sensors are picking up a small fleet of craft heading for Jensen's."
"Fleet?"
6 ships, unknown design. It's either alien or something Continuum Arms has kept hidden. I'm betting on the latter."
"I'll get them settled and meet you on the bridge. William out."
Chapter 16. Crimson bolts of energy flashed from orbit, sizzled through the dark, soggy atmosphere, and destroyed a building on the outskirts of the sprawling spaceport. More laser blasts followed, leveling more buildings. Thick black smoke filled the atmosphere. Brick, wood, and steel rained down, striking the ground, adjacent structures, and panicked humans. Gaylor, the Pearly-E, stood on the bridge of the Graphene and directed the weapons officer to adjust fire to the spaceport itself. The reptilian alien's tail twitched with each recoil vibrating through the ship. He bared his teeth when a drone camera zoomed in on a cluster of ships docked on the planet. A handful of crimson beams slashed across the port, engulfing the craft in fireballs that lit the night. The Continuum Arms fleet flagship sat perched high above Jensen's planet. Twice as wide as long, the ship boasted a central hull complex that resembled a beehive. Wings extended from the fuselage, with smaller, identical structures on the wingtips that housed the engines. The Continuum Arms Nova-class destroyer, designed for war, contained missile and torpedo pods along the wings and multiple energy beam weapons along the main hull and engine housings. The other 5 ships in the fleet, smaller versions of the Graphene, raced through the upper atmosphere. Contrails lit the night and left streaks of gray through the day side of Jensen's planet. The ships crisscrossed the planet, firing on every major settlement. The city lights that once dominated the dark side of the planet lay dormant. Smoke obscured the day. One of the picket-sized ships dove through the night like a shooting star, leveled off, and unleashed a volley of energy beams and missiles at a small city 100 kilometers east of the main spaceport. Crimson beams churned up the dirt and asphalt streets. Buildings erupted in flame from missile impacts. 2 passes left the city in ruin. Gaylor watched it all from a bank of monitors to his right. 6 screens showed the main target for each of the ships. The Pearly-E version of a smile touched his snout as most of the cities lay in flames. 2 other screens showed a tactical view of the system and accounted for every ship currently in orbit.
"Shift,"
Gaylor hissed in broken standard.
"Port battery, target ship orbit and destroy. Starboard battery, fire spaceport."
"Sir," came the reply. The port batteries rotated to target any nearby ship and spat crimson beams of energy. The nearest freighter disappeared in a flash of light and gas. Debris splashed against the graphene shields, disintegrating on impact. 2 small shuttles succumbed to the next volley, their explosions minor in comparison to the freighter. The remaining merchant vessels broke orbit, turning and running from the onslaught. The Continuum Arms destroyer continued to fire, red energy bolts walking toward another cluster of freighters. The beams connected, vaporizing 3 other vessels before running out of targets. The graphene rocked with impacts. Flashes of light strobed the night, lighting up the destroyer's shields. The lights momentarily dimmed until the generator compensated. Illumination returned to the low level the Pearly-E favored.
"Switch," Gaylor commanded. "Starboard batteries, fire ships. Port battery, fire planet."
2 block-shaped freighters hung in orbit. Their engines flared. They turned to escape. The craft resembled large squares, built for maximum cargo capacity, with engine nacelles on each side. A long, slender superstructure that housed the bridge jutted from the front of the square. The superstructure contained the crew quarters and mechanical arms for loading and unloading cargo. The bulk freighters sported no weapons and posed no threat to the Continuum Arms ship. The threat, though minor, came from 3 smaller freighters that hid behind the behemoths. The small craft peeked out, fired on the destroyer, and dove back behind the ships for cover.
"Coward,"
Gaylor spat.
"Target large ship. Kill."
Crimson beams leapt from the graphene and cut a line across the nearest bulk freighter. Energy shields flared from impacts with greenish flashes of light. The shields failed within seconds, and Gaylor ordered a volley of missiles. The warheads crossed the span between the ships, each impact blasting a chunk of fuselage from the freighter. Fires raged aboard the bulk freighter. Atmosphere vented from multiple hull breaches, fueling the flames. The engine sputtered and died. The freighter listed and rolled, caught in the gravity well. The ship dropped from orbit, picking up velocity, and entered a death spiral toward Jensen's planet. The graphene acquired a clear shot at the second bulk freighter. The smaller ships continued to zip around the ship. Crimson and green laser bolts flashed across the Continuum Arms ship. "Planetary officials are calling, declaring surrender," the communications officer called.
"Target, destroy signal,"
Gaylor snarled. He looked at the tactical display.
"Find beacon, kill, destroy."
He searched for the correct word.
"Swath, 10 Kendraka, spaceport."
"Aye, sir," the tactical officer confirmed. "Destroy everything within 10 kilometers of the spaceport."
"Recall small ship. Come behind freighter. Kill."
"Aye, sir." Lasers and missiles targeted the second bulk freighter. It turned away from the planet. Engines flared. The freighter's shield popped and failed under the barrage. More incoming fire ripped away large chunks of fuselage. Energy beams walked along the hull, punching holes into the freighter with each impact. The main cargo doors exploded outward, decompressed the bay, and emptied the freighter's contents into space. Debris filled the void. The graphene's continuous fire vaporized each piece on impact. Another targeted volley struck the superstructure connecting the bridge to the cargo pod. The crew quarters disintegrated, hurling the bridge toward the burning planet. Cries of panic filled the airwaves, distress signals reaching for the heavens. The Pearly-E smiled when the bridge section burned up in the atmosphere. The terrified screams died with the fiery explosion. The graphene's beams cut through the flotsam, striking the starboard engine nacelle. The engine erupted in a blinding flash of light. The hull cratered, blasting pieces away when internal compartments detonated. The bulk freighter vanished in a brilliant burst of light. The bridge crew turned away from the main viewer. Gaylor blinked and turned his attention to his tactical display. One of the cowardly attackers' red icons vanished along with the bulk freighter. 5 green indicators, the picket-sized cruisers, rose from the surface, closing in on the last 2 attackers. The remaining red icons simultaneously disappeared.
Orbit is clear, sir. Planet?
Everything within 10 kilometers of the homing signal has been destroyed, the tactical officer, Lieutenant Dixon, replied. She checked her screen. Every major city has been at least 80% destroyed. We can order another pass to get that to 90%. She cracked a smile, reading the battle assessment. Her console beeped. Contact. Extreme range, edge of the system. Identified as SYSPOL Stingray class.
Stingray?
The Pearly mused.
No arm, no threat.
Do you want another pass over the cities? Gaylor thought for a moment.
No. Work done. Drop buoy. Order Armada home. Waypoint 8.
Aye, sir. The Continuum Arms fleet streaked away from Jensen's planet. The cities burned, filling the air with thick smoke and the cries of the dying. Tasha DeVoe stared in horror when the bulk freighter exploded in a blast of light. She sat back, shoulders slumped. The magnitude of the attack weighed on her. The freighter had carried a crew of 175 and enough cargo to feed a colony for a month. Debris filled the orbit, and she knew that the freighter was not the only victim of the attack. Reports of the planet's devastation streamed in. Cries for help reverberated through the speakers. Long-range sensors showed ships scattered throughout the system, fleeing in any direction to escape the attackers. "Call HQ," she ordered, a tremble in her voice. "Tell them to send everything. Jensen's is going to need police, medical, and—" She gulped. "And forensics." "Yes, ma'am," Notcher replied, choking back her own tears.
"They are leaving,"
Rodriguez stated in her raspy voice. DeVoe checked her tactical display. 6 ships flashed away from the system, leaving behind devastation like Tasha had rarely seen. "Did we identify them?"
"No,"
the tactical officer replied, her voice cold, distant.
"Transponders were cut."
"Without an ID, we cannot tie them to Anderson and Continuum Arms. Is there anything out there?" DeVoe asked.
"No, ma'am,"
Rodriguez stated.
"The attackers took no damage, left no trace."
"None?"
"Nothing. The weapons signatures do not even correspond with anything on file."
"Proceed to the planet," DeVoe said, staring at the brown, smoky world. "Maybe we can help some—" "Picking up a signal," Notcher announced. "A buoy left in orbit." "A buoy? On speaker." "It's not audio," Celeste replied, shaking her head. "It's a visual signal." "Proof," Tasha hoped. "Put it on the viewer." Jensen's planet disappeared from the forward view, replaced with a skull and crossbones. The animated head of the skull turned, its vacant eye slots boring through DeVoe's soul. She slightly recoiled at the sight. Raucous laughter filled the air when the animated Jolly Roger began to laugh. Chapter 17. "The devastation is immeasurable," the newscaster announced. He wore a black suit and red tie. His jet-black hair was combed back and plastered to his head by too much hair product. "Thousands, tens of thousands, dead. Dozens of ships and their cargo destroyed. 2 bulk freighters, carrying food supplies to colonies on the rim, are among the victims. The colonies, already suffering from the worst famines in decades, are sure to feel the loss of the food. Experts fear that—"
"Ever notice how the experts know everything?" Tyron scoffed. "But are never named?"
"Quiet," Porter ordered. The crew of the Wraith gathered in the main hold. The hologram of the sun replaced by the newscast. Nearly 36 pirates stood looking at the ceiling, watching the report. Several sadly shook their heads. They robbed and pillaged, but never created devastation on this magnitude. Rage, with a tinge of fear, filled the hold. The newsman disappeared, replaced with images of Jensen's planet. Fires still raged through the spaceport, fed by the fuel tanks that lined the field. Thick smoke reduced visibility. Camera drones flew low, below the layer of smog, offering a view of the devastation. Burned and disfigured bodies littered the landscape, shown briefly on the newscast. Several of the pirates turned away in disgust. One man openly wept when they showed the burned-out hulk of the bar he frequented less than a day earlier. The attack was centered on the spaceport, but ranged planet-wide. It will take years to recover. The only hint as to who did this? A buoy left in orbit, broadcasting a laughing skull. The image shifted, showing the Jolly Roger continuously laughing. The newscaster returned. "The systems police have several leads," the man continued, "and are scouring the neighboring systems for the attackers. We will provide more when—" "Off," William ordered, cutting off the newscast. The hologram sun returned, brightening the hold as it rose. It settled midway toward its apex, highlighting the mid-morning time to the still hungover crew. "We will get blamed for this," Captain Porter stated. The crew looked to him, 36 forlorn faces. He turned to Tyron. "Set a course for Sector 12, and change the transponder to one we haven't used in a long time. Get us out of this zone." "Aye, sir." "The rest of you recover and return to your normal duties," Porter concluded. The crew shuffled away. Murmured voices told William that the destruction of Jensen's planet hit morale hard. With an intensified police presence, the raids would have to be put on hold for a while. "We are staying in this quadrant?" William asked when he and the captain stood alone. Porter nodded, but his demeanor showed fatigue, his eyes defeat. At 30, Porter was one of the oldest of the crew and held the weight of the ship on his shoulders. "Yes, we are staying. This is our assigned zone." "Assigned?" He offered a tired smile. "Come with me, Quartermaster. There is a lot to explain." The two left the main hold and traveled the corridors. They ventured deep in the bowels of the Wrath. They passed the galley and the handful of pirates there, most holding their heads in their hands. More turns, and they arrived at the captain's quarters. The door silently slid open, and the two entered. Larger than typical crew quarters, the room sported 3 distinct areas. A bed lay against the left-hand wall, the foot of it against a large portal with a view of the cosmos. The stars elongated, and the Wrath made the jump to hyperspace. The center of the room contained a rectangular conference table with 6 chairs, and the right side of the room contained a desk, couch, and a private bathroom complete with sonic shower. "Benefits of command," Porter said, and smiled. William took a seat at the table. Porter sat opposite him and leaned forward. He paused, gathering his thoughts. "What we do, piracy, is a profession that dates back over 1,000 years, to our ancestors sailing the seas of Earth. It is not a noble profession, I have no doubt of that. It is often brutal, filled with treachery and villainy. In the past, it was sometimes sanctioned by governments as a way to destabilize others, or to fight proxy wars while maintaining deniability. We do not have that luxury today. Make no mistake, what we do is not lawful." William's face slightly paled. Porter smiled. "Piracy has been romanticized to the point you cannot tell fact from fiction unless you study the history. Not the history you see in hollow movies, but the actual history of pirates and the Pirates' Code." "The Pirates' Code?" "As you know, we have rules aboard ship. Believe it or not, there are rules for the entire pirate community," Porter explained. He leaned back. His shoulders relaxed. He slid down in his chair. He crossed his arms.
Just as the captain makes the rules aboard his ship, there are rules that govern how we conduct business in the galaxy. There are dozens of pirate ships, including the Wraith, and we each have an assigned quadrant of the galaxy. We raid and pillage in our area and never encroach on our neighbors. We, the captains, decide the frequency of the raids. That is mostly dependent on the presence of the authorities. Right now, with the police scouring the area, we will lay low, staying off their radar. He unfolded his arms and moved his hands in time with his words. We generally do not kill unless absolutely necessary. That is something your predecessor never understood. Too many deaths will bring the authorities down on us in force. That is trouble we do not need.
Captain Porter stood and crossed his room to the nightstand by his bed. He retrieved a large leather-bound book and returned to his seat. He thumbed through the pages, the old faded paper crinkled with each turn. Fancy script filled the book. The captain tapped a section, spun the book around, and pushed it toward William. Ancient text in cursive scrawl stared at him from the pages. It took him a moment to recall how to read the font, and smiled when the words suddenly flowed from the pages. The shipboard articles of piracy set forth by Captain Bartholomew Roberts, 1721. William looked up from the book. 1721?
Porter nodded. Over 1,000 years ago, and we still follow his code. Piracy is a job. Every job has rules.
William returned to scanning the page of the book. Many of his rules for shipboard life you've adopted, he noted.
As did my predecessor, Porter agreed. If it works, don't change it.
Who oversees the pirates? William asked. If there are dozens of ships, who sets which quadrant to raid? I know there are rules. He tapped the book. But I don't see a group of captains divvying up the galaxy without some dispute.
Excellent observation. There is, in fact, a council of former captains that settles those disputes. They also set forth punishment for rogue pirates and run Mercy.
Mercy?
It is our sanctuary, our safe haven, Porter explained. It is a hidden station, well off the traveled lanes where we can rest, recruit, or hide, depending on our needs at the time. Take the book. Study it, Porter ordered. He tapped the pages. You've learned the ship. Now, learn the profession.
Yes, sir. And in the meantime?
Porter sighed. In the meantime, I think it may be time to head to Mercy, to let this fiasco of Jensen's planet die down.
William nodded his agreement.
But their services require funds, Porter mused. We did not fare well with the weapons components. We may need one more haul before we go home.
William settled into the chair in his quarters, set the book on his desk, and leaned back. He took a moment to survey his quarters and the few possessions he owned. The walls lay bare of family hollows. He had none from his previous life. His sparse desk held only the computer terminal and the pirate's code. He made a mental note to purchase something to make his quarters more a home. Maybe a plant? He mused. He harumphed and turned his attention to the book. He opened the cover, the leather smooth and worn to the touch. The pages crinkled with each turn, and the smell of old, musty paper filled his room. He skimmed through the first part, reading the biography of Captain Roberts and a recounting of his escapades. He found himself romanticizing the events, dreaming of sailing the seas on an old wooden vessel. Just as the captain said. The next part of the book brought into stark reality the pitfalls of piracy through the centuries. Once governments stopped supporting the practice, it turned brutal, a scourge across the planet. In the late 21st century, when humanity embraced space travel, piracy died out on Earth. It found Another sea to hunt. Piracy reached into the stars, attacking colony ships and colonies, enslaving mankind, and exhibiting a savagery that put their ancestors to shame. The Earth government, still in charge of the expanding human race, put an end to it by issuing a bounty on the head of every pirate. A century of brutality nearly put an end to the practice. The bounty hunters, rich with treasure from their victims, retired. Peace reigned in the galaxy, until the colonies declared their independence from Earth, and history repeated itself. Political entities, elected and not, enlisted the aid of privateers to once again roam the stars, striking at merchant vessels from opposing governments and rivals. A second golden age of piracy filled the stars. The colonies won their independence, an elected representative government ruled humanity, and piracy once again fell from favor. Learning from the mistakes of the past, a council of captains formed a committee to oversee the profession. The council established a pirate's charter that outlined the rules, mimicking those set forth by Captain Roberts, and broke up human-controlled space into 24 quadrants. Still illegal and still hunted by the system's police, piracy became a well-structured and lucrative enterprise. William closed the book and stared at the wall, the history of piracy rolling in his mind. 5 centuries, he mused, and still going strong. He crossed his arms and thought of the rules set forth by Captain Roberts. Pirates, 1,000 years later, still followed them. I wonder what he would think of that. He stood, walked to his tiny refresher, and stared at his reflection in the small mirror. He noted his small quarters compared to the captain's, and recalled the ambition of his younger self. I'll be captain one day. The man in the mirror, barely 19, sported stubby hair on his face and hair hanging past his ears. The eyes, his eyes, caught his attention. They no longer displayed the convictions of an innocent 16-year-old. They showed intelligence, determination, and a strength he had only seen in the men aboard the Wraith. The hard eyes of a pirate. He stared at his reflection. The realization that he no longer thought of escape or of his life before hit him like a stunner. He shook his head and grimaced that he rarely thought of his father, dead more than a year. Somewhere, somehow, in the last year, he had embraced the pirate's life, just like Monty said he would. The hum of the engines changed pitch, and the Wraith dropped from hyperspace. William left his fresher to look out the small window in the wall over his bed. The stars shimmered in normal space, but he saw nothing else. The strobe of ion beams flashed in the darkness.
"Quartermaster,"
the communications terminal called out.
"report to the bridge."
Chapter 18. William sucked in a deep breath and waited for the lift to finish its journey to the bridge. The Wraith shook with impacts, and he grabbed the wall to stabilize himself. Someone's firing back, he thought. The elevator completed its climb, and William impatiently pushed the doors open and stepped onto the bridge. He noted that pirates manned all the control consoles and crossed to his seat. He plopped down in the first officer's chair and pulled the attached monitor closer. The retractable arm brought the monitor to him, and he studied the tactical display of the battle. The Wraith squared off against a freighter, both ships exchanging ion and laser beams, lighting the space between them. The combative ship sported 3 cannons perched atop a pancake-shaped fuselage. An identical pancake comprised the bottom of the ship, with a large rectangular middle section for hauling cargo. Neither ship had launched missiles, relying on energy weapons to punish the shields of their opponent. 2 planets, both lifeless, orbited a trinary star cluster 1 trillion kilometers distant. The Wraith shook again. Another barrage flashed against the shields. Captain Porter smiled, gripping the arms of his command chair.
"A good old-fashioned slugfest. This is how it used to be done."
He sported a gleam in his eye that William had not seen before.
"Port batteries, prepare to fire," he ordered. "Turn to starboard, 60 degrees.
The Wraith rotated as ordered, offering the left side of the vessel a clear shot at the target. "Port batteries, fire!" Crimson and green energy beams lashed out and stitched a line across the top pancake section of the freighter. The shields buckled, and the last 4 bolts blew chunks from the superstructure covering the ship's 3 engines. Blue ion bolts followed a moment later, hammering the freighter. The lights winked on and off. The engines sputtered. A second volley of blue energy disrupted the electrical system. The lights and propulsion died. The freighter drifted. "Cease fire," Porter ordered, and a cheer sounded throughout the bridge. William smiled and changed his monitor from a tactical display to a readout of ship status. "Damage is minimal. Minor hull breach in Section 2. Cruiser already en route. Tyron and his team are ready for launch. Griffin is in medical. He reports a couple of fractures from falls, nothing serious." "Launch the raiders," Porter ordered. William switched the monitor to another display and noted that 4 of the 6 raiding craft showed ready. He ordered their launch and switched the system back to a tactical display of the system. A momentary blip at extreme range caught his attention. The icon disappeared as quickly as it appeared. He narrowed his eyes, staring at the spot. He adjusted the sensors, sending a tight, narrow beam toward the ghostly contact. The blip reappeared, accompanied by 2 other icons. William's eyes widened. "Captain, we have company." Porter responded. William looked toward the viewer, watching the raiders rapidly approach the freighter. "It's a trap!" "Recall the raiders," Porter ordered without hesitation. The small raiding craft abandoned their assault on the freighter, turned, and streaked back toward the Wraith. The disabled vessel rippled from stem to stern as explosions blew chunks of fuselage into space. Blinding white light erupted, and the freighter exploded in a ball of flame. The expanding cloud of gas engulfed the closest raiding craft and instantly incinerated it. The shockwave caught its sister ship, sending it tumbling end over end. The other 2 raiders, having launched from the far side of the Wraith, escaped the explosion. Their engines burned at full throttle as they raced back toward the pirate ship. Debris pelted the Wraith, and large chunks of the freighter bounced off the shields. The ship rocked with the onslaught, the energy barrier flaring with each impact. William watched his tactical display as the 3 blips on the sensor raced into the system. Another 3 ships followed, 6 on 1. "Captain," his voice cracked. "I see them. Identify." William pinged the system. The transponder signals returned within seconds. "System police frigates," he slowly breathed, calming himself. "I'm the quartermaster. I must remain calm. In firing range in 32 seconds. "Turn our engines to them," Porter ordered, his voice steady. "Aye." "How long until the raiders are secure?" 26 seconds, William replied. "They are approaching the docking collar now." William glanced at the captain. Porter sat perfectly still, his knuckles bone-white on the arms of his chair. "What about the last raider?" A touch of emotion caught Porter's words. "We have to let them go. I can't risk sacrificing the Wraith for a 4-man team. I have to think of the rest." The words lingered in the air. William saw the bridge crew stiffen at the thought. He understood the sentiment, but that did not make the fact they were going to leave 4 men to die any easier. He shivered at the thought of that much responsibility, of having to make that decision. William turned back to his tactical display. He gulped and realized that as second in command, he may have to make those decisions one day. A sobering thought. "Firing range in 10 seconds, the weapons officer called. "William?" Porter arched an eyebrow. "Raiders are secure." "Helm, blast us out of here."
"Captain,"
the communications channel called.
"don't leave us. We can still—"
The nearest SYSPOL frigate opened fire, a crimson barrage that raked the small raider across its tumbling belly. The ship split in 2, spilling out its contents before disappearing in a flash of light. "Torpedoes incoming," the weapons officer warned. "Helm?" Porter inquired. The stars elongated in streaks, and the Wraith left the battlefield behind. Tasha DeVoe stood in her quarters aboard the Holloway watching a hologram of the failed trap. She wore dark blue coveralls, her SYSPOL badge embroidered on the left breast. She wore her hair pulled back out of her face. A half-eaten Danish and a steaming cup of Java sat on the desk to her right. The holograms hung in the air above her small desk. Detailed representations of the two freighters exchanged fire. The bait ship finally succumbed, and she leaned closer to the hologram, watching the raiding craft detach from the Wraith. They streaked away, heading for the disabled ship. Pause. The hologram ships stopped in mid-flight, hanging motionless over Tasha. She looked at them for a moment before assessing the report of the attack 2 days earlier. She shook her head as she read, her voice barely a whisper. An anonymous tip led to the engagement with the pirate vessel Wraith. The vessel was seen at Jensen's planet hours before the devastating attack and is believed to have been scouting the location for the assault. She crinkled her nose at the conclusion, shook her head, and continued. A plan was devised to lure the Wraith into a trap using a modified freighter from the SYSPOL impound services. She looked up from her screen and shook her head again. It would take days to refit the ship. How did they deploy it so quickly? She returned to the report. The freighter, remotely controlled, engaged the pirate. The heavily armed Wraith disabled the derelict and launched small raiding craft aboard. A sensor beam directed directly at the task force forced the trap to be sprung prematurely. She paused, rereading that line 3 times before mentally recommending that someone take a remedial language class. Resume. The hologram continued to play out, catching up to the report. Tasha watched the freighter explode, taking one of the raiders with it and sending the other flying out of visual range. The task force entered the system in pursuit. The Wraith vanished into hyperspace, and she paused the hologram, returning to the report. 2 of the 4 raiding craft were destroyed. No prisoners taken, she read. After the pirate disappeared, the task force searched the area but came up empty. No trace of where the Wraith came from or where it was headed. DeVoe sighed. She shut down the hologram and closed the report on her screen. She sat and stared at the blank monitor, a handful of questions floating through her mind. She reached for the communications circuit, paused, and pulled her hand back. Something's not right. An anonymous tip? She counted the questions on her fingers. A ship ready to deploy as bait? A task force that I was not told about? Who is in command of it? Why wasn't I notified? She reached for the communications circuit and tapped in the code for her boss, Chief Bronsky. His haggard, sleepy face filled the viewer a half-minute later. He sat on the edge of his bed in his one-room apartment, and Tasha winced. She forgot about the time difference. She glanced at the clock. It was the middle of the night on Messer's station. He untangled his sleep shirt from the bedclothes, rubbed his unshaven face, and ran a hand across his balding scalp. Tired eyes stared at Tasha, and he immediately held up a hand and shook his head.
"Don't start," he protested. "I just found out about the task force myself."
"Who's running it, Paul?" she inquired, breaking protocol by using his first name. "And why weren't we notified?"
"I don't know either of those answers."
His shoulders slumped. He produced a small flask from somewhere off-screen and took a drink.
"Like I said, I just learned of it."
"Something doesn't add up about the entire debacle," DeVoe said, nodding. She rattled off her 5 questions, counting them off as she did earlier. "Is someone working against me?" she asked.
"Piracy is on the rise,"
Bronsky replied, ignoring the quip.
"In the last 6 months, there's been a noted rise in attacks. It's not like before. There are now more deaths. Things are more violent. People are afraid. It is affecting trade and travel."
"Is someone working against me?" Tasha repeated.
"I don't know. Listen."
Bronsky leaned toward the camera.
"I've made some inquiries already. Mostly what I'm being told is to stay in my lane." "Stay in my lane?"
He shrugged, holding his arms out, palms up.
"This is my lane."
"What should I do?" Tasha said. "The report said they studied the area pretty thoroughly but found nothing.
Should I go and take a look myself, or—"
"No,"
Vronsky cut her off. He leaned back on his bed and crossed his arms.
"That is the one thing that was made clear. You are not to go to Section 4, Sector 18.
"I'm forbidden?"
"Yes."
He held up a hand to ward off her next question.
"Not my call. I'm just passing along the information."
"Chief, find out who is in charge of this task force for me," Tasha urged. "I need to know what they know."
"I'll do what I can,"
he acknowledged. His brow furrowed.
"What are you going to do?"
A smile spread across Tasha's lips. "I'm going to do my job."
"Meaning?"
"I'm going to Section 4, Sector 18, and see for myself." Chapter 19. Drop us to normal space. Quartermaster William sat to the left of the captain and watched the bridge crew. The pirates spent most of the 2-day trip to Mercy in melancholy silence, internally commiserating for their fallen comrades. Others drank. A lot. William, as second in command, sponsored a wake and conducted a funeral for those lost. Empty torpedo caskets blasted into space. Morale, supplies, and fuel depleted, and a SYSPOL task force on their heels, Captain Porter set their destination to the one place in the galaxy a pirate could feel safe: Mercy, a space station hidden on the edge of space, far away from civilization. The chaotic swirl of hyperspace vanished, the stars returned to their normal pinpricks of light, and William got his first look at the station. A central cylinder, positioned vertical from their vantage, stretched for nearly a kilometer. 4 docking rings lined the central hub at equidistant points. Each ring consisted of 6 platforms, a total of 24 docking ports. 24 pirate ships, he mused. Have they ever had that many docked at one time? William counted 8 ships moored at the station. An asteroid field filled the void behind the free-floating station, blocking the light from a distant red star. A couple of planets, one with rings, flanked the asteroid field. Light reflected off another 6 planets in the distance. William took it in with a glance, and his somber mood instantly disappeared. A smile touched his lips. He wanted time off the ship, away from the responsibilities of quartermaster. Mercy could provide a much-needed distraction.
"William,"
Captain Porter whispered. He leaned toward the pirate and listened.
"I want you to take the first group. Get some rest. Eat non-processed food packets. Get drunk, whatever you need to do. Be back in the morning at first light, ship time. I have business that must be completed within a day."
William shook his head.
"You can go and—" "I've been here before, Mr. Ainsworth,"
Porter interrupted, smiling and using his last name.
"If I left you here, you would go nuts before I could get back. Besides, my contact won't be here until tomorrow. So take Tyron and those closest to the men we lost, and go get it out of your system. That's an order."
"Aye, sir." The Wraith docked on one of the lower docking platforms, along with 2 other ships. The ship touched down with the slightest of bumps. The engines died, and William froze. He stared into the distance, looking at nothing, and studied the feel of the ship. For the first time in over 2 years, he did not hear the engines or feel the vibrations. A grin spread across his face. He stood, bid farewell to the captain, and left the bridge. Tyron and the first group waited for him in the main hold. Tyron offered each man a gruff safety briefing, warning them all about the rules aboard the station and the penalties for breaking them. The pirates all muttered or grunted their concurrence, and Tyron led the group out of the Wraith. The group traveled along a transparent docking tube, the walk offering a stunning view of the cosmos. William stared at the stars around him and stumbled a few steps as he transitioned from the artificial gravity of the Wraith to the heavier gravity of Mercy. The comrades laughed, and he along with them. Engrossed in the mesmerizing view and the knowledge that everyone stumbled at the gravity shift the first time, he felt no embarrassment. The airlock door at the end of the tunnel irised open. William entered the station, and the stars disappeared from his view. He spent the next several hours walking the dull gray walls of Mercy.
The docking rings gave way to maintenance crawl spaces and electrical rooms, to crew quarters, and finally to a multi-level mercato, or market. The mercato stretched throughout the central cylinder of the station and offered everything: bars, restaurants, tattoo parlors, lodging accommodations, and everything in between. William stood against a safety rail and stared up at the tier after tier of markets above him. Hundreds of burly pirates roamed the station. Many wore jackets depicting their ship name, and William wondered why the Wraith did not do that. He made a mental note to find out. The pirates mingled with the resident working girls and weapons merchants. A group of men walked by, fresh bandages covering battle wounds. There is a station doctor. Good to know. Flashing signs advertised everything. He stepped into an open-air elevator and pressed the up button. He exited 23 levels up to the smell of fresh cooked meat. A sign for the Pirates' Oasis promised to quench his thirst. William looked past the bar and saw a simple wooden sign dangling in front of the Ocean Breeze restaurant. He patted his pocket, verifying the remnants of both his dad's and Monty's money, and entered the eatery. He took a seat on the balcony that overlooked the mercado. A thin, blonde waitress with freckles and a toothy grin took his order and kept his glass full. The cook prepared the steak to perfection. He leaned his right arm over the railing next to his table, content for the moment, and watched the station. Hundreds of gruff men traveled the well-kept corridors. Many staggered a little from too much drink. Some wore satisfied smirks on their faces, but all went out of their way to avoid confrontation. It only took a moment to see why. Dark-suited security teams patrolled the station. Each man carried a stun baton and flexicuffs. The team leader of each group carried the only weapon allowed on Mercy, a short-barreled pistol. William watched the team approach the opening to the Pirates' Oasis, a few doors distant. They almost passed the door, paused, and stopped. They backtracked a few steps and entered the bar. Two pirates, bruised and bleeding, exited a minute later, sliding across the floor in a trail of crimson. One of them sat up, an empty glass in his hand. Eyes closed, he raised it to his lips. He snarled when nothing poured into his mouth. He opened his eyes and threw down the glass. It shattered in the passageway. The security team exited the bar. The pirate staggered to his feet and caught a baton in the stomach. He doubled over, fell to his knees, and vomited. William shook his head, happy that it was not one of his men. The security team escorted the two drunks away. A team of robots arrived shortly and cleaned the mess in a matter of minutes. The floor once again spotless, they disappeared without a trace. "Anything else?" the waitress asked. She flashed him a smile and a wink. William stared at her and returned the smile. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, only a few years older than William. She shifted to her left and stepped out of the dim light. The waitress changed before his eyes in the brighter light. She looked closer to mid-40s, and layers of makeup hid the crow's feet around her eyes. Her gleaming, toothy smile now showed dingy stains. He politely smiled. "No, thank you." Her smile morphed into a snarl. She snatched his money off the table, turned, and left without a word. He watched her go, lightly laughed, and left the restaurant. He steered clear of the Oasis, boarded the elevator, and punched the entertainment level. He had no idea that menacing eyes watched him as the open-air elevator descended into the bowels of the station.
"You look like you had a good time."
William stifled a yawn, stretched, and nodded to his captain. He plopped down in his seat on the bridge. "Good food, a real bed. I feel like a new man."
"Good,"
Porter said, rising.
"Nothing going on here. There is a skeleton crew on board, but most everyone is now off the ship. Oh," he continued, "Billy Clyde was asking for you. When you didn't get back last night, well, he was worried. Mr. McElwain is on his way up here. He can watch the bridge." He smiled.
Besides, you look like you could use a few more hours' sleep."
"I think I slept too much,"
William said with a shrug. "So, any particular level you plan to visit?" Porter smiled. "If you are referring to level 13, I generally stay away from houses of ill repute. I am the captain. I have a reputation to uphold."
"You are a pirate captain."
"I am still held to a higher standard." Griffin entered the bridge, interrupting the conversation. The two young men greeted each other before William addressed the captain again.
"I agree. That's why I avoided it as well."
"You are learning, Mr. Ainsworth." Porter stood and made his way toward the lift. "You are learning." The elevator doors shut, cutting off the rest of his remark. "How was it?" Griffin asked.
"Restful,"
William replied, remembering the hot meal, the warm bed, and the cold drinks.
"Much needed."
He stood and stretched.
"Did you get a chance to get off ship?"
"For a few hours last night," Griffin smiled.
"Took in a hollow. Good action flick."
"Good," William replied.
"Take over here. I understand Billy Clyde is looking for me."
"He's in his room, playing." William thanked him, took a quick look at the consoles across the bridge, noted everything in the green, and left. The quiet passageways, coupled with the lack of engine hum, gave William a sense of grim foreboding. His footfalls echoed in the empty corridors, and he quickened his pace. He arrived and knocked at Billy's door. The door opened, he heard a whoop of joy, and giant arms scooped him up in a bear hug.
"Easy, Billy,"
William protested. The grip loosened, and the man-child gently placed him on the floor.
"Good to see you, too."
The smile and delight on his face turned into a frown.
"Billy's sad,"
the big man-child said.
"Scared."
William raised an eyebrow. "Why are you scared?"
"They gone."
"Who's gone?" William asked, confused. He looked up and down the corridors.
"Oh, the crew? They are on the station. They'll be back soon."
Billy simply shook his head. No.
"Yes,"
William assured him. He pointed toward the doors down the hall, the crew quarters.
"They are on vacation. They—"
"Gone,"
Billy repeated.
"Show you."
William stepped out of the doorframe, and Billy squeezed his huge body out into the hallway. The man-child led the way, pointing into the second room down the passage.
"He gone."
William stepped past Billy and entered the bunk room. A bed lay on either side of the room, along with an upright closet. A door to a single, fresher, sat in the middle. The beds were made, something the captain insisted on. The room appeared neat and tidy. His curiosity piqued, he furrowed his brows and walked to the nearest closet. He pulled open the door and looked inside. It was empty. He checked the opposite side of the room, but it lay bare. He squeezed past Billy and moved from room to room, checking. Almost half of the lockers and rooms sat vacant, all personal items for the pirates in question missing. He returned to the corridor and found Billy with a sad look on his face.
"Told you."
"What happened? Where did they go?"
The two walked up the passage, back toward the lift to the bridge.
"Billy's seen before. At station. Some crew leave. Captain comes with new."
He shook his head.
"Never this many."
Billy Clyde pouted.
"You not leave, Willie. You not leave Billy."
They stopped outside of Billy's room, and William patted the big man's arm. "I'm not going anywhere."
"Monty left."
William gulped. "How do you explain to the equivalent of a 6-year-old that someone died?" "I'm not Monty. I'm not leaving you." Billy stood for another moment.
"Okay. I play now."
He stepped into his room, and William blocked it from closing. The man-child sat in the floor and played with small model spaceships. With one in each hand, he made whooshing noises as the two toys attacked each other. William stepped back and let the door close. He turned and made his way back to the bridge. He found Griffin reading a book, 3 other crew manning stations, but no one else. "Where is everyone?" he asked, taking a seat in the captain's chair. "Went on break," Griffin replied and checked the chrono on his monitor. a half-hour ago. He looked toward the door, his shoulder-length hair waving with the motion. Where are they? I think I know. William sighed and touched the communication channel button on his chair. Wraith to Captain Porter. Silence. Wraith to Captain Porter. Respond.
Quartermaster, this is Tyron.
Go ahead.
You may want to come back to the station.
Tyron's voice sounded pained.
There's been an accident.
William's heart sank. What? Who?
Captain Porter. He's been killed.
Chapter 20. William pushed his way through a crowd of onlookers. Pirates, dark-clad security, and blue-smocked medical personnel formed a circle around a pile of boxes. A robotic lift sat nearby, empty tines pointing to the floor. Sweat poured from his face from his trot from the Wraith. A lump formed in his throat. The smell of unwashed pirates, stale beer, and blood assaulted his nostrils. The murmur of voices sounded like a roar competing with the pulse in his ears. He saw Tyron, standing nearly a head taller than everyone else, and changed his course. 3 security teams pushed the crowd back. One grabbed William, halting his advance and shoving him out of the way. Tyron intervened, vouching for him. The security guard waved him through. What happened? William asked, finally making his way to stand beside Tyron. He followed the big man's gaze and felt the weight of the galaxy on his shoulders. Captain Porter lay crushed under a crate of canned sodas. The robo-lift, sitting idle, told William the story. The floor around them lay sticky with a mixture of the captain's blood and carbonation from the toppled crate. "The robot malfunctioned," Tyron said, shaking his head, "and the crate fell on the captain. Security is calling it an accident. A freak accident." He cursed, and then cursed again. "Should have been in battle," he snarled. "Not like this." William blankly stared at the body. His mind whirled with 1,000 thoughts of what needed to be done, but only one surfaced repeatedly. "You are the captain now." A black-clad security officer stepped over to Tyron and asked a question. The pirate pointed at William. The man shifted his stance, and his eyes stared William up and down. The guard smirked and asked in disbelief, "You are the quartermaster?" William shifted his gaze to the man and offered a single nod. The guard's eyes widened, and he turned to Tyron for confirmation. Tyron's brow furrowed at the disrespect to his quartermaster and took a step forward. William put out his hand, stopping the man's advance. "Yes, I'm the quartermaster," William stated. He took a deep breath, pushing all of the thoughts and doubts from his mind. Captain Porter's voice, somewhere in the recesses of his brain, told him to soldier on. William looked through the security officer to the mess in the corridor. "And now I am the interim captain. What can I do for you?" "Sir," the officer said, his manner and voice respectful, "it will take several hours until you will be able to claim the body. Do you prefer a ceremony on the station or on your ship?" "The ship," William instantly replied. "Tyron here," he pointed, "and a man named Griffin will collect the captain and any personal effects." The guard nodded. William paused a moment, then took a last look at the carnage in the passage and walked away. He took a long, winding route back to the ship. The quiet time offered him a chance for personal grief and the opportunity to plan for the future. Many of the crew had already abandoned the Wraith, and he wondered how many more he would lose after Captain Porter's death. Word quickly spread, and by the time he returned to the Wraith, the remaining crew stood in the main hold, waiting. Sad eyes peered at him. The questions immediately began, bombarding him in an ever-rising crescendo of voices. He anticipated the barrage, thankful for his few moments of invaluable introspection. He leapt onto a supply crate, one of the few remaining, and held out his hands for silence. The pirates quieted, and he relayed all that he knew. "So you are captain now?" one asked. "For now, yes. Once the funeral is over, we will hold another vote, if that's your wish." The crew remained silent, most of the men looking at the deck. Only one made eye contact. "Griffin." "Griffin," William called. Tyron is on the station. Report to him. The two of you will bring the captain home. Once he is aboard, we will leave Mercy and send him off right." That thought brightened the saddened faces of the crew. William hopped off the crate, patted Griffin on the back, and left the hold. He made his way to the crew deck and entered the captain's quarters. It appeared as he had left it the day before. William sat in a chair and stared out the window that overlooked the station. The landing pads at this level now lay empty. The Wraith, the last ship this far down the station. He watched a multitude of repair pods and robots flit across the superstructure of Mercy. Welders flared in the dark of space. His thoughts turned inward, and he added Captain Porter to the growing list of people torn from his life. His eyes grew misty, and he fought back the tears. He wiped his eyes with the sleeve of his shirt, exhaled a long, ragged breath, and stood. "I am the captain, at least for now. I can't weep like a mother for her child." He straightened his shirt and pants, gulped away the last of his grief, and moved to the computer console. William noted a few changes over the centuries in his review of the Pirates' Code. Ships moved from sails to steam to nuclear to the stars, and the rules progressed along with improved technology. Part of that change, captains left a will which decreed how they wished to be remembered. He activated the computer and gave his access code. He inquired about Captain Porter's last wishes. The system linked with the station, verified the captain's death, and revealed a video document. Captain Porter's smile lit up the screen.
"Greetings, Quartermaster. If you are viewing this, then I have met my untimely demise. I do hope it was a valiant death and not something silly like dying in an airlock malfunction. I guess it really doesn't matter. Dead is dead."
He laughed. William sniffed back a tear.
"I am recording 2 messages. The first one, this one, is for you. The second is for the crew."
William paused the recording and stared into the man's eyes. They were vibrant, full of life and humor. The image appeared to be less than a year old, but he could not be sure. Given the informal, nameless greeting, he thought it may have been a generic message to whoever succeeded him. That thought disappointed William somewhat. He sighed and touched the resume button.
"First, I have amassed a vast fortune, which is now yours. The account number and access codes are listed on the computer under a file named Retirement. It's ironic, really. I was planning on retiring in the next year."
The image sighed.
"Oh well, maybe next life. Second, my final order is for you to take care of this crew. Treat them well, be honest with them, and they will be loyal."
William shook his head, knowing that at least a third of the crew had abandoned the ship.
"And finally, there is a safe in the nightstand by the bed. The combination is also listed in the retirement directory on the computer. Within this safe, William, is your stepmother's necklace."
William's eyes widened at his name. His mouth hung open, and he realized that the captain had made the recording within the last few months. Whether the captain saw his impending death or was very proactive, William did not know. A smile touched his lips at the personalized message and the promise it held. The necklace. He kept it.
"You should have never been aboard this ship, William,"
Porter's recording continued.
"Your father and I tried to dissuade you and your pirate ambitions."
William's eyes widened again.
"Yes, your father and I often talked about you. Just before his death, we worked out a deal to send you away to college. His death, and Monty's so close behind, ruined those plans. Your private war with Harrison did not help. His final wish and mine is the same. Take my fortune and leave this life behind. You are intelligent, savvy, but, dear boy, you are not ruthless, and you need that quality to truly succeed in this business. Anything less will only get you killed."
The image paused, and William thought it ended. Porter rubbed his chin and stared directly at the camera, at William.
"Play the other video for the crew. Place Tyron in charge. Take Billy Clyde, and leave the Wrath.
There is nothing left for you here except your own senseless death. Do it for me. Do it for Monty. Do it for Henry."
The recording ended, and the computer screen went blank. He saw his own reflection in the void. Take Billy Clyde and run? He shook his head, feeling the first pangs of fear since Monty's death many months before. He stared at his reflection and watched it nod at him. "Yes," he whispered, "I will grant your last wish, and my father's." The thought of them conspiring to grant him a future filled him with pride and happiness. William placed his hands on the desk and pushed himself out of the chair. A small, red, blinking light caught his eye on the communication console. "That is the pirate command line. Private communications? From who?" He touched the button and sat back down. The screen remained blank. A disembodied voice, speaking through a vocoder, greeted him.
"Quartermaster, let me start by offering my condolences. I am truly sorry for your loss."
"Who is this?"
"That is not important right now,"
the voice replied. William closed his eyes and listened, but could not pick up the gender of the speaker.
"There are things going on in the pirate community that you are not aware of, Quartermaster. You may want to find and talk with a SYSPOL investigator named Tasha DeVoe. She has been tasked to look for you."
"Me? Why?"
"She was assigned your case after the Wraith assault on the Once-in-a-Lifetime and the death of your stepmother. She often frequents a bar on Messer's Station called The Bitter End."
"Messer's Station?" William scoffed, eyes wide at the suggestion. "You expect me to take the Wrath directly to a SYSPOL hub? Are you insane?"
"No, I expect you to go alone."
The voice almost sighed.
"I am uploading a plan to get you in and out. Find the lieutenant and talk to her. My sources say she can be trusted."
"Your sources? Who are you?"
"There is more,"
the voice continued, ignoring his question.
"Your captain's death was not an accident. That robot was sabotaged to fail as it met a man with Porter's description."
"How do you know this? Who are you?" he repeated, frustrated at being ignored.
"Who I am is not important right now. I know this because every robot was programmed the same way."
Specifications of the robot loader appeared on the screen, followed by line after line of programming code. Excerpts of the code enlarged and highlighted, displaying the errant programming.
"I found this exact line of code in 6 other loaders in the last hour, doing a cursory scan. Your captain was murdered."
"Mr. McElwain," William ordered, "take us out." William sat in the captain's chair on the bridge, Tyron to his left. Griffin sat at the helm. The others, familiar faces, sat at their stations. The new captain of the Wrath exhaled slowly when the ship rose from the landing platform, turned its engines to the main cylinder of Mercy, and left the station behind. The last few hours blurred by. More of the crew vanished into the free agency of the station. The captain's body returned. The remaining pirates held a vote for the new captain. 22 crewmen, including Billy Clyde, unanimously elected William after viewing the video from Porter. Tyron's elevation to quartermaster followed, also unanimous. Captain Porter's final message to the crew was an endorsement of William, a secret or two about where to find a hidden stash of treasure, and a promise to look over them from the afterlife. His haunting image, played in lieu of the holographic sun in the main hold, filled William with dread. His body lay in state directly beneath the hologram. The new captain glanced at the assembly. You can cut the crew's despair with a knife. The Wrath left the station and sped through hyperspace for nearly 2 hours before dropping into normal space in the Wren system. William and Tyron left Griffin on the bridge and joined the crew in the hold. The pirates stood, heads low, staring at the floor. "Welcome to the Wren system," William said, raising his hands. "This is the captain's home system and where he wanted to be buried. You all heard his message about loyalty and the pirate's code. Know that I will do my best to treat you as he did, with respect and dignity. To that end, I cannot start off my command with a lie." Their eyes looked up, faces eager for information, for a quest. "I have received evidence that Captain Porter was murdered." A murmur rippled through the crowd. "The evidence appears sound, but the source is suspect. So, to that end, as we stand here today, I make you this promise. I will verify that this was no accident, and if that be the case, I swear that we will find his killer. No stone will remain unturned." Grim, silent nods answered his pledge. But for now, let us remember Captain Porter and try to be the men he wanted us to be. A robotic lift took the coffin to the airlock and secured it inside. William stiffened when the airlock cycled. His knees trembled. He gulped back the fear and sadness. We surrender Captain Andreas Porter's body to the depths of space. William tried to remember the pirate's prayer in the code, but the memories of his father and Monty threatened to consume him. His eyes teared up, and he touched a button on the control in his hand. The outer hatch opened, and the coffin shot into space. He watched it until it blended with the black void. "Dismissed," he muttered, and the crew shuffled away, distraught. William stood there for another minute, staring at the stars beyond the open airlock. He touched the button again and watched the outer door close. He turned and made his way toward his quarters. He had to prepare for a meeting. Chapter 21. Nothing out here. Tasha DeVoe leaned forward in her chair, elbows on her knees, chin on her clenched fists, and stared out the viewscreen of the Dexter Holloway. The stars twinkled. A nebula blossomed to her left. A solitary planetary body lazily drifted to her right. Empty space filled the rest. "Paul, can you increase the scan radius? The task force was here. They destroyed a ship. I saw the report." She took a breath to calm herself. "There has to be something left out here." Sir Nicholas agreed, whirled around in his seat, and set to work. His hands blurred over his scanning console. Tasha watched, but let her mind wander while he performed his scan. 4 days in hyperspace to arrive in a sector she was told not to visit, to find nothing. Did someone report the wrong coordinates to throw me off? Possible, she thought, and snarled at the line of reasoning. Someone plotted against her, and that made her angry. "I got something," Sir Nicholas said, drawing her back to reality. "A small field of debris near the planetoid. Not enough for a ship, but it's something." "Narrow beam scan," Tasha ordered, and leaned back in her chair. She pulled a small monitor attached to the chair closer and watched the details of the scan roll past. "Set your beam to detect explosives." All 5 faces on the bridge turned to look at Tasha. She returned their gazes, looking each one in the eyes before responding to their unspoken query. "Someone is deliberately stonewalling us. We were forbidden to come here. I'm not putting it past someone to set a trap." The crew nodded their acceptance of the explanation and returned to their duties. Foradel, sitting to her left, leaned over. "Lieutenant, are you sure this is—" "No," she hissed her response. "My ass is on the line already. If this ends in disaster, I don't want it to be because I didn't take every precaution." "Nothing explosive detected," Sir Nicholas called out. "The debris appears to be engine components, possibly a few small pieces of bulkhead." "Thank you," DeVoe replied, and turned to McKendry. "Set course. Take us in." The engines flared, and the Holloway banked to starboard. The sleek, flying-wing SYSPOL vessel quickly closed the distance, the rogue planetoid growing steadily on the viewscreen. McKendry slowed, expertly stopping the ship within 1 kilometer of the debris. "Anything?" DeVoe asked Sir Nicholas. "Nothing," he replied, not looking up from his console. "The engine components are from a standard ND-48, the most common engine in the Commonwealth. There are no markings on the hull fragments." His voice trailed off. "What, you found something?" He waved her off and leaned closer to the sensor screen. He spun around in his chair and addressed Notcher, sitting across the bridge. Tune to the emergency band, low frequency. He paused as Celeste followed the instruction. She put a hand to her ear, listening. Her eyes widened, and she stared at her crewmate. "You hear it?" he inquired. Her brows furrowed for a moment, and then she nodded. "Hear what?" DeVoe asked. "An emergency beacon, very faint. It's not on the usual band, so most ships would miss it," Sir Nicholas explained. "I'm scanning for everything, so—" "What is it?" "It's a message, Lieutenant," Notcher said, "addressed to you. On audio."
Lieutenant Tasha DeVoe.
A raspy male voice boomed from the speaker.
You are in violation of a direct order not to venture into this quadrant. You are ordered to return to Messer Station immediately, by order of Commander Boris Krasinski.
The message repeated, and Tasha sliced her hand across her throat to terminate the recording. "How did they know?" Notcher asked. "It was a setup from the beginning," Tasha snarled, shaking her head. "Whoever is pulling the strings knows I'm not going to give up, so they set this in motion, and I fell for it." Silence filled the bridge for a moment before Rodriguez spoke up. "What do we do now?" "You five tell them you had no idea we were forbidden in this sector," Tasha stated, her tone leaving no room for argument. "And you?" Taram asked. Tasha smiled. "I'll sweet-talk my way out of it with Bronsky." "You're grounded." Chief Paul Bronsky leaned back in his worn leather chair, hands behind his head, feet on the edge of his desk. His tired, bloodshot eyes bored dispassionately through Tasha DeVoe, standing on the opposite side of the desk. She opened her mouth to protest, but he shook his head to cut her off. "I told you not to go, but you ignored me. This comes from way above my head, Lieutenant." He pointed toward the ceiling. "I can't help you out of this one. The commander wants you riding a desk while he decides what to do with you." He shook his head. "Where is your crew? Did they know about your orders?" "No, sir," she lied. "They simply followed my direction to that sector." "That may save them." Bronsky's voice held doubt. "But your career, stellar to this point, is in jeopardy." His eyes cut to his left, toward the corner of his office. Tasha resisted the urge to turn and look. She knew her boss. He reserved gruff demeanor for Messer Station administrators or theatrics for his superiors. "This office is being watched." Another piece of the puzzle fell into place. "I understand," DeVoe replied, "and I take full responsibility for my actions." Bronsky harumphed. "We'll see if you keep your job. Now, go write up your report. Take your time and don't leave out any details. None. Do you understand me?" "Yes, sir," Tasha said, putting a bit of defeat in her voice. In 8 years of working with Chief Bronsky, he had never told her how to write a report. "He's worried." "Dismissed." Tasha turned and briskly left his office. She traveled the hallway toward her glass-walled cubicle, aware that every eye in the building followed her. DeVoe entered her office and plopped down in her worn chair. She stared at the picture of her brother, Randall, and his mischievous grin. Tasha missed him. He had tried to follow her footsteps and join the system's police. He did not make it. He was booted out of the program for stealing the answers to tests and selling them to his classmates. Heartbroken and disgraced, he turned away from family and friends. Randall dove into the criminal underworld, eventually running arms and munitions for Continuum Arms. One stolen shipment led to a bounty on his head. Alexander Anderson, the CEO of Continuum Arms, hired a hit team to find him. Randall died in a running firefight that ended at Jensen's planet. Tasha never discovered if he actually stole the shipment or was just the scapegoat. His death led to the arrest and conviction of Alexander and the ascension to CEO for Tomas. Her arrest of the senior Anderson led the headlines for weeks. "You still here?" Tasha jumped at the voice. She wiped the tears from her face and looked up and found Bronsky in the door. The lights of the precinct sat dim, most of the officers already gone home for the evening. He glanced to the picture on her desk. "Randall?" She nodded and rose to her feet. She looked out the windows of her office. Only a couple of people worked the night shift. "Quitting time already?" "About an hour ago," he replied. "Come on, I'll buy you a drink." "Sure you can afford to be seen with me?" Bronsky smiled. "I'll chalk it up to further crushing your soul. Grab your coat. They left the precinct and made their way through the crowds toward the transport tubes. They piled into the train car and rode in silence, shoulder to shoulder with everyone else getting off work. Tasha crinkled her nose at the smell of stale cologne, alcohol, and body odor. A young woman jostled into her, and she felt the woman's hand reaching inside her jacket, probing for her wallet. The hand pulled back quickly when it touched the pistol on her waistband. Fear filled the woman's eyes. Tasha smiled and winked at her. The woman disappeared into the crowd and left the train car at the next exit. DeVoe and Bronsky traveled on. The bitter end sat on the far end of one of the 3 rotating arms of Messer Station. Its distant location, away from the bustling center spire of the station, provided a bit of quiet time for Tasha. The main patrons of the out-of-the-way establishment were cops wanting peace and outlaws working angles. The 2 elements lived in harmony, neither bothering the other, at the edge of the station. "Life is sweeter at the bitter end," Tasha read the scrawl above the door. Low lighting greeted her, and she paused for a moment to let her eyes adjust. A few patrons, mostly men, stood at the metal-surfaced bar. A few others sat at the tables that filled the center of the open-area room. All of them sat hunched over, drinking alone. Bronsky led her to a seat at a small round table away from the other customers. The barmaid, a young woman wearing a skimpy top and very short shorts, took their order. Dark, tangled hair trailed down her back. She returned a minute later with 2 shots of bourbon each and a beer chaser. Bronsky paid the woman and picked up the first shot. She smiled, revealed a missing front tooth, and moved off. Tasha followed his lead. They clinked the glasses together and downed the shot in a single gulp. She closed her eyes. The liquid filled her throat with fire. She gasped at the strong liquor, opened her eyes, and stared at her boss. He looked back, gave her a wink, and picked up the second shot. She did the same, clinked again, and let the bourbon slide down her throat. Bronsky slammed the empty glass down on the table, upside down. "Now, let me tell you what I found out today." "Please do," she said. "I really thought I was in trouble until you nodded toward that camera in your office. When did that get installed?"
"Oh, you are in trouble, Lieutenant," Bronsky scoffed. "And the camera was installed right after the commander found out you went where you were told not to go. They were watching, so I put on a good show."
"But," Tasha's brow furrowed, "I'm still in trouble."
"Big time," he grinned. "Hopefully they'll leave it up to me. You'll ride a desk for a week or 2, then they'll forget about you and I can get you back out into the verse."
"Until then?"
Until then, he rubbed his chin with his thumb. "Until then, you are going to work on the assignment I am about to give you. Nothing more, nothing less."
DeVoe sighed, demoralized. "What?"
"I want you to monitor the task force under the command of Captain James Stennis."
"Who is that?"
"He is the son-in-law of Commander Krasinski," Bronsky answered.
That piqued Tasha's curiosity, and she took a sip of beer as he continued.
"And a distant cousin to one Tomas Anderson."
"Tomas? Continuum Arms, Tomas Anderson?"
"The very same."
"I think I found my connection." Bronsky gulped half his beer down and wiped the froth from his stubble with his sleeve.
"You will have to be discreet. The commander is furious that you went out there and—"
"Why?"
"Why what?"
"Why is he furious?" Tasha asked. "There was nothing out there, no reason for them to be so pissed unless—" She looked at Bronsky. "Unless I just missed whatever they were doing out there?" The chief smiled.
"There's the detective I know. From my inquiries, their fleet left an hour before you arrived. I shudder to think what would have happened if you had jumped in while they were doing whatever they were doing."
"Cleaning up a mess," Tasha speculated. She took a drink of beer and let the 2 alcohols fight it out in her stomach. The room swirled slightly, and she wished she had eaten before the shots. "You said they destroyed a freighter in pursuit of a pirate vessel? A trap for the pirates?" Bronsky nodded. "Then that's where I start. I need to ID the freighter, and that will be a start," she softly belched. "Tomorrow."
Bronsky stood. "Get some food and rest. We will meet here every other day to discuss your progress."
Tasha agreed and watched him leave the bar. The barmaid appeared at her shoulder. "Anything else, hon?" "A menu," DeVoe said, and smiled. "I'm starving." He watched her from across the bar. She entered the bar with an older man and ordered drinks. They talked, and he left 20 minutes later, their hushed conversation too quiet to overhear. It started tense, almost hostile, and gradually became friendlier as they talked. He left, and she ordered dinner. She devoured a burger, switching from beer to water with her meal. She wore her brunette hair at shoulder length, her business attire tailored to her feminine frame. She appeared to be in her mid to late 30s, with dark eyes, petite nose, and a pistol strapped to her waist. The woman stared off into space while she ate, obviously deep in thought. She dropped her napkin onto her empty plate and pushed it away from her. She breathed a deep, contented sigh and continued to gaze at nothing. He left his place at the bar and made his way toward her, slowly weaving around the empty tables of the bitter end. He was 3 meters away when she pulled her pistol from its holster and placed it on the table. "That's close enough," she said without looking. William froze, drinks in his hands. He looked past her head to the far wall. Photographs of different celebrities and sports figures littered the bulkhead. He saw his reflection staring back and scoffed. She had watched him the whole time. He kept his hands high, showing her the drinks he carried, and inched his way to her right. He slowly sat opposite the woman, put down the drinks, and placed his hands flat on the table. "Lieutenant DeVoe, I presume?" "Mr. Ainsworth," she stated. "I thought that might have been you, but I wasn't sure until you got closer. Years on a pirate ship have changed you." "I'm sure they have," William smirked. An uneasy silence filled the space between them. He studied her, as she studied him. He imagined her thoughts and wondered if she would arrest him on the spot. The mysterious caller said she could be trusted. He was about to find out. "I'm sorry to hear about your stepmother," DeVoe said, "and your father. That could not have been easy." "Thank you, and no, it wasn't. I tried to escape, but didn't get far." "What brings you to Messer Station?" "A very long trip," William admitted with a nod. "Private transport, 8 different stops, and 3 different aliases, all to meet you." "And why would you do all of that to meet me?" DeVoe asked. She drank from her water. William took a deep breath and told the inspector of the death of his father and Monty, his rise through the ranks, and finally the call sending him to the bitter end. She listened intently, interrupting only once to order another beer from the barmaid. "You don't know who it was that sent you to me?" "No," he shook his head. "He, or she, said that someone in your organization and mine is selling secrets. My captain was just killed, so I believe him." DeVoe quietly sat for a moment. Her thin lips curled into a smile. "I believe him, too." She told William about Captain Stennis, his task force, and the connection to Continuum Arms. "I have Anderson's stepson aboard my ship," William reported, "but I doubt he's going through all of this trouble for him." "More likely you crossed him, right?" "Yes," he replied with a smirk. "We raided a freighter last year and took their cargo. We tried to sell it on Jensen's planet. We left minutes before the planet was destroyed." "I arrived just after," she acknowledged. Silence filled the space between them again. "Now what?" William asked. "Now we find out what the hell is actually going on," she said. "This needs to stay quiet. We tell only those that need to know." "Agreed," he said. "I may have a way to draw everyone out." He leaned closer to the inspector and whispered his idea. Her eyes widened at the plan. A grin crept across her face. "That might work," she said. The two sat in silence a few moments longer, each taking small drinks from their glasses. "Start the ball rolling," she broke the quiet. "And one more thing, Mr. Ainsworth." "Yes?" "When this is over, I'm coming after you." "When this is over, Lieutenant, I'm going to retire." Chapter 22. The opening of the screen door interrupted my tale. Perfect timing, I thought, and listened for the call. My stomach growled in anticipation. I closed my eyes, basking in the glow from the fire pit, and waited. "Dinner!" James scooped up Thomas and carried the sleepy 4-year-old inside. Andrew bounced from his chair, offering his hands to help me up. Playing along, I grunted and groaned while he struggled to pull me from my chair. Abigail hopped over to help, and together they pried me from my seat. "Thank you," I smiled. "I must be getting old."
"Come on, Grandpa."
Abigail tugged my arm, holding her doll with her other.
"Let's eat. Then you can finish the story,"
Andrew prodded. "Lead the way." I winked, and they led me inside the house. Food filled the dining room table. Chicken, mashed potatoes, corn on the cob, green bean casserole, homemade cornbread, and an assortment of other items specifically for the kids. An apple pie and a freshly brewed pot of coffee sat on the counter nearby, promising a tasty dessert after the meal. The family sat, James, Lettuce, and Grace, and we ate. The children dove into the chicken and potatoes, ignoring the corn and casserole. A pot of macaroni and cheese, for the kids, disappeared quickly. The clinking of forks on plates filled the room. I slowly ate, taking my time and watching my family devour the food. These Saturday into Sunday get-togethers were a highlight for me, one of the few times that the entire family could be together. I let a smile form on my lips. The repast a success, I sat back and rubbed my belly. Not as slim and trim as I used to be, but still in good shape for a man in his late 50s. A quick survey of the table showed that everyone was nearly complete, or at least slowing down. Kelly picked at her food the way she always did. James wolfed his down and worked to keep the kids eating so his sister could finish. Teamwork, I thought, and smiled again. The kids swirled their food on their plates, playing more than eating. Time to play my ace card. "I think dessert can wait a bit," I suggested, patting my belly again. "What say we go sit by the fire and finish the story?" Andrew and Abigail looked up, hope in their eyes. Thomas yawned and ate another spoonful of mac and cheese. But first you need to finish your plates. The bribe worked, and the two oldest cleaned their plates in minutes. Both, still with mouthfuls, held up their empty plates for inspection. "Wash up and meet me outside by the pit." Andrew and Abigail scrambled from the table and tore through the house, racing toward the nearest washroom.
"Don't run in the house,"
Mary Ann called after them as they disappeared around a corner. "What about you, Thomas?" I asked, eyeing the 4-year-old. He shook his head and yawned again. James took him by the hand and led the boy to the living room. I heard the holovision set turn on, and the sounds of a classic cartoon drifted through the house. I winked at Kelly and left the table. I exited the house and stood on the deck, enjoying the cool night air. I stretched, feeling my old muscles creak and strain. Patting my belly again, I made my way to the fire pit and took my seat. The heat of the fire, combined with a full belly, lulled me to sleep. I let my head droop backward and stared up at the clear night sky. Sparse clouds drifted high above, barely obscuring the universe. The first of the dual moons rose to my left, its pockmarked surface in full glory. I turned to stare at the lake, the moon's reflection rippling upon the water. The wind blew in from the lake, stirring the flickering flames in the fire pit. Crickets, or a close facsimile, chirped in the darkness. The slamming of the screen door ended my quiet respite. The kids returned on the run and leapt onto the patio couch to my right. James followed and took his seat opposite the kids to my left. I leaned forward, letting the heat fight away the chill and giving everyone a moment to shift and settle. Where were we?
"Tasha and William are working together to find the bad guys," Andrew answered quickly. "But who are the bad guys, Grandpa?"
Abigail inquired. Would you believe you already met the bad guy? Their eyes bulged, and they blurted out names. I smiled and held up my hands to ward off the barrage. Hold on.
"Who sent the message?"
Andrew asked.
"Who is the bad guy?"
Abigail insisted. I waited until they grew quiet and still. Their eyes glowed in the firelight. I had their undivided attention. Lieutenant DeVoe and William needed a way to draw out the bad guys. They also needed a way to get her back out in the field. The children nodded their heads. I leaned closer to them, and lowered my voice, forcing them to listen closely. So, they devised a plan and returned to their comrades to put the plan in motion. Chapter 23.
You want to what?
Tyron the quartermaster sat on William's right, mouth agape, and he stared at his captain. The two, joined by Griffin McElwain, Engineer Swanson, and two officers new to the command team, Fantinelli and Pierce, sat around the table in the captain's quarters. William sat at the head of the table with a view of the window and the stars beyond. The Wraith sat in normal space, a binary star system in the distance. Tyron sat to his right, Griffin to his left. Swanson and Fantinelli completed the side of the table, with Pierce, the new tactical officer, sitting beside Tyron. After the death of Porter and almost half of the crew abandoning the ship, Tyron promoted two of the most promising men. Fantinelli held a degree in astrophysics and became the navigator. The balding, tattooed pirate prided himself with being able to plot a course better than a computer. His demonstrations left little doubt to his claim. Pierce, a relatively new acquisition from Mercy, proved adept at tactical analysis. His background as a colonial marine and pilot provided that expertise. He wore his blond hair cut short. A single diamond stud protruded from his left ear. A long ragged scar ran from his earlobe to his jaw. A string of bad luck and anger management issues had forced him from the service and into the life of a pirate. Tyron, a former Navy man, recommended Pierce to the position. "I want to raid the Continuum Arms facility on Renmar," William repeated. He paused a moment to let it sink in before continuing. "I have my reasons."
"I'd love to hear them, Captain,"
Tyron said, a skeptical look on his face. "One, we need armament. There's something brewing in the pirate community. Half our crew is gone. Captain Porter was murdered in the heart of our only safe haven. You saw what happened to Jensen's planet? That is being blamed on us, so we need to upgrade the Wrath. It's going to get messy in the near future. I would like to survive it." The others murmured their concurrence. "Two," he took a breath, exhaling slowly. "Someone is—" he looked each man in the eyes. "Someone is selling out the pirate community to the authorities." The 5 men shook their heads, denying the words.
"Who?"
Tyron asked.
"How do you know?"
William dreaded the next part. He let out a long breath and steadied his nerves. They needed to know everything, but if they did not believe him, he could be spaced. Pirates did not take treason lightly. His legs trembled. "Last week, I left the ship for a few days," he stated, and the others nodded. "I met with a police lieutenant on Messer's station."
"What?"
Tyron snarled. He placed his hands on the table and slowly pushed himself out of his seat. He towered over William, his face flush with anger. Pierce jumped to his feet and reached for his dagger. Griffin stood and ordered the former Marine to sit. The pirate, red-faced and his hand still on the hilt of his blade, slowly returned to his seat. His eyes never wavered from William. The captain held out his hands and warded off the onslaught of threats, questions, and curses.
"Explain yourself, Captain," Tyron growled, "or I will let Pierce do what he wants to do."
William told them of the mystery communication on the pirate command channel and his meeting with DeVoe. He left nothing out, and by the end of his tale, the tension in the room eased. He looked at Pierce. The man sat stone-faced, eyes glaring.
"Assuming we agree to work with this lieutenant,"
Tyron spoke slowly, carefully.
"how do you propose to infiltrate the leading arms manufacturer in the galaxy? With the realization that this could be a trap by the SYSPOL or from Continuum themselves? After Jensen's planet, I put nothing past them."
William nodded and motioned to McElwain. "Griffin is the stepson of Tomas Anderson. He knows the layout of Renmar, having worked there for almost a year before shipping out on the Marigold. And Renmar is a remote outpost used for weapons testing. It is not the main R&D or manufacturing facility. It is less guarded, and," he took a breath, "no one would ever expect a raid on Continuum Arms."
"You are staking our lives on the element of surprise?"
Fantinelli asked. "It has the virtue of never being tried," Griffin chimed in. "As the captain said, I know the layout.
I know the guards. Hell, I even know the access codes." "Those codes were changed the minute you were captured," Tyron protested.
"Not these," Griffin denied, and shook his head, showing a toothy grin. "As Tomas's stepson, I had access to the mainframe. I made a couple of backups in case I ever needed them." He shrugged. "You live with a paranoid family, you become paranoid."
"So—"
Tyron dragged the word out while he cocked his head. His eyes flitted from Griffin to William and back again.
"We have access to the leading manufacturer of arms in the galaxy, the element of surprise, and the systems police in our back pocket?"
"Essentially," William replied with a grin. "Yes."
"What are we waiting for?"
Tyron clapped and rubbed his hands together.
"Let's do the impossible."
A holographic representation of the Renmar system floated above the conference table. 4 planets, 6 moons, and 8 small planetoids, not large enough to be considered planets, hung suspended in the air. A small asteroid field, the remnants of a planet that had failed to form eons ago, sat in the gap between planets 3 and 4. William, Griffin, Tyron, and the rest stood in a rough circle around the table in the captain's quarters, and all 6 of them stared up at the hologram. Hot coffee, steam rising from the cups, along with empty plates from dinner, occupied the edge of the table. Griffin took a drink of his coffee and winced at the hot liquid. He replaced the cup, picked up an electronic pad with a representation of the system, and turned his attention to the hologram. His fingers touched the E-pad screen, drawing a line through the system. The line appeared in the hologram. He erased it and began again. The Renmar system is home to the Continuum Arms testing facility. Research and development is mostly done at the facility on Dorianus II. The equipment is then transferred to this system for testing. He touched the asteroid field, and the hologram lit up. The asteroid belt in what should have been Renmar 4 makes a suitable target to test weapons. They even test shields in the asteroids, ramming ships into the rocks to see if the shields hold. He shuddered. "Remote piloted?" Swanson asked. Griffin pursed his lips and shook his head. Swanson's eyes bulged, but he said nothing more. "I recommend we jump into the system here." Griffin touched the pad, and a corresponding dot appeared on the hologram near the asteroid field. "We will be immediately challenged, but my codes will take care of that," he stated confidently. "Then we proceed to the station on the 2nd moon of the 3rd planet." He zoomed in on the moon. "Most of the defenses for Renmar are on the outskirts of the system," he continued. "They do not expect anyone to get close enough to actually gain access to the site. We dock with the test facility, overpower the small security detail there, and then take what we want."
"How many people comprise this security detail?"
Tyron inquired, air-quoting the words. "Approximately 24," Griffin replied, "with another 30 or so non-combative techs on the base. The guards are all highly trained, ex-military types. They will put up a fight."
"Firepower?"
Pierce mumbled.
"You said the defenses are all on the perimeter. They have to have something in close."
"The security detail will have small arms." The hologram zeroed in on the other moons around the planet. "The other 2 moons around Renmar 3 contain missile batteries. They can be taken out by quick, simultaneous barrages." Griffin held up a hand to ward off the protest. "I know what you're thinking, but yes, it will be that easy. I worked here for months before boarding the Marigold. I know this facility and its security measures."
"Any idea what we might find when we get there?"
Tyron piped in.
"Weapons, upgrades, shield enhancements, denser armor or hull plating?"
"Yes to all," Griffin said. He touched the pad, and the hologram changed to a list of items scrolling above the table. "This is what inventory I can remember. This was at the installation for testing or scheduled to be tested when I left. I can't remember everything, but I'm positive this equipment or something similar will be there, either in testing or ready for deployment and sale." He watched the others stare at the scrolling list. He dropped his gaze to William. The captain had remained silent during the briefing. The captain was only a year or so younger than Griffin. The 2 of them were the youngest men aboard the Wrath. "Should I tell them the rest?" he thought, and pushed the question out of his mind. "No. We get the equipment, then I'll settle the debt." "Any questions?" he asked. William motioned for the pad, and Griffin handed it over. If something goes wrong,
the captain asked, and changed the scrolling list back to the holographic system.
what is your plan for getting us out of the system? We know there's a SYSPOL task force out there, as well as a band of marauders from Continuum Arms. What happens if we jump into a trap? Griffin felt all eyes in the room on him. He knew it to be a valid question, but truly had no answer for his captain. After a moment, he shrugged. We die. Silence hung in the air at the statement. Tyron clapped his hands together again. The crack echoed in the room.
Who wants to live forever?
A wide grin split his face.
Let's do this.
Chapter 24. The Wraith dropped from hyperspace 4 astronomical units from the third planet, near the asteroids. Alarm klaxons split the quiet, and the lights dimmed to a dull red when the Renmar testing facility pinged the ship. The comm unit chimed. The base demanded identification. Griffin sat at the communications station in a gray combat suit. He input one of his codes and sat back, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. The tracking sensors beeped. The Renmar defenses locked on. The pulsating tone steadily grew louder. Griffin's smirk disappeared, and he leaned forward. He double-checked the information he transmitted. He reached for the controls, ready to input a second code. The ping stopped, and the weapon's lock tone disappeared. Deafening silence followed. Griffin exhaled and sat back in his chair. He turned, looked to William, and offered a thumbs up. William let out his own breath, returned the nod, and ordered the Wraith forward. Fantinelli, at the navigation console, reported he had received a set of coordinates for docking and adjusted their course. The ship traveled through the system in silence, save for the hum of the engines. Fantinelli slowed the ship when they approached the third planet and its moons. William reached across Tyron's empty chair and pulled the monitor closer. He pulled up the internal cameras for the main hold. 20 pirates, dressed in their gray combat suits, huddled around the main hatch on the starboard side. The entirety of my crew, minus the bridge staff and poor Swanson alone in the engine room. Tyron stood in their midst, taller than all of them, offering last-minute instructions for the assault. William's pulse rocketed, and he flipped off the screen. He wanted to go with them, but needed to be on the bridge to direct activities in case something went wrong. Griffin, he ordered, your work here is done. Report to the hold. Sir, the young man responded. He stood, retrieved his helmet from the edge of the console, and left the bridge, a broad smile on his face. The bridge grew darker, and William turned his attention to the main viewer. Renmar 3, a gas giant, loomed to their left. Its dark, lifeless hulk blocked the distant sunlight. He counted 2 moons ahead, a small, barren rock not much bigger than an asteroid, and another half as big as the planet itself. The larger moon, forever stuck in the shadow of the gas giant, boasted an inhospitable thin atmosphere with too much carbon dioxide and sub-zero temperatures year-round, thanks to its eternal eclipse of the star by the gas giant. Glaciers cut a jagged path across the rock while mountain peaks reached for space. The sprawling Continuum Arms complex hove into view, and William whistled. The central hub filled a large island in the middle of a glacier in the northern hemisphere. 6 long tentacles of metal projected from the hub, spreading across the planet like splayed fingers. 5 concentric rings rippled out from the center, creating a wagon wheel and spoke system across the surface. Large mirrored domes rose where the rings and tentacles met, except for the outermost loop. Landing pads comprised the 6 connections on the outer ring. Multi-story buildings adjacent to the round platforms provided access points and airlocks. Ships occupied 2 of the docking areas. A line of flashing lights lit a third. The ship adjusted course toward the indicated platform, flying low and slow over the surface. "Take us in," William directed. He turned to address his tactical officer. Pierce glared at his sensors, red-faced and angry. William knew his tactical officer wanted to be a part of the assault force, but his duties kept him on the bridge. "Tactical, keep an eye on the surrounding system and those other 2 ships." "Aye," he snarled. "Weapons on low power, but ready, as ordered." No, not happy, thought William.
His protests still echoed in the captain's mind, but the position required Pierce to stay aboard. In all honesty, I don't want to be here either. The waiting is the hard part. Dust filled the sparse air around the ship and relieved him of his musings. William felt barely a nudge when Fantinelli spun the ship and lowered the Wraith to the deck, its starboard side facing the multi-story docking structure. A long docking arm snaked across the landing pad, reaching for the ship. It connected, rocking the vessel more than Fantinelli's landing. "Happy hunting," William muttered. The airlock opened, and Tyron and his task force left the Wraith. The door slid open, and Griffin slowly exhaled. He breathed in the cool, stale air and stepped into the airlock first. He kept his rifle slung across his back, pistol holstered at his side, his helmet dangling from a hook on the left side of his belt. The rest of the pirates, in full combat uniforms, including their smoked or mirrored visors, followed a short distance behind, their weapons low and ready. 4 men escorted a large crate on an anti-grav dolly, a prop for the infiltration. Griffin bounced a little as he walked and judged the gravity about 3/4 of standard. He made a mental note not to jump too vigorously. The airlock extended approximately 100 meters, illumination strips evenly spaced every 10. He strolled confidently through the lock, acting the part he had seen so many other project directors play. The far door opened, and Griffin recognized Norm Fitzhugh, the vice director of operations for the Renmar system. Norm was short and a little pudgy, with a receding hairline and thick-rimmed glasses perched low on his ample nose. He wore a gray uniform with a dark blue cape. Griffin remembered that Norm fancied himself a privateer, a weapons dealer with the entire galaxy at his beck and call. In reality, he was a minor functionary with a knack for organization. His eyes widened at the sight of Griffin, and a wide smile split his round face.
"Griffin, what a surprise! I didn't know you'd returned to us. The last I heard, you were kidnapped or some such."
Norm stepped forward and extended his hand. Griffin removed his glove and shook the hand, wet and slimy like a sick fish. He offered a grin that matched Norm's. "Those reports were exaggerated, a ruse while I was working on a secret project from my stepfather." He glanced at the men and the crate behind him and placed a finger to his lips. "Had to keep it quiet." Fitzhugh's eyes flashed with excitement, and he looked past Griffin to observe the crate.
What is it?"
"Still a secret for now." Griffin winked and replaced the glove. "But when we unleash this, it's a game-changer." He paused, motioned to Tyron. "This is my chief of security, Mr. Tyron."
"A pleasure, sir."
Fitzhugh returned the greeting. The administrator offered his hand. Tyron ignored it. A hurt, distressed look filled the vice director's face. He slowly withdrew it and, with a forced smile, waved them toward the awaiting tramcar.
Come, I'll escort you to the crew quarter ring. Your men can rest while you brief our operations department on what you'll need for the test."
"I think we can skip that for now," Griffin said. He played on the administrator's love for things that explode. "Take us to Ring 1, operations." He patted the crate. "We want to see what this'll do." Fitzhugh looked past Griffin and eyed the crate again. He licked his lips and grinned. Griffin waved the pirates forward. Norm Fitzhugh led the band of 20 onto the dimly lit tram. The doors closed, and the transport tube sped away from the docking area. Lights along the tunnel wall flashed by like strobes, adding momentary light to the darkened interior. They passed the dome on Ring 4, and the tunnel turned transparent, opening up to the dim sky of the moon. The barren, frozen landscape stretched to the horizon. Distant gray mountains reached for the heavens. The lack of dense atmosphere offered an unencumbered view of the gas giant planet and the other moon sitting high above. They passed Ring 2, and the tram slowed. The transparent tube returned to a metal tunnel, and a couple of minutes later the car slid to a silent halt. The doors opened, exposing Griffin to the harsh light of the interior of the facility. He blinked away the brightness and saw a bustle of activity in the passageway. Gray-clad administrators and blue-uniformed technicians nearly ran up and down the corridor. Griffin counted more people in the corridor than were assigned to the entire base.
"What's going on?"
Tyron asked, his voice muffled behind his face shield.
"A high-level meeting of the board."
Fitzhugh smiled.
"Your unannounced arrival makes sense now."
He escorted the group down the corridor. The passers-by stared at the gray-clad group, but moved out of the way to let them pass.
"Oh?"
Irritation filled Tyron's voice.
"The board. Mr. Anderson is here. He must want to personally supervise the test of your project. That explains all the secrecy,"
Fitzhugh mused. He shuffled down a side corridor, this one less crowded.
"Mr. Anderson is here?"
Tyron asked for clarification.
"Yes,"
Norm confirmed.
"In the executive wing in Ring 1. I thought you knew?"
"News to me," Griffin chimed in. He glanced at Tyron, but saw nothing behind the mirrored face shield. His own reflection betrayed his feelings, and he quickly turned away. Like you said, makes sense. This being his super-secret project and all.
"And after we've settled your team in operations, I'll notify him that you've arrived."
"No, Griffin stammered for a moment. We are ahead of schedule. I'd like to surprise him."
"You know he does not like surprises,"
Fitzhugh cautioned. "I want to see the look on my stepfather's face."
"We all would,"
Tyron interjected, his voice eager.
"We've worked so hard on this project. Be nice to see Mr. Anderson pleased." "He does not smile often,"
Norm confessed.
"Maybe seeing you and being ahead of schedule will give us a rare glimpse."
"Lead on," Griffin encouraged, and Fitzhugh, a bounce in his portly step, led them along the outer corridor of the main hub. The crowds thinned even more, and the group approached the operations center. Griffin touched the butt of his pistol, found the restraining strap by touch, and unfastened it. His pulse pounded in his ears, and a cool sweat chilled his skin. He gulped, his mouth and throat dry. Fitzhugh looked at him and smiled like a kid on Christmas morning. The door to operations slid open. 2 black-clad guards stood inside the door, rifles hanging diagonally across their chests, barrels low. Each turned their helmeted heads, and Griffin felt their cold eyes on him, studying him. They turned back to face front after their inspection. Griffin exhaled slowly and waved his hands, motioning for the raiding party to stay at the entrance. He heard weapons shift behind him. Now or never, he thought, and stepped into the operations center. A central obelisk dominated the room, stretching floor to ceiling. A 3-meter metal catwalk surrounded the pylon. Monitors covered its surface from top to midway down. Control consoles filled in the rest. Each monitor and hollow projector displayed a different region of space or area of the base. Concentric rings of control stations rippled outward from the obelisk, filling the rest of the operations center. Griffin studied them a moment, noting the Wraith sat docked, the transit tube still connected from the building adjacent to the pad. The other 2 ships sat on their pads in a similar fashion, powered down and dormant. His eyes widened when his gaze fell on a screen monitoring the edge of the system, beyond the 4th planet. A fleet of 6 ships, sleek and dark, sat motionless, waiting. Griffin turned his head and leaned backward, his head close to Tyron's armored chest. Monitor, 3rd from the bottom, on the left. Tyron grunted, and Griffin heard the quartermaster's vocoder switch off. He contacted the Wraith on a private, secured frequency. Griffin straightened up when Fitzhugh pointed excitedly across the room.
"There he is, your stepfather. Shall I—"
"Thank you, Mr. Fitzhugh." Griffin patted him on the shoulder. "I'll take it from here. Please ensure my team gets whatever they need."
Of course,"
Norm replied, disappointment in his voice. Griffin left him with Tyron and moved through the operations center. His gray combat suit contrasted to the black armored guards and blue-suited techs. He locked his gaze on his stepfather in his tailored pinstriped navy blue suit. Griffin stepped onto the catwalk and approached Tomas from behind. Memories flooded his mind and threatened to break his resolve. His mother, distraught after the death of her first husband, found solace in the arms of Tomas. Her protests when her new husband shipped off her only son to a boarding school 2 systems away. Her letters to Griffin that told of an often violent Tomas Anderson. The news of her death during a botched robbery,
and the police report that said nothing was taken. He pushed all those memories aside and stopped behind Tomas. The CEO stood quietly, reading a report on an e-pad, an unlit stogie clenched in his teeth. Griffin cleared his throat and uttered the two words the man hated most. "Hello, Dad." Anderson's body stiffened, and he slowly turned to face Griffin. Tomas's eyes widened at the sight of his stepson, and his teeth sunk into the cigar, almost biting it in half. "Griffin," he snarled. Griffin felt the man's eyes study him, the gaze focusing on the armor and weapons. Then the man's eyes cut across the room, looking at the other gray-clad pirates in the doorway. "I've been looking for you," he said, his gaze boring through Griffin. "You've saved me the trouble of finding you." Butterflies threatened to tear out his stomach, but Griffin pushed the anxiety down. He stared at his stepfather and steeled his voice. "I was hoping you'd be here. I knew it was close to your annual unannounced visit to Renmar. You have become predictable, Tomas." "You've made new friends?" Anderson inquired with a glance at the pirates still standing in the door. "Men with a common purpose," Griffin replied. He gulped down the fear and bile. He had waited for 3 years for this moment, to confront the man he knew killed his mother. "You always said to surround yourself with people with common goals." He heard the hesitation in his own voice, saw the smile on Tomas's face, and knew the CEO maintained the upper hand. His cool demeanor did not dispel that thought. Anderson spat out the broken stogie and crossed his arms. "And what is your goal today?" "Actually, I have 2, Griffin said. The calm defiance of the man filled him with rage. Years of torment for his mother, his abandonment at boarding school, and later this facility, fueled his resolve. Griffin's hand touched the butt of his pistol, the feel reassuring. He moved to his left, and Tomas turned with him, the CEO's back now to the door. "First, information. I need to know who you have on the payroll in the systems police and the pirates." Tomas laughed. The harsh, humorless sound reverberated around the room. Every eye in the room turned to watch the 2 men. He pulled an unblemished stogie from the pocket of his suit coat and stuck the end in his mouth. "Is that all? And what is your second goal?" "The theft of equipment," Griffin shrugged. He was deep in it now, no backing out. That knowledge calmed him. "Specifically, everything you have here to be tested." Anderson's smile disappeared in a flash, his face turning stone cold. "You will get neither, son. I am not in the habit of telling anyone, not even family, who is on my payroll. And as far as you taking the equipment on the base," he paused and bared his teeth. "No." He chomped on the cigar. "So, my advice is you and your friends get back on that ship of yours and pray that I let you leave the system." He crossed his arms in defiance. "Sorry you feel that way," Griffin uttered, and bowed his head. The whine of laser bolts filled the room. Griffin kept his head down, eyes open. The strobe of red and green energy beams filled his peripheral vision. The screams of the technicians and administrators drowned out the discharge of weapons. Griffin raised his head and stared into his stepfather's eyes while the pirates fired. The base personnel wilted under the assault. Consoles melted to slag. Sparks filled the air from overloaded circuits. Smoke billowed from destroyed computers. The attack abruptly ended. Silence, punctuated by the infrequent cascade of sparks and the hum of damaged systems, filled the room. 20 pirates, Norm Fitzhugh, Griffin, and Tomas, remained unscathed. Sweat appeared on Anderson's forehead. His lip quivered. His eyes widened with something Griffin had never seen in the man before. Fear. "Why?" Tomas snarled. "My mother," Griffin said. He slowly drew his pistol. "She told me that you hit her after you sent me away. She feared for her life. And then she died. I loved her." Doubtful. "Let me ask you something, Dad." Griffin flicked off the safety, the weapon still at his side. "Did you remember to change the will after she died, after my disappearance?" What? "Did you change the will?
You see, the last time I hacked the mainframe, I noticed that she was the 100% beneficiary of Continuum Arms, and in the unfortunate and untimely death of both of you, I stand to inherit everything. Did you change it?" Shock overcame Tomas. His eyes glazed over, and he stared at nothing. He slowly shook his head. "Good." Griffin raised the pistol. "Then I won't have to persuade you to write a new one." He fired a single bolt. The pistol lightly bucked in his hand. The energy beam sliced through the tailored suit and blasted through Tomas Anderson's rib cage. The CEO's legs buckled, and he fell to the floor in a heap. Griffin fired a second shot. That one was for my mother. He holstered the pistol and crossed the smoldering operations room. He stepped over bodies and around blasted consoles. He stopped in front of Norm Fitzhugh. The man shook uncontrollably. Sweat poured from his face and stained the collar and armpits of his gray uniform. Tyron held the man by the nape of the neck to keep him from falling down. "Mr. Fitzhugh?" Griffin pursed his lips. No response. He softly slapped the pudgy administrator. "Mr. Fitzhugh, do you wish to continue your employment with Continuum Arms?" The frightened man's eyes focused on Griffin. The words registered somewhere deep in his addled mind. He vigorously nodded. The motion shook his entire body. "Excellent. If you assist my associates in finding and loading every piece of new equipment, tested or not, then I will promote you to head of testing." Griffin stared at the administrator. "I will need someone I can trust to take care of this facility while I run my inheritance." Fitzhugh glanced behind him, saw the armored figure of Tyron, and trembled. "Tyron," Griffin said, facing his quartermaster, "my part of this operation is complete. My goal is accomplished. I turn operational control back over to you." Tyron nodded his helmeted head. "Get into the mainframe and find out the information for the captain," Griffin acknowledged.
"The rest of us will go with Mr. Fitzhugh," Tyron snarled, "and find all the goodies this place has to offer."
Chapter 25. "The feed is live?" Notcher pointed toward the hologram floating over the conference table. "Or as live as I can make it. I estimate an 8-minute lag." Tasha DeVoe and her team stood in the precinct conference room on Messer's station. They stood around a long metal conference table and stared at the display. The hologram provided the only light in the closed-off room. The Renmar system floated at eye level, the images courtesy of carefully placed sensor drones. Sergeant Notcher touched a control on her pad, and the hologram dissolved. It reappeared a moment later as two separate tactical scenes. A representation of the entire system sat to DeVoe's right. The 4 planets and the small asteroid field slowly orbited the distant star. A cluster of unidentified blips sat on the outskirts of the system at extreme range for the satellite drones. A close-up of the 3rd planet and its moons sat on the left side of the hologram. Tasha noted the presence of 3 ships, but only one she recognized, the Wraith. She focused her attention on the unknown ships on the edge of the system. "Can we zoom in on those?" she pointed. Notcher shook her head. "They arrived a few hours after the drones began transmitting. They came in from the far side, so we didn't get an ID on them." She pointed to the edge of the system. "Those guys arrived an hour before that, right after we went online. That's why we don't have better views. I was afraid to move the satellites because they may be detected." "The images are fine," Tasha assured her. "How long has the Wraith been docked?" 1 hour, 18 minutes, McHenry replied. He sat beside Notcher, hunched over a monitor. Sir Nicholas stood behind him, looking over his shoulder. Rodriguez stood behind DeVoe, her eyes fixed on the cluster of unknown ships. "Lieutenant?" Notcher pointed toward the hologram. "I have an idea. We have 3 drones out there monitoring this. Let's sacrifice one." "What do you have in mind?" Tasha inquired, raising an eyebrow. "The drone near the asteroid field is redundant. Let's move it toward the unknowns. Perhaps we can get an ID on them." "That will give away our surveillance to not only those ships, but the pirates as well," McHenry warned. "Is it worth that to maybe ID those unknowns?" Tasha sighed.
She had been dreading this moment since ordering the drones to the Renmar system. She exhaled. "The pirates, the Wrath, already know we are here." "What?" Rodriguez cried. "I dispatched the drones to the system," Tasha confided, "based on an agreement I have with the captain of that vessel." She quickly explained her meeting with William Ainsworth and the plan to find out who worked for Continuum Arms. "You trust him?" Sir Nicholas inquired. Tasha nodded. "Yes, so far he has not let me down." The four officers looked at each other for a moment. Silent nods signaled their agreement. "Then let's move the drone," McKendry smiled. DeVoe sighed. "Notcher?" Celeste touched the drone controls. "Yes, ma'am. I'll have it turn and charge straight at them. They will destroy it, but maybe we can ID them first." "We have movement," McKendry called. Tasha turned her attention to the close-up of Renmar. The docking arm attached to the Wrath withdrew, leaving the ship alone on the pad. Engines flared, glowing white-hot, and the freighter lifted from the pad. It hovered for a moment and spun on its axis to head out-system. The course put them on a collision with the 6 unknown ships. "Celeste, now." The drone turned and rocketed toward the edge of the system. The Wrath achieved orbit, following along the same path. The unknown contacts activated their engines and raced in-system and closed in on the satellite. A barrage of high-energy bolts flashed from the unknowns and destroyed the drone in a flash of light. The unknown craft raced through the expanding gas cloud and set a course for the pirate ship. The Wrath turned and raced toward the gas giant. Notcher and McKendry, both monitoring the drone, winced when their monitors died. Rodriguez and DeVoe, concentrating on the bigger picture, showed no reaction. Sir Nicholas stood upright and stretched. "Get anything?" Tasha inquired. She watched the Wrath slip behind Renmar 3 and disappear out of sight. "Confirmed," Notcher replied and rubbed her eyes. "It's the same 6 ships we saw at Jensen's planet." "Continuum Arms," DeVoe muttered. "Contact," Rodriguez stated, her voice calm and even. "Sector 9. McKendry?" 4 new blips appeared on the hologram, exiting hyperspace nearly on top of the satellite, providing the overall view of the system. The hologram slightly blurred when the new ships interrupted the signal. McKendry leaned over his monitor again. 4 contacts. Squawk ID indicates SYSPOL task force. They're on an intercept course with the enemy fleet." "Don't do it, Captain," DeVoe muttered, watching as the SYSPOL ships split up to engage the Continuum Arms fleet. "You said 8-minute lag?" "Yes, ma'am." "So, whatever we are about to see is already history." She sighed and settled in to watch the task force under the command of James Stennis. The hologram icons changed color. The Wrath, a distant blip almost off the screen, turned gold as it raced out of the system. The SYSPOL fleet icons turned blue, friendly. The 6 attackers of Jensen's planet glowed bright red. The gold icon flew past the edge of sensor range and disappeared off the hologram. The other 2 forces closed. They fanned out to engage. 6 ships against 4. DeVoe called for a close-up of the battle space, and the hologram zoomed in close enough that the icons morphed into small representations of the ships. The sleek SYSPOL destroyers, triangular pie pieces bristling with weapons, charged toward the beehive-winged Continuum Arms fleet. The ships closed, but neither group slowed. They entered firing range. One of the Continuum Arms picket ships drew first blood. It fired an energy barrage of bright orange plasma. The SYSPOL destroyer's shields flared when the plasma hit. The orange energy blanket spread across the shields. "Oh my God," McKendry muttered. "It's eating through the shields." The plasma dissolved the protective barrier and continued onto the armored hull. It ate through the durasteel plating like acid. The SYSPOL vessel erupted in a fireball and disappeared in a flash. The 2 fleets turned, and small individual battles erupted. Orange plasma again flashed across space. The energy field dissolved shields and hulls with impunity. Bright red and green lasers from the SYSPOL fleet lashed across the shields of the Continuum Arms vessels. Their shields flared, but held. Another blue destroyer icon vanished in a ball of gas and flame. Notcher, Tasha stammered. Get the chief, now. The battle continued, and another SYSPOL vessel fell victim to the orange plasma. The final ship lashed out with every weapon at its disposal. The final protective fire spread a mixture of missiles and energy beams across all the Continuum Arms ships. A half-dozen missile impacts on the closest Continuum Arms ship created an expanding fireball. The destroyer flew below the explosion, used it for cover, and made a run for the edge of the system. It steadily grew larger on the screen. Chief Bronsky entered the room and saddled up beside Tasha. His dark eyes observed the battle. "What is this?" DeVoe shushed him. "Just watch. I'll explain after." The hologram reduced magnification. The icons and representations dissolved into a real-life feed from the drone. "Is this live?" Bronsky inquired. His eyes narrowed to slits. 8-minute lag, Notcher answered. A bolt of orange plasma leapt from the pursuing ships and overtook the SYSPOL destroyer. Shields flared. The energy weapon ate through the protective barrier. The police vessel fired its aft weapons. The crimson rounds struck the closest Continuum Arms vessel at precisely the moment it fired another plasma burst. The bolt ignited the energy. The ship disappeared in a flash of light and secondary explosions. The dark conference room strobed with the light show. The SYSPOL ship succumbed a moment later. The orange plasma bored through the hull and sliced through the reactor core. The explosion caught the drone, and the feed died. The dual hologram images disappeared, replaced by the feed from the sole remaining satellite. The system once again floated at eye level, red blips indicating enemy vessels. The remaining ships, 4 of them, spread throughout the system. One sat motionless at the edge of the system. One patrolled near the asteroid field, while the last 2 orbited the facility on Renmar 3. "I'm picking up transmissions through the drone," Notcher said. "Audio only." "On speaker," Bronsky growled. Static filled the air before a terrified, whiny voice stammered through the speaker.
They killed everybody, not you,"
a raspy alien voice replied. The bass tone held no emotion, no humanity. "That's the Pearly," Tasha muttered.
They spared me to tell what happened. Who killed Bosch? Griffin. Stepson. Yes. He asked about a will. Said he now controlled the company. Zank. Been helpful.
The alien voice paused.
Fire. Destroy station. No!
Fitzhugh's scream died. The ships orbiting the second moon of Renmar 3 opened fire, orange plasma burst slashing through the thin atmosphere. The bolts impacted the testing facility. The buildings did not explode. No flames leapt for the vacuum of space. The plasma simply ate through the wagon wheel complex, dissolving metal, glass, and anything else it touched. The 2 orbiting ships systematically laid waste to the base, 1 ring at a time. Bronsky, DeVoe, and her team helplessly watched as the concentric rings and spokes of the wheel melted away. 20 minutes later, only scars on the surface remained of the Continuum Arms weapons testing facility. The 4 ships regrouped near the asteroid field, formed a lopsided V formation, and disappeared into hyperspace. The hologram vanished, the lights gradually illuminating the conference room. Bronsky stood, arms crossed, with one hand on his chin, and stared at the table in silence. He let out a long exhale. "I'm reinstating your team and mission," he finally stated. "Damn the commander and his agenda. I'm also assigning you a task force. You will need a lot of firepower to combat that." He pointed to the empty space above the table, where the hologram had been. He shook his head and sighed. "A lot of good people are going to die." Tasha chose her words carefully, thinking of her agreement with the pirate. "I can minimize that, Chief. I have a plan, and if it works, I'll take out the pirates as well." Chapter 26. A knock at the door roused William from a fitful rest. He rose from the bed in his quarters and padded across the cold deck in his bare feet.
He touched the button on the side of the door. It opened and revealed a grim Tyran. William waved him in and pointed toward the small meeting area in the center of the room. He moved to his bed, retrieved a pair of shoes, and moved to sit opposite Tyran in an oversized chair. "What is it?" he asked, putting the shoes on his cold feet.
"That was a narrow escape," Tyran stated.
He raised an eyebrow at William.
"Whose drone satellite was that? The authorities? Are they watching us?"
"Not aboard the ship, no," William answered with a shake of his head. He saw hurt in the quartermaster's eyes, the pain of betrayal. The two discussed the burgeoning alliance with Lieutenant DeVoe at length before the raid on Continuum Arms. William learned that Tyran grew tired of the pirate life, like most of them, and wanted to settle down. Before that, however, he too wanted to avenge Captain Porter. That made the alliance necessary.
"But they were watching Renmar? They knew our plan?"
"I notified DeVoe, yes," William admitted. Tyran threw his hands in the air in frustration, and his voice rose.
I'm a pirate! I'm a pirate working with the police! If the Pirate Council found out, we'd be hunted down and—"
"We are already being hunted down," William blurted, interrupting Tyran. He lowered his voice. "Someone killed Porter. Every time we dock, someone recruits our men. You remember, a month ago? Was it just a month? That trap? We lost 8 men and 2 ships." He took a breath, calming himself. "We are already being hunted down, my friend. Now it comes down to survival." He shook his head. "The mainframe did not give us the information we needed. We still do not know who is working for Continuum Arms. So for now, we need allies. We work with the lieutenant, get to the bottom of all this, and then we split a fortune among the crew and bid them a fond farewell."
"You have this fortune on you?"
Tyran smirked. "No, but I know where it is. A gift from Captain Porter."
"Porter?"
The big man laughed.
"We always suspected he squirreled away his cut."
"He did, amassed a fortune, and got killed before he could retire." He leaned forward, looking Tyran in the eyes. "And when the time comes, you will count it, as is your job, Quartermaster."
"Aye, Captain."
The two sat in silence, each man lost in thought.
"Do you know what happened after we left Renmar?"
Tyran asked. "DeVoe sent me a brief," William answered.
"Do you want to—"
Tyran held up a hand and shook his head.
"The word is out. A fleet of ships, the same ones that destroyed Jensen's planet, destroyed a SYSPOL task force, 4 destroyers, and then laid waste to Renmar. Rumor is there is nothing left, not even debris."
"It's not rumor," William confirmed. "I've seen the recording. A new CA weapon, eats shields, durasteel, everything. Ask Griffin about it."
"I did. It's new to him."
"He owns the company now," William mused. "See if he can tap into the computer and find out."
"Aye."
"And set a course for Mercy. We need a safe place to think and regroup."
"Do you think that it's safe there?"
"What other option do we have? We need to lay low and get supplies."
"And recruit,"
Tyran offered. "And that," William agreed. He stood. "I'll be in the hold, looking over the weapons and shield components we took from Renmar. If we are going to fight a war, I want to make sure that we have a few tricks up our sleeve."
"To level the playing field?"
"No, Quartermaster. To dominate the playing field." A burst of recycled air hit William when he stepped off the docking ramp and onto the porcelain white floor of Mercy. The artificial breeze sent a chill across his arms. The feeling put a smile on his face. The murmur of conversation, the hum of machinery, and the echoes of footfalls assaulted his senses. Hundreds of pirates, techs, and black-clad security walked the halls before him. He slung a pack over his shoulder with his left hand, leaving his right hand free just in case. He carried a pistol under his shirt, despite the rules forbidding it on Mercy. After Captain Porter's death on the last visit, he took no chances. A shadow fell over him, and he turned to see Tyran, Griffin, and Billy Clyde step from the docking collar. Tyran yawned and stretched, then rubbed his stomach. Griffin and Billy stood at the base of the ramp, their eyes wide at the wonder before them. Neither had visited Mercy before. Billy, you stay with Griffin, William ordered his third in command. He will take you for food and buy you a new toy. Billy Clyde's eyes widened, and a smile split his face. Then he'll bring you back here, okay? Billy smiled. His stomach growled at the mention of food. Where you go? I'm going to meet with a few people, William replied. Try to find you a few new friends. Billy nodded, took Griffin's offered hand, and the two disappeared into the foot traffic of Mercy. Tyron stepped forward, his dark eyes looking over William's head while he scanned the bustling pirate station. You sure you don't want me to come with you? You've never been here as captain, never been on a recruiting drive. You say the wrong thing to the wrong people and you could get in trouble. And don't forget that someone is gunning for us. I'll be fine, William replied, patting the small pistol he had tucked under his jacket. I'll put the word out, grab a bite, and be back on the ship in no time. I need you to find a buyer for the weapons components that we can't use. Aye, Captain, Tyron replied with a nod, worry in his voice. The two had discussed the plan en route to Mercy. News of the raid on Continuum has spread. The SYSPOL haven't named us yet, but the rumors abound. Everyone is on edge. Another reason you shouldn't go alone, Tyron cautioned. Which bar did you say would be the place to start? William changed the subject. The Warrinks, on level 6. That's where men go if they want to change. That's where I'll be. Aye. But, William raised an eyebrow, if I'm not back in 2 hours, then I become captain and you will be missed, Tyron responded and winked. The two laughed and went their separate ways. William took the lift down to level 6 and found the Warrinks Bar and Grill after a brief search. A teeth-chattering beat drifted through the swinging wooden doors, despite the sound dampeners at the entrance. He pushed his way through the doors, and the dull throb of music morphed into a soaring, heavy drum beat. The singer sounded like a strangled cat, as he, or she, screamed out unintelligible lyrics. The song suddenly ended, and left a ringing in William's ears. He drifted toward the bar along the left side of the establishment. An empty stage dominated the right. A handful of deserted tables filled the middle of the room. He sidled up to the wooden bar top and noted the lack of secluded booths for clandestine meetings like in other bars. 3 other patrons stood at the far end of the wall-spanning bar, quietly drinking. He ordered a shot of whiskey and downed it in one gulp. The liquor burned its way down. He smiled, grateful he had remembered to eat before leaving the ship. He listened for any snippets of conversation, but could not hear the other men. He ordered another drink and slowly sipped it. Another song from an ancient jukebox began, this one more melodic and subdued, but still loud. Other men entered the bar. They shouted, their voices carried above the music. They settled against the bar, filling in the gap between William and the original 3 patrons. One man jostled William, spilling his drink. The man stood almost a half-foot taller than William, looked down, and offered a gruff apology. William's heart hammered in his chest. He accepted and returned to his drink. He stared straight ahead, nursing the libation and willing his heart rate to slow. Tyron was right. I am out of my league. How do I approach these guys? The man next to him turned and opened the conversation for him. What's your ship? The Wraith. The man thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Heard of it. Heard the captain got himself killed a while back. He snickered. Robot attack. Murder, William muttered, stifling the snicker. Someone killed him. I don't know why yet, but I will. You? The man looked William up and down. Curiosity and mocking filled his voice. Who are you to look into his death? The man's buddies left their positions along the bar, forming a semicircle around William, and boxed him in. I'm the new captain, William acknowledged, and downed the rest of his drink. He did not like the direction of the conversation. The 4 men loudly laughed. The sound echoed through the room when the song ended. They must be scraping the bottom of the barrel to make you captain. What are you, 12? Old enough to command a ship? William shrugged and ordered another drink. He offered the man a smile and toasted him with his new glass, and to pull off the raid on Continuum Arms. The laughter stopped. William slammed down the empty glass and leaned his back against the bar. He locked eyes with each of the 4 men. He let the silence linger for a moment. The liquor from his last shot warmed his core and brought his heart rate under control. The buzz countered the fear of being surrounded by 4 men, each older and broader than William. He smiled.
"You what?"
the first pirate menacingly asked. "You heard me. We pulled off the raid on Renmar. Got a hold full of state-of-the-art weaponry for our efforts."
"You idiot. You got the attention of the authorities. The SYSPOL has a fleet out looking for pirates. They've already destroyed 4 ships.
William's eyes widened in surprise. What? The words fought to form through his alcohol-addled brain.
"The SYSPOL destroyed 4 ships in the last 2 days," the man said. "They have a fleet searching the quadrant. Why do you think so many ships are docked here?"
William remembered the number of ships docked at Mercy when they arrived, twice the number from a month before. DeVoe could not have formed a fleet that fast. He's lying, a feminine voice drifted across the room. Everyone turned toward a woman sitting at a table near the door. The brunette wore her hair in a long ponytail. Red, full lips curled into a smile. Piercing blue eyes watched the men. She leaned back in her chair, a drink in her left hand, her right hand hidden under the table.
"What?"
the pirate snarled. "I said you're lying," the woman restated. "Most of the ships are here for routine downtime, been scheduled for weeks."
"How do you—"
"I have my sources," she winked, taunting. "Obviously more reliable than yours." The man looked at William, then back to the woman several times, his face red. He clenched his fists. His breath came ragged in his rage. William saw the punch coming. With his back against the bar, he simply had nowhere to go. The blow connected with his stomach. Pain radiated outward. He lost his breath and collapsed to the floor. He gasped for air. Rough hands hoisted him up, held him against the bar, and the pirate landed another blow to his abdomen. Alcohol erupted from William like a volcano. The foul-smelling vomit covered his attacker. The man stumbled backward and cursed. His buddies roared with laughter. He stared down at the clothes, the liquid slowly soaking through his attire. He convulsed, fighting back his own vomit. The men holding William recoiled, released him, and stepped back. William placed his elbows on the wooden bar and held himself upright. He wiped his mouth with his left sleeve, shaking his head against the aftertaste of the bile. He fought not to vomit again. The music started again, soaring guitars and synthesizers fighting a fast, wild drum beat for domination. His primary attacker pulled a long knife from a sheath at his belt. He spun the weapon in his hand until the blade faced William, the handle firmly in the man's grasp. He swiped at the liquid, covering his clothes with his offhand, and snarled,
"I'm going to kill you."
He stepped toward William, and his compatriots moved in to secure his arms again. A piercing bellow echoed in the room, drowning out the loud jukebox. The scream of rage sent a chill down William's spine. He looked past his attacker and smiled in relief. The vomit-covered man turned in time to catch the full brunt of Billy Clyde's charge. The pirate flew up and over William, landing behind the bar in a crash of bottles. Liquor poured from broken containers, covering the man and quelling the smell of William's vomit. Billy Clyde continued his battle cry. He grabbed the 2 men holding William's arms, effortlessly picked them up, and cracked their heads together. The men went limp in his hands while he suspended them off the floor. He opened his hands and let them fall. They bounced off the tile once and lay motionless. The last compatriot of the attacker bolted for the door and ran directly into Tyron. The quartermaster, a maniacal grin on his face, stretched his arms out wide and clotheslined him across the throat. His upper body suddenly stopped. His lower body continued toward the door until nearly horizontal. Gravity took over, pulling him toward the floor. He landed with a solid thud, unconscious. The song ended, and silence filled the bar. William watched the entire attack, leaning against the bar. Billy's strong arms picked him up and set him on the bar top. A single growl toward the bartender ended any protest. The large man-child looked at William sadness in his eyes. "Willie okay?" William gulped down the last of the bile still fostering from his stomach and smiled. He patted his ward on the shoulder. "I'm fine, Billy, just fine."
"I told you not to go alone,"
Tyrone said as he walked up, a smile on his face. He nonchalantly stepped over one of William's unconscious attackers. Griffin moved to stand beside Billy, arms crossed. He shook his head.
"Can't leave you alone for a moment."
The woman from across the bar joined them. Ice-blue eyes watched him with a hint of humor. She studied all four of the men, then turned to look at the damage brought by Billy and Tyrone. She shook her head and turned back to William. "I'm Jaden," she said, and offered her hand. The woman wore a light green jumpsuit and carried a pistol on her right hip, despite the rules. Her brunette hair pulled into a tight ponytail and trailed midway down her back. William shook her hand and introduced himself and his men. "Thank you for distracting them," he said. "Never liked Norris or his friends," she responded, nodding toward the man groaning behind the bar. "But he was right about one thing. The word is out that you took out the CA facility. People are a bit jumpy."
"We robbed the place, that's all,"
Griffin interjected. "The base was leveled," Jaden stated. "Nothing left at—" She turned, as did William and his crew. The other patrons of the bar sauntered over. Their eyes surveyed the four unconscious men, Tyrone and Billy Clyde. The half-dozen men stopped a few steps away when Billy bared his teeth. The man-child stepped in front of William.
"Are you really the captain that attacked Continuum Arms?"
the lead man asked. William pushed his way around Billy. He still held his stomach with his left hand, his abdomen sore from the beating. "I'm Captain William Ainsworth of the Wraith. This is my quartermaster, Tyrone, and second officer Griffin."
"Me, Billy,"
said a voice behind him. "And this is Billy Clyde. You are—"
"My name is Petrov," the man said with a smirk. "We are looking for a ship with a bold captain. Our last ship, let's just say we didn't get a fair cut."
"Join with the Wrath, and you will,"
Tyrone said, and stepped forward. He led the men away, the conversation lost when the next song began playing from the jukebox. "I'll take Billy back to the ship," Griffin offered.
"Unless you plan on getting into another fight?"
"I didn't plan this one," William said. He glanced at Jaden standing beside him, a smile on her face. "I think I'll be all right." Griffin and Billy left the Warrinks. A few minutes later, Tyrone led the group of recruits from the bar, leaving William and Jaden alone, except for the four unconscious pirates. The jukebox started again and filled the room with a loud, heavy beat. "Let's get out of here," she said, nodding toward the door. William agreed, and they left the bar, blending in with the rest of the pirates on Mercy. Light streamed in through a slit in the curtains, highlighting William's face while he lay sleeping. He rolled onto his back, stretched, and reached to the other side of the empty bed. He sighed, sat up, and cracked his neck. His head throbbed from drinks the night before. His mouth tasted foul. He smacked his lips and rubbed his temples. Images of the previous evening blurred through his mind. He remembered leaving the bar with Jaden, having dinner, bar hopping, and finally ending up on level 2, guest lodging. A smile split his face as he recalled the rest. He poured himself a glass of water, drained it, and took a shower. 30 minutes later, he left the room and made his way through Mercy. He made good time through the thin crowds, courtesy of the early hour. He found his way to the Wrath and found a young pirate, one of the men from the bar the day before, standing watch. He sprang to attention when William approached. "Morning, Captain." "Good morning.
"Oliver, sir."
"Good morning, Oliver. Do you know the status of the ship?"
"Quartermaster Tyrone ordered all aboard as of 3 this morning. You are the last to arrive, sir."
William acknowledged that with a grin and a nod, told Oliver to button up, and proceeded to the bridge. He found Griffin on watch, sitting in the captain's chair. He stood as William entered, relinquishing the chair. "Tyrone left you a message." Griffin gestured toward a blinking light on the arm of the chair. William thanked him and sat down. He touched the button, and Tyrone's voice filled the air.
"Captain, good morning. We procured supplies and fuel, and I was able to sell off a few of the new components. I'll divvy that up in the morning. I tried to find you last night to let you know that the station administrator has ordered us to leave before noon. Apparently, the bar fight did not sit well with security, especially since the guy beating on you is the admin's nephew."
"And the administrator is likely on Continuum's payroll," William muttered.
"I recommend that we leave as soon as you are aboard. I put out a curfew call for 0300. Wake me if you need anything else."
The voice yawned.
"I'm going to bed."
The message ended with a click. William's thoughts raced back to the night before and Jaden. He smiled. "Navigator, take us away from Mercy. Port speed." "Course?" William thought for a moment. He recalled the Pirates Code and the Wraith's specific area of operations. Something else popped into his head, something that Jaden had mentioned the night before. "Soliot Sector," he replied. "We haven't been there in a while." "Soliot Sector, aye," Griffin repeated. "Estimate 6 hours." William stood and stretched. "Wake me in 4." He left the bridge and returned to his quarters. He fell asleep when his head hit the pillow, a smile plastered on his face. Chapter 27. Captain Ferris Perello sat back in his chair and sipped a steaming cup of coffee. He grimaced at the bitter taste and the scalding temperature. He blew the steam away and watched the starfield beyond the open-glass viewer of the bridge. 19 days through the sector at sub-light speed made for a long trip, but he never grew tired of the run. The peacefulness of the stars, the handful of crew his only responsibility. Ferris thought his decision to leave behind his life as a SYSPOL patrolman had been a good decision. He was happy with the 3rd year of his new life. He took another sip. The freighter Douglas slipped from port to port, a freelance vessel that would carry anything not illegal, immoral, or unethical. That cut down on most offers. The big conglomerate carriers usually handled the legal items, leaving the freelancers to handle either small runs or smuggling. Ferris chose his clients carefully, always stayed on the legal side, and earned a reputation for honest and on-time transport. Except for this one. Times grew tight, jobs scarce, and he broke his cardinal rule. He took on cargo that, while technically not illegal, he did not have a license to carry. Crates of food, live animals in suspended animation, filled his hold, heading toward the new settlements on the edge of known space. Ferris spent hours each day inspecting the crates, a job usually assigned to a licensed tech, which they did not have. Between the fee he charged for the transport and the potential sale price of the goods, the benefits far outweighed any fines likely encountered if boarded and searched. He took another sip of his coffee. "I'll be glad when this is over. 19 days to deep space means 19 days back." Hopefully he could find something to bring back to civilized space to even out the trip. He finished his coffee and stood. He brushed his salt and pepper hair off his forehead and back along his scalp. "XO, I'm going to check out the cargo. You have the bridge." "Aye," First Officer Amanda Yaziri acknowledged. She stood to move toward the captain's chair. Her console beeped. She sat back down, and her fingers flew across her station. "One ship exiting hyperspace, no transponder ident." She leaned forward, her voice strong and steady, while she studied her readouts. "A freighter, heavily armed. They are hailing." "On viewer." The glass viewer on the bridge turned opaque, and a young man appeared. He wore his brown hair past his ears, and his blue eyes were full of life. He smiled politely and spoke in an even, friendly tone. "Greetings. My name is William Ainsworth, captain of the Wraith. If you would, please shut down your engines and prepare to be boarded." Ferris sat down, stunned. Pirate attacks this far out were uncommon, and he had never heard of one so polite. The young man's disarming smile added to his confusion. I'm sorry? You're who?" "I'm Captain Ainsworth of the pirate ship Wraith. Please shut down your engines." "I'm Captain Perello of the freighter Douglas, and I assure you we have nothing of value." He studied the man in the viewer, noting the man nodded politely at his reply. "What is going on? Polite pirates?" "Thank you, Captain, but as you can imagine, we must see for ourselves. Now, if you would—" "And if I refuse?" Ferris inquired. "This is absurd." "Captain, do we really need to go there?" Ainsworth asked. "I would prefer a more civilized approach to this meeting."
Civilized? I thought you said you were a pirate.
"There is no reason we can't be civil."
Ferris studied the man. He appeared to be half his age, maybe 20.
If I refuse?
He inquired again. The smile vanished off the pirate's face.
"Captain Perello, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. But either way, it's going to get done. Now, shut down your engines, or we will do it for you."
That sounds more like a pirate. I will not.
The pirate image disappeared, replaced with the pirate ship bearing down on them. Blue ion beams reached out, striking the Douglas. The freighter shook with impacts, the lights dimming. Sparks exploded from a console to Ferris's left.
"Full power!" he yelled. "Evasive!"
The freighter continued to shudder under the impacts. The hum of the engines grew to a roar. The throttle pushed to full. Another console exploded, knocking the XO to the floor in a shower of sparks. Flames licked the control station, sending smoke toward the ceiling. The Douglas shook again, vibrating under the onslaught of ion beams. The lights winked off. The engines died. The artificial gravity failed. Ferris, weightless, drifted from his chair. He scrambled, reaching for a handhold. He missed and sent himself spinning across the bridge. The auxiliary generator switched on, restoring the gravity, and Ferris fell. He landed hard on the deck, breaking his left arm. He howled in pain. Hands lifted him from the floor. Something bumped into the Douglas. He gripped his arm, holding it immobile against his chest, and ordered everyone back to their stations.
"Signal our surrender," he ordered, breathing through the pain in his arm. "Tell them we will not resist."
"They are already aboard, sir," Yaziri stated, brushing strands of her black hair out of her face. Her almond eyes spoke of Arabic ancestry, her family stories from old Earth, the tales of legend. A cut on her forehead and a trickle of blood on her cheek added to her allure. Soot from the console and the explosion of sparks covered her face, giving her fair complexion a menacing flare. She sat at another console and read the screen. "They've captured the engine room. Another element is heading here." Perello clutched his arm, stood behind his chair, and faced the door to the bridge. He heard the footfalls in the corridor beyond the hatch and raised his right hand. His left arm hung loosely at his side, throbbing in pain. A quick glance behind him confirmed his crew followed his example. The doors opened. He closed his eyes and waited for the shot that killed him. He heard footsteps, but no laser fire. He opened one eye, then the other. Gray-suited figures, each wearing a mirrored faceplate, swarmed the bridge. They fanned out, expertly covering the control room in seconds. The pirates took control of the ship without firing a shot. Ferris breathed a sigh of relief.
"All clear,"
a big man near the door stated. Captain Ainsworth strolled in a minute later. He wore the same gray type of spacesuit, sans helmet, hands clasped behind his back. He stopped at the threshold, his eyes scanning the interior. He locked eyes with Ferris before glancing at his arm. "You're hurt?"
"What do you care?" Ferris spat. "You attacked us without provocation. How many of my crew are dead?"
"None," the young man replied with a smile. "I told you there is no reason we cannot be civil." He glanced at Ferris's arm. "Do you have a medic aboard?" Perello stood in shock at the turn of events.
"Polite pirates? No dead? Offering a medic? What is going on?"
"No," he croaked. The pirate captain turned to the big man near the door. "Contact Griffin. Ask him to report over here with a medical kit."
"Aye."
"Captain Perello, I have a medic coming to set your arm. In the meantime, if you'd be so kind as to pull up your manifest."
"It won't do you any good,"
Ferris answered. He gritted his teeth against the pain in his arm and shoulder.
"It's frozen beef set for the outer colonies." "Beef?"
The big pirate standing beside the pirate captain repeated.
"As in steak?"
Ferris nodded. "How much beef?" Captain Ainsworth inquired.
400 crates,
Ferris answered. 2 head per crate.
"William, that's a lot of beef,"
the big man stated.
"Worth a fortune on the rim."
A new pirate arrived. He did not wear a gray spacesuit nor carry a weapon. He carried a med kit. Ferris led him to the captain's chair. Perello sat, and Griffin kneeled beside him. He saw another young man near the same age as the captain, with long hair, an unkempt beard, and a caring twinkle in his eye. The pirate captain and the big man followed.
How long have you been out here? Ainsworth asked, looking around the bridge. You don't appear to have translite capability.
19 days. 2 days from our destination.
William smirked. He crinkled his nose in thought. Could we carry 400 crates? He asked the big man beside him. The mirrored mask shook side to side.
At most, maybe half. But we already have a hold half full of components.
100?
Aye.
Captain Ainsworth turned back to Ferris, a smile on his face. Captain Perello, it is your lucky day.
100 crates of frozen beef. Tyron smiled. A good haul. Worth a fortune on the border worlds.
Tyron stood beside William, Griffin, and a handful of others in the hold of the Wraith. Row after row of crates, with breaks for walkways, lined the deck. The holographic sun sat low on the horizon, signaling the end of another day.
We left them with their own fortune,
Oliver, one of the new recruits, opined. William and Tyron shot him a dirty look, and he shifted his focus, staring down at the floor.
We lined our hold. We got in and out without casualties, Tyron stated, and no one on their freighter got dead. It's a good day.
We could have taken their ship, was all I meant, Oliver muttered.
We don't have to kill everything in sight to be pirates, William admonished. My goal is to keep you gainfully employed with the minimal loss of life. Thoughts of those lost over the last few years threatened to blast through the walls erected in his mind. We've lost enough.
Aye, Captain.
William patted the young man on the back. A few years ago, I was new to all of this. I learned, so will you. A smile split the boy's face, and he nodded. Good. Ensure everything is secured and that the suspended animation systems are working. Check them every 4 hours. I'm counting on you, Oliver.
Yes, sir,
he proudly said, and moved away. A good day's work, William agreed, looking at the full hold. Now, where are we going to offload this bounty? Griffin asked, moving closer to his captain. Tyron moved in closer as well, the three huddling in the middle of the hold.
The outer rim, Tyron offered. We could use some time out of the limelight.
William nodded and turned to Griffin. Thoughts? He looked at Tyron. I agree. I've been locked out of Continuum Arms. Whoever it is good. They even found all my backups. Between that and the SYSPOL, I think we need to lay low. Border worlds sound perfect. William pondered the recommendations for a moment. He needed to talk to DeVoe, to find out what her people had planned. A smile touched his lips. He also wanted to find Jaden. The woman had plagued his mind since his departure from Mercy. He stifled his personal ambitions and thought of the ship and crew. I agree. The outer worlds, he acknowledged. And there is an opportunity for a little extra business out there.
How so, Captain?
Tyron inquired. Porter. Captain Porter hid his bounty out there, according to the file he left me. So, I was thinking, while we are out that way,
stop by and pick it up,
Tyron finished. William nodded. If everything is secure here, let's get to the bridge. They left the hold, stopped off at the galley for a quick bite, and continued to the command center of the freighter. They took their respective places, and William called up the navigation and tactical views for the system. Sensors showed the Douglas the only contact. The sublight freighter raced from the system at their best speed. How long before they get to the rim? 2 days, Griffin replied after checking his console. That's to the nearest planet.
Set a course for the farthest colony world with an economy worth anything,
Tyron said, and smiled. He looked at William.
Give them the easy one?
Agreed. How long? 6 hours. Set a course, Griffin.
Captain, I'm picking up a distress signal.
William leaned toward Fantinelli. From the Douglas?
No, sir,
the comms officer answered. He adjusted a dial on his console.
From a pirate ship, the Bloodlust.
The Bloodlust?
Confirmed, under the command of Daniel Kelly.
Location?
Tyron asked. He slid a tactical screen attached to his chair toward him. William looked over his shoulder when the data appeared. 4 icons appeared on the screen. The Wraith, depicted in white, occupied the center of the screen. A green dot, the Douglas, sat halfway between the Wraith and maximum sensor range. At the edge of the field sat a blue indicator, the Bloodlust, with a red one almost on top of it. "The Douglas is heading directly toward whatever is going on," William pointed. He turned forward. "Griffin, get us to the Bloodlust, best possible speed. Mr. Pierce," he called to his right, "sound general quarters and arm all weapons. Let's see if those new components are as good as we hope."
"Aye, Captain."
"Engage." The stars morphed to streaks, and the Wraith disappeared into hyperspace.
ETA is 8 minutes,
Fantinelli called.
"Recommend we drop out on top of them," Pierce stated in his gruff marine voice. "No warning."
"Do it," Captain Ainsworth ordered. "Steady on the weapons. Do not fire until I say."
"Aye, sir."
William sat back, watching the swirls and eddies of hyperspace. The counter on Tyron's tactical display counted the minutes. The alert lights flashed on and off every second, the only indication that trouble lay ahead. He asked Tyron to access information on the Bloodlust and its captain, Daniel Kelly. Captain Kelly had commanded the pirate ship for the last 4 years, steadily amassing a fortune for the crew without drawing too much attention. He chose his targets carefully, avoided unnecessary casualties, and always paid the Mercy admins their cut on time. William noted that he traveled with family on board. "That explains his careful attacks," William pointed to the line in the report. "He doesn't want his family hurt in a firefight." Tyron agreed.
"Then what did he get into? I met him once, a very careful man. He would not go blindly into battle unless he knew he could win."
"We're about to find out," William stated. "Mr. Pierce, target all enemy vessels, but do not fire until I give the order."
"Aye, sir." "Boarding parties stand ready,"
Tyron reported.
"Dropping out of hyperspace in 10 seconds,
Fantinelli stated. He laid his hand on the throttle, his eyes staring at the countdown on his console. At 1, he pulled the throttle back, and the Wraith dropped from hyperspace. The stars returned to pinpricks of light in space. A single ship lay adrift in their path. Scorch marks darkened the outer hull. Fire leapt toward the vacuum of space from a breach near the engines. Lights flickered. Oxygen vented from multiple hull breaches. The release of atmosphere slowly spun the freighter.
"Only one contact, Captain," Pierce called. "The attacker appears to have left."
"Keep scanning,"
Tyron ordered.
"If they come back, I want to be ready."
"Sir."
William studied the ship for a moment. This wasn't the Continuum Arms ships. Their weapons vaporize everything. Those blast points. This was done by a pirate ship.
"You sure?"
Tyron asked. Everyone on the bridge turned to look at William. "Yes," he said. "A CA ship would have left nothing. The SYSPOL would still be here, arresting them. This was done by pirates, as a message, or a warning."
"A warning? A warning for what?"
Tyron sounded skeptical. "That's what I'm going to find out. Tell Raider 1 to stand by. I'm going over there." Structural beams haphazardly lay along the corridor. Wires dangled from the ceiling, live connections sparking when they swayed against the bulkhead walls. Small flames burned, scorching the walls and floor. The stench of burned bodies drifted in the air. William crinkled his nose against the odor, his cheek on the stock of his rifle. He ducked a shower of sparks that arched off the wall. The men following him ducked as well, avoiding the overhead wires. A weak vent of steam poured from a hole in the wall ahead, and he stepped through it, wishing he wore an assault suit. He led his 6-man team through the freighter, a similar class to the Wrath. The thought of his ship suffering a similar fate chilled him. They traversed the corridors in silence, hearing only the dripping of fluids, the hiss of steam, and the many explosions of sparks. The air recyclers worked overtime, clearing the air of odors and smoke. He arrived at the door marked Bridge. They approached via a small, narrow corridor, a perfect kill zone for protecting the control systems of the Bloodlust. One of his men moved past him, removing a small bundle of explosives from his pack, ready to blow the door. William waved him off and motioned him back. "Let's try something else," he whispered. The man silently returned to his position in the group. William sized up the door, running his hand along the cool metal. No fire, not exposed to space, he assured himself. He rotated the rifle in his arms, took a deep breath, and banged on the hatch with the butt of his rifle. His 3 raps echoed in the still corridor. "Hello?" Someone moved on the other side of the door. Several someones. The whine of a laser bolt smacked the door, and everyone in the raiding party flinched. They raised their weapons, ready to rush.
"Stop it!"
A voice called from the bridge. William froze, listening. He shook his head to clear it and stepped closer to the door. He cocked his head to the side. Was that a woman?
"Stand down,"
the feminine voice ordered. It sounded familiar, but distorted through the metal bulkhead. He heard someone shuffle closer to the hatch.
"Who's there?"
"Captain William Ainsworth of the Wraith,"
"William?"
the female voice responded. William stood silent, perplexed, and stared at the door. It couldn't be. "Jaden?" The door slid open, revealing the disheveled and bleeding woman. Soot, grease, and blood smeared her face and tattered clothing. A large bruise covered her left eye. She carried a pistol in her right hand, a meter-long metal pipe, stained crimson, in her left. Despite her injuries, her smile lit up the corridor. She dropped the pipe. It clattered on the floor and rolled against the wall. She rushed into William's arms. "Thank God it's you," she breathed into his ear, her breath warm on his neck. He held her close, gazing past her into the bridge. It looked like the rest of the ship, complete with downed support beams, dangling wires, and bodies. A lot of bodies. 10 men stood, weapons in hand, watching the woman embrace him. The look on their faces conveyed confusion, anger, and a desire to be somewhere else. William released her and pushed her back. "What happened here?" "We were attacked," she stated, composing herself. She holstered the pistol and pushed the hair from her face. She looked around the corridor and snarled. "As soon as we dropped from hyperspace—" "By who?" "Don't know for sure," she replied, her fingers close to the butt of her pistol. "Can we get out of here? We're dead in the water. If they come back—" "The Wrath is on overwatch," William assured her. "They'll let us know if anyone shows up." She paused, thought for a moment, and acquiesced. She re-entered the bridge and moved to the man lying next to the captain's chair. She knelt and lovingly positioned the old man on his back and positioned his hands on his chest. She leaned forward and whispered something to the dead man. William crossed the threshold. Her men watched him. He stepped next to Jaden. "The captain?" "My father." "I'm sorry," he stated. The loss of his own father, and so many others, filled his mind for a moment. He stifled those thoughts and concentrated on the present. He surveyed the bridge. "What's the rest of the story?" "What?" "An outside attack did not kill these men," he suggested. "What else happened?" Jaden stood. She slowly rotated, making eye contact with each survivor of the ship. Each man returned her stare. She turned to William. "A mutiny. The captain—" She sniffed and stopped the tears. "Repelled the attack as best he could. We were outgunned, William, but he fought them." She pointed to a man near her father, his crumpled body full of laser blasts. "He killed my father during the attack and offered our surrender. They disabled us and left. They left us to die. I killed my father's assassin. His friends mutinied to avenge him. We fought them." She waved toward the surviving crew. "This is all I have left. These 10 loyal men."
"Aye,"
they confirmed.
"Throwing in with a woman?"
Someone muttered from the corridor outside.
"Bad luck."
William shot him a look. Quiet. He understood the comment, but did not condone it. Women were shunned on a pirate ship, even family members. Jaden had, at some point, proven herself in order to garner loyalty. Good enough for me. He turned back to Jaden. "I welcome you and your crew aboard the Wrath." "Thank you," she agreed. "But, William, there is more." "It can wait until we get everyone back to the ship," he stated. He pulled a comm from his belt. "Wrath, this is the captain. Sit, Rep."
Your skies are clear, Captain.
Tyron's voice responded.
What do you have?
Pirate attack. 10 survivors. Send another raider. Make that 2. To pick up them and their belongings. Ask Griffin to lead the party.
Done.
And keep scanning the area. This smells like a setup.
Aye, sir.
He turned back to Jaden. Ships are on the way.
Gather anything personal. We have plenty of room."
"Recruitment is down?"
William furrowed his brow and nodded.
"I know why."
She smirked. "Do tell."
"That's part of the rest of the story,"
she offered. Her breath fogged the air, and she shivered. Life support was failing.
"Get us off this ship first."
William stood before the large bay window in his quarters, Jaden at his side. The bloodlust drifted 100 kilometers distant, slowly rotating in the emptiness of space. He saw the reflection of Tyron and Griffin behind him, as well as 3 members of Jaden's crew. All 7 wore an expression of sadness, anger, and a lust for revenge. The oldest man present, a doctor from the bloodlust named Armin Cloquel, stood next to Jaden. William welcomed him, knowing that his expertise would be needed in the coming weeks. He was a short, thin man with unruly gray hair, thick-rimmed glasses, and a kindly expression. He preferred to wear a white smock, like the doctors of centuries before, and William found it gave him a distinguished, caring look. Jaden invited her other remaining senior officers, a navigator named Alcazar, and her rating specialist, Hisashi. Burn scars mottled Alcazar's dark skin, covering his neck and right side. He carried a long-barreled pistol in a cross-draw holster on his right side. Bright, intelligent eyes promised hope and mischief. Jaden swore he could calculate vectors faster than the nav computer. Hisashi's Japanese heritage shone through in not only his features, but with the long katana strapped across his back. He wore a gray button-up shirt, open halfway down his muscular chest. He carried his tall, thin frame with pride. A number of pale scars marred his face and chest. Everyone stared out the window while the Wraith moved into position. Red lasers lashed out, streaking across the blackness of space. The bloodlust rocked from the impacts. The fuselage buckled, chunks of bulkhead ripping into space. The energy bolts traced a pattern across the derelict from stem to stern, finally finding the reactor core. The pirate ship erupted in flame, a flash of light that briefly lit the universe. It faded into a slowly expanding debris field. Pierce continued to fire, targeting the largest chunks of fuselage until nothing left larger than an escape pod remained. The scuttling complete, the 7 people retired to the conference table behind them. Drinks waited for them, mostly water, although Tyron and Hisashi preferred something stronger. The 2 warriors had already become fast friends and downed their respective drinks in a single gulp. Griffin sipped his tea. William gave everyone a moment to reflect on the loss of the bloodlust, then motioned for Jaden to tell her story. The woman sat stoically, hiding her pain. She retold the attack and subsequent mutiny, then looked at William.
"Here is the rest of what I wanted to tell you. Your former captain was killed on Mercy, correct?"
"Yes," William answered.
"There was an attempt on my father as well on our last visit."
"That's why you left?"
"Yes," she confirmed. "I got word that a robot tried to run him over. Sound familiar?"
William glanced at Tyron. Rage colored the man's face red.
"We left Mercy and headed for our sector. We dropped from hyperspace and into the trap."
"Just like that?" Griffin inquired. She nodded. Griffin shook his head. "Captain, the odds of them knowing the exact flight plan is astronomical, unless—" "What?" He turned to Jaden. "Did your computer link with the system on Mercy?" Her eyes narrowed to slits.
"Yes."
"Did the bloodlust drop from hyperspace on its own, without navigator input?" Alcazar groaned.
"Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Son of a—"
"What?" Tyron interjected, staring at the 2 navigators. "Someone with access to the computer mainframe on Mercy fed information to the attacker," Griffin confirmed. "That is the only way their vector could be so precise. They told the Navcom aboard the Bloodlust to come out of hyperspace at those precise coordinates." He looked at Jaden. "You never had a chance."
"So they attacked and left you to die," Tyron mused. "But why?"
"To deliver a message to you."
"Me?" William responded. He pointed to his chest, his eyes wide.
"The admins know of your attack on Continuum Arms," Jaden stated.
"I know. We admitted to it when we tried to sell the Hall." But when you did, you upset the balance of power. The administration was receiving kickbacks from CA to provide pirate routes and keep the attacks to a minimum. Your attack on the Marigold last year was actually sanctioned by CA. Tomas Anderson wanted to track down and eliminate a pirate, a live test of new weapons.
They ended up destroying Jensen's planet, William scoffed. How do you know this? Griffin asked. I was on that ship.
I know, she replied. That was part of the bargain. He figured you'd either die on the ship or get killed in the attack. He wanted you out of the picture.
How do you know this? William reiterated.
I hacked the Mercy mainframe, she replied. I know all of their secrets.
William's mouth dropped open. You sent me the message.
Yes, she confirmed. Part of the information I gleaned was about the administration's contacts within the SYSPOL and who they had on their watch list. I figured if they were watching someone, that person could be approached.
That was quite an assumption, William exhaled. You could have gotten me arrested.
But I didn't.
William smiled. No, you didn't. Anything else?
They will play nice, but do not underestimate the administration's desire to maintain the status quo. They like how things are, collecting 20% from every ship and drawing kickbacks from Continuum Arms.
The kickbacks will stop immediately, Griffin offered with a smug smile. It's my company now.
I know, she replied. And they know. They want you dead. Well, dead after you sign everything over to them. You are the only reason this ship hasn't been blown out of the universe.
Tyron grabbed Griffin and mussed his hair. My good luck charm! William and the rest smiled at the moment of levity. He knew they needed some good news, something to work in their favor. Her next words dispelled that notion and chilled him to the bone.
Despite needing Mr. McElwain alive, Mercy has put a bounty on your head.
Jaden looked at William. She gripped his hand, fear in her eyes.
It's a closed contract, exclusive to a man named Harrison.
Harrison? Tyron leaned forward, eyes wide. Are you sure that's the name? William's world caved in around him at the mention of the name. The room dissolved into a narrow tunnel. The finest pinprick of light remained in his mind. He sat, stunned, his thoughts a jumble. The beatings, the harassment, the death surrounding the man assaulted William. He relived it all in an instant, the memories of their final fight, the cut of the blades, leaving the man to die, stranded in an escape pod in deep space. How?
William, are you okay?
Jaden's voice echoed in the tunnel of his mind. She repeated the question, and her soft voice slowly drew him from the sinkhole of thoughts and emotions. He dug himself out of the pit of hell and back to reality by force of will. The room refocused. All eyes stared at William. He cleared his dry throat. How did he survive?
Survive?
Jaden raised an eyebrow, confused. Tyron took control of the conversation and told the story of the former Wraith quartermaster, his treasonous actions, and subsequent defeat at the hands of William. I personally threw him in the pod, Tyron snarled. I'm sorry, William. I should have killed him outright. No, William muttered. I should have. Fear crept through him. The man who had killed his stepmother and Monty, the man who had tormented him for a year, still alive, and now gunning for him. He stared at Jaden with blank eyes. Where is he? Do you know?
He is running his operation from Mercy, she replied.
Her eyes narrowed, concerned.
You aren't...
Tyron, William stood. Finish the installation of the weapons and shield components we took from Renmar. I want to bolster our capabilities. Aye. Mr. Alcazar, William ordered. Set course for the Outer Rim. Once we unload the cargo and Tyron gets the weapons installed, we are heading for Mercy. Chapter 28. William lay prone on his belly, rolled onto his back, and wriggled into an exposed panel underneath the console. His feet stuck out in the open corridor. Tyron and two other men lay completely inside the bulkhead, installing the last components of a stolen plasma cannon. William flinched when sparks cascaded down on his head. He averted his eyes from the deluge.
The business on the outer rim took no time. The colonists, miners, and prospectors paid well for the frozen beef, with little haggling. Cook fires lit the night. The smell of roasting meat filled the air. The Wraith lifted only hours after landfall. Alcazar's parabolic course to Mercy offered the crew 2 days to complete the installation of the components stolen from Continuum Arms. The first day passed with inventorying and deciphering the purpose of each piece of equipment. It took a few hours after that to decide the most effective areas to install the new weapons. Tyron and Griffin spent the last day organizing and installing the components to bolster the Wrath's shields and offensive capability. William moved from team to team, helping where he could, but mostly observing. After the first day, Tyron pulled him aside.
"You need to go to the bridge, William,"
he whispered, looking over his shoulder at his team.
"Your presence makes them nervous."
"I can help," William stated. "I know this ship better than—"
"Yes, you can help," Tyron cut him off, "by being somewhere else. I got this. You are the captain. Go do captain things."
2 hours of pacing on the bridge brought him right back to the thick of the work crews. His knowledge of the weapons and engineering systems gave him the insight to inspect the work. So far, the 4 weapons emplacements appeared flawless. The quartermaster touched a welder to the circuits with a flash of light. The circuits melted together, and Tyron extinguished the flame.
"Turn it on."
A low hum filled the console. The lights flashed amber, red, then, slowly, one by one, all of them turned a solid green. Tyron placed a panel over the exposed circuitry, and all 4 men crawled out of the junction. Sweat glistened on the quartermaster's brow. Dust and grime covered his coveralls. He patted his hands together and let loose a small cloud of particulates. "Good work," William said, brushing off his own clothes. "Is that the last one?"
"Yes,"
Tyron acknowledged.
"We have 4 modified weapons on each side. The shields have been enhanced. They're nearly 75% more effective."
A blood-chilling smile creased his face.
"I can't wait to test them."
"It may be sooner than later," William noted with a smirk. "We're on final approach to Mercy. ETA 38 minutes. Get cleaned up and report to the bridge."
"I'd rather stay here," Tyron protested. "If something isn't right, I need to be here to fix it. Same for Griffin on the starboard side."
William rubbed his chin in thought. "Okay, I'll try to keep us out of a fight, but if I can't—" He let the rest go unsaid.
"Aye,"
the quartermaster nodded. He pointed to his team and ordered them to the next junction. He patted William on the back and followed his men. They pulled the panel off a junction box. All 3 men scrambled their way inside the opening and disappeared into the bulkhead. William stopped by his quarters, splashed water on his face, and dried it with a towel. He stared into the mirror above his sink, studying his features. Lines had formed around his red, bloodshot eyes. His dark hair hung below his ears, touching his collar. He sighed, for he no longer appeared to be the young teenager from years earlier. The weight of his life and command now made him appear much older. Thoughts of his life, of friends and family, led to an image of a snarling Harrison. He focused on the hate-filled face, watching it slowly morph into his own reflection in the mirror. "Too much hate," he muttered. The moment of self-reflection over, he left his quarters and made his way to the bridge. Jaden stood from the captain's chair when he entered and moved to sit in the quartermaster's chair. William noted a few wayward glances in her direction, but no one said anything about a woman on the ship, much less the bridge. She pulled the monitor attached to her chair closer. "ETA 8 minutes. Everything ready below?" William rubbed his sweaty palms on his pants. He looked around the bridge, watching his crew perform their jobs without complaint. Things were moving too fast, and he knew it. Too easy to spiral out of control. He stared into the flows and eddies of hyperspace, mesmerized by the swirling colors.
"Coming out of hyperspace,"
Alcazar announced and pulled back on the throttle. The swirls of hyperspace dissolved, replaced by starlight and the massive bulk of Mercy in the distance. "Ask for clearance to dock," William ordered, then turned to Jaden. "Time to get some answers."
"We are being hailed, Captain."
On main viewer, the image of the station vanished, replaced by a man wearing a suit and tie. His salt and pepper hair lay slicked back on his head. Brown eyes peered through narrow eyelids in a perpetual squint. He flashed a white, toothy smile, and William instantly disliked him.
Administrator Burdock,
Jaden offered an introduction.
Used starship salesman,
he whispered to Jaden before he stood and straightened his ship tunic. I'm Captain William Ainsworth of the—
Captain,
spat the image, cutting him off.
You are ordered to stand down and prepare to be boarded.
By whose authority?
Mine.
William smirked and crossed his arms. May I ask why, Administrator?
You have violated the Pirates' Code, committed crimes against our community, and—
he paused for dramatic effect—
aided the system's police.
I assume you have proof of all of this? He felt Jaden tap his arm, and he turned toward her. She pointed at the monitor. 14 ships sat docked at the station. 8 of them powered their engines, ready for launch. A dozen heat signatures appeared on the screen, surrounding the Wraith, weapon emplacements on asteroids and other rogue bodies throughout the system.
I have seen the evidence,
Burdock claimed,
and deemed it sufficient to issue the demand. If you run, you will be blacklisted from Mercy and every other pirate base. You will find no harbor anywhere in our sphere of influence.
What are the specific crimes? Jaden asked. She stood. Administrator Burdock straightened his tie. His lips curled into a smile.
He knows what he did. It is a shame that you have thrown in with his lot. You are now blacklisted as well, my dear. What would your father think?
Go to hell, she snarled. I understand there is a price on my head, William shrugged. Tell me the advantage of—
No harbor, Captain,
Burdock stated again.
Surrender now, and you can stand trial. If you run, every ship in the fleet will hunt you down.
Ships detaching from the station, Pierce called. Powering weapons. Station defenses also charging weapons. I'll be back, William stated, his voice calm and even.
Then I will see you hanged, Captain,
Burdock replied. The screen blanked. The image of Mercy returned, along with more than a dozen ships rushing toward the Wraith. Get us out of here, William said through gritted teeth. The ship turned, the engines flared, and the pirate ship disappeared. William, Jaden, Tyron, and Griffin sat at the conference table in the captain's quarters. Empty cups and half-eaten plates of food littered the tabletop as the discussion entered its third hour. William crossed his arms and stared out at the swirls of hyperspace, tuning out the same arguments waged since leaving Mercy. We need to talk to Lieutenant DeVoe, Jaden offered. We need to consolidate forces and plan our attack.
If we run to the SYSPOL, we will be admitting our collusion with them,
Tyron protested for the dozenth time.
We will be directly admitting our guilt to the charges.
Continuum Arms has cut me out of the mainframe, Griffin stated. Legally, I own the company, but I don't think we want this going to the courts right now, William agreed. But I think we can attack and take back the company. That will give us an advantage. The debate raged, none giving any ground. The room finally grew quiet, and William turned from the hypnotic colors of hyperspace to see all 3 of them looking at him. The burdens of command weighed heavily. They can present their case, but the ultimate decision is mine.
What do you want to do, William?
Tyron asked. We contact DeVoe, he said. We need intelligence on what is going on.
I do not agree, Captain.
I know, Tyron, I know. But we need resources and allies. She has both.
I don't trust the authorities,
Tyron protested.
I grew up with SYSPOL. I know how they think. When the time comes, they will turn on us.
Probably, William agreed. He recalled DeVoe's warning at their first meeting, and his lips curled slightly upward. But not until we've solved our bigger problem. He crossed the room and stood before the table. We can't just keep running. William rubbed his neck, felt the knots of tension. We need help to take on Harrison and his fleet.
The pirate fleet,
Tyron shook his head. Yes, the pirate fleet.
I don't want to fire on them.
The quartermaster shook his head.
I know many of those men, good men.
They are not the enemy, Jaden agreed. The administrator and his staff are.
So what do we do?
Tyron asked.
He sighed and turned to Griffin. "See if you can get into the CA mainframe again. Find out anything you can on shipments. We're going to need more weapons and shield components." "Sir, Jaden and I will contact DeVoe to get her input," Williams stated. "In the meantime, set a course for the Outer Rim. Head back to our new friends." "Aye." Tyron and Griffin left the room. William punched in a comm number and waited as the call routed through a dozen switchboards. Jaden stood and poured another cup of coffee from a nearby pot. She raised it in William's direction, and he waved her off. He wanted sleep more than coffee. The call connected, and a disheveled and red-eyed Tasha DeVoe appeared before them. Her hologram appeared from the waist up above the conference table. Tears flowed down her cheeks, streaking through her light makeup. "Tasha, what's wrong?"
"William,"
she exhaled,
It's not a good time.
"What happened?"
My boss is dead."
she whispered, moving closer to the holotransmitter.
"Murdered a few hours ago."
Her eyes flicked toward Jaden.
"Who's this?"
"This is Jaden." William explained how she came aboard the Wraith. He told DeVoe of his exile from the pirate base and the warning from the administrator. William steered the conversation back to the lieutenant. "Tell me what happened to your boss." Tasha's hologram sniffed away the tears and ran her hands through her hair. William waited patiently while the woman composed herself. He knew the feeling, from dealing from his own losses. She sat back, her face clean, the tears gone. She took a drink of something with trembling hands.
"Paul, my boss, assigned me to lead a task force against rogue elements, specifically the fleet of Continuum Arms ships, the ones that destroyed Renmar system."
William motioned for her to continue.
"Anyway,"
she sniffed,
"I was returning from a meeting with the other ship commanders when I heard a struggle in the precinct office. I heard gunfire and before I could do anything, this guy runs out of the office. He knocked me down and kept running. He fused the door, locking me in, so I went to check on my boss. I found him in his office on the floor. He put up a fight. The office was wrecked."
She shrugged and fumbled for another drink.
"There was a thermo knife in his chest."
"Did you recognize his attacker?" William asked. Tasha shook her head, then lowered it, staring at the floor.
"No, he wore a hoodie, gloves, no way to ID him."
"Cameras?" Jaden asked.
"Disabled."
Tasha blankly replied, far away. Her head snapped up, eyes wide.
"He walked with a limp."
"A limp?"
"Yes, but not just a limp."
Tasha commented.
"The shoe didn't match. It was like he had a—"
"Prosthetic?" William finished.
"Yes."
"Harrison," he snarled and pounded the table. "I should have made sure he was dead," he shouted.
"Who?"
William seethed, red-faced, and thought of all the ways he wanted Harrison to die. He heard Jaden explain the man to Tasha, but did not focus on it. "Chalk up another body." William breathed hard. He let the anger and fury run its course. He pounded the table again. "I'm going to kill him."
"We,"
Tasha corrected, rage in her voice.
"we are going to kill him."
"I'll send you coordinates for our rendezvous," William said. "You and I will chase that dog and put him down." Tasha wiped new tears from her face.
"Something else has come up, William. I think it may be a higher priority."
He slowly exhaled. "What?"
"The Continuum Arms fleet. It's been on the warpath since Renmar, destroying everything and everyone it encounters. I want to go after this Harrison, but too many people are dying. I could use your help."
"But Harrison is—"
"Not going anywhere,"
she interrupted.
"Do you still have the components you took from Renmar?"
"Already installed."
"Then I definitely need your help to hunt down the Pearly-E."
"A Pearly-E?" Jaden asked, slack-jawed. "Commanding a fleet of advanced ships?" The hologram nodded. "William, that has to be our priority," Jaden pleaded. "The damage he can do. Those aliens are remorseless. If he's killing for sport, no one is safe." William thought for a moment. "Fine. We'll chase down the Continuum Arms fleet. Then," he snarled, "then we will finish off Harrison and his merry little band." Chapter 29. 8 ships drifted in deep space on the edge of a trinary star system.
SYSPOL markings identified 6 of the ships. A deep, blood-red 5-pointed star painted on the fuselage of each ship. Oblong bodies sported a myriad of torpedo tubes and energy cannons. Quad fins trailed behind the bulk ships. Aesthetic, not functional. These ships were not meant for atmospheric flight. All of them dwarfed a freighter with no markings. The Wraith. The final ship, a lifeless hulk, drifted away from the others, secured to the largest SYSPOL ship via tow cables. It had taken 3 days for the ships to rendezvous in the middle of nowhere. The ships sat hours from the nearest habitable planet, and nearly a day from the closest civilized port. William chose the spot carefully, both to put distance between them and the rest of the galaxy, and to give them nearly a light hour of warning should someone approach. Space-suited workers swarmed the derelict, working on the engines and hull breaches. Welder flashes lit the night at random locations across the hull. Small, remote-piloted drones flitted back and forth, ferrying supplies and personnel between the ships. Spotlights from the larger ships played along the hull of the Wraith, and William flinched when the light penetrated the main view window of the bridge. The glare moved on, and he lowered his hand. "Is this really necessary?" He tapped the comm circuit.
My fleet commanders do not like the idea of teaming up with pirates.
Tasha repressed a smile.
In fact, I've had numerous requests for them to open fire on you.
"Glad you're on our side," he muttered.
I put them at ease by telling them that I've deputized you.
DeVoe continued, letting the smile show through.
You and your crew are now deputies of the system's police. Congratulations.
The bridge crew of the Wraith turned to look at William, betrayal in their eyes. "She's kidding." He turned back to the screen and her smiling face. "You're kidding, right?" He felt the crew's stare bore through him.
Well, you haven't taken the oath yet.
DeVoe smiled.
But it's essentially a done deal.
"Any other news?" he asked, waving his crew back to work.
Yes, I told them that after this you would help us track Chief Bronsky's killer.
She shrugged.
That seemed to help them decide not to shoot you.
"That's good."
The Pearly E and his task force were spotted yesterday a few systems from here.
She continued.
My techs are going to rig the derelict with a small engine and a big comms package, big enough to attract attention. When he comes, we ambush. Simple.
"You think you can lure him in?" Tyron inquired. He sat in his normal place to William's left. Jaden sat to the captain's right.
He's been attacking ships further and further out.
A young ensign chimed in. She wore her black hair in a tight bun on the back of her head. Dark, intelligent eyes offered a hint of mischief.
We make the comms package big enough. He'll come. Notcher is my communications officer.
Tasha boasted.
Best in the fleet.
"How long until it's ready?" William inquired.
Another 2 hours.
Notcher replied.
I'm also installing a dampening field aboard. Once they jump in, the field will keep them from escaping.
"Lieutenant, anything we can do to help?" Jaden inquired, leaning forward in her chair.
Find a good hiding spot.
She smiled.
When we spring the trap, we'll need your additional firepower.
"Roger," William said. "Pierce, Alcazar, find us a spot to power down and wait. Run another check on the weapon systems." The Wraith pulled away from the SYSPOL ships and headed toward a distant planetoid. The freighter slowed, rotated, and slid into a tight orbit around the barren rock. Tyron leaned toward William. "Do you think we can pull this off?" "I think a lot of people are about to get killed," William replied. "Those ships will not withstand the CA plasma weapons. Griffin got the specs, right?" Tyron nodded.
"And we've shared what we know, but Griffin has been cut out of his own company. When this is over, we're going to have to pay them a visit."
He bared his teeth.
"The boy needs to get what he's due."
"Agreed." "Contact," Pierce called from the tactical station. 4 ships on an intercept course with the SYSPOL fleet. ETA 26 minutes. He whistled. "They are fast." "Sound alert. Let DeVoe know she's about to have company," William ordered. "Tell her to scatter her fleet, teams of 2. Aye."
"They are not ready for this," Jaden warned. "The trap is not set."
"Then we will be the trap," William snarled. The bridge lights dimmed, the normal illumination replaced with a subdued tone of red lights lining the bulkheads. The klaxons rang for a moment before Pierce silenced them. The bridge took on an eerie, dreadful feel.
"Arm weapons!"
Tyron bellowed, his bass echoing off the bulkheads.
"Prepare for combat!"
Forward screens showed the workers on the derelict's hull scramble to leave. The few with jetpacks launched themselves into space, heading for the closest SYSPOL ship. A couple tried to take their buddies with them, exceeding the safety limits on the jetpack. The unstable platform spun one couple into the cosmos. The remote-piloted drones picked up the rest of the workers, returning them safely to the fleet. The SYSPOL ships split into 3 teams of 2, scattering throughout the system. The craft turned their noses toward the Wraith's left, toward the sensor echoes of the approaching ships.
"Here they come,"
Jaden commented, looking at her tactical display.
"The SYSPOL haven't even activated their comm package. How did they know? Another mole?"
"Doesn't matter now," William said, his pulse pounding in his ears. The first of the Continuum Arms ships fell from hyperspace. They immediately opened fire and filled the void with orange fury. The first Nova-class destroyer dropped from hyperspace. The beehive-shaped engine nacelles rotated and provided extreme maneuverability to the vessel. The ship rolled on its axis, targeted the closest SYSPOL craft, and opened fire. Orange plasma arched through space before the other 3 Continuum Arms ships exited into normal space. The first burst of plasma engulfed the SYSPOL ship. Shields flared and died. The hull disintegrated. The frigate turned to flee. Debris trailed from the fuselage. The engines sputtered. The other SYSPOL ships opened fire to distract the Continuum Arms fleet. Another blast of orange plasma flashed through space. It touched the fleeing frigate amidships and tore the vessel in 2. The attack punctured the reactor, and the drive section exploded. The shockwave hurled the forward section through space. It glanced off another frigate, altered trajectory, and tumbled away. The last Continuum Arms ship appeared in normal space directly in the path of the half-frigate. The ships merged, their fuselages fused with the impact. Both vessels erupted in flame, blasting debris in every direction. The shields on the remaining ships, both CA and SYSPOL, flashed with the impact of bits of metal, duraglass, and thousands of other objects. William sat patiently watching the battle unfold from the Wraith's hidden position. The SYSPOL fleet squared off, 2-1, on the CA ships. Traditional red and green lasers flashed through space, answered by pulses of orange plasma.
"It's a slugfest,"
Tyron muttered, eyes wide.
"One that the police can't win,"
William replied. A second SYSPOL frigate disintegrated under a dual bombardment of plasma. The police vessels concentrated their fire on the lead CA ship. A hail of lasers pummeled the craft, rocking it, but the enhanced shields held. The flagship, almost twice as big as the rest, moved forward to take point. Shields flared from continuous impacts. "Alcazar, plot a course," William instructed. "I need a micro-jump from here to a position directly behind the Purley's fleet." "A His eyes sparkled, and a grin split his face. "Aye." "Pierce," he continued, his mouth dry. "Target all of the enemy vessels. I want to hit them as hard as we can as soon as we pop out."
"Sir,"
came the gleeful reply. He crossed his fingers and stared at the battle. The ships continued an almost one-sided battle. He saw Lieutenant DeVoe's flagship shudder under a missile attack, followed by a shot of plasma that barely missed the banking Stingray-class vessel. The edge of the pulse touched the Holloway shields, knocking them out and leaving the vessel vulnerable. Now! The engines roared for a half-second. The stars winked, subtly changing position in the sky. The bulk of the planetoid disappeared, replaced by the engines of 2 Continuum Arms vessels directly ahead. Golden beams of light flashed before William said, "Fire!" The modified weapons batteries on the Wraith unleashed their fury. The non-modified batteries fired as well, adding red and green bolts to the barrage. The golden beams sliced through the Continuum Arms shields and simultaneously raked the engines of both vessels. Alcazar turned the Wraith to port, offering the starboard batteries a full broadside at the enemy ships. Golden fire leapt forward, blasting through the shields, ripping through the engines, and fracturing the reactor of the closest enemy vessel. It vanished in a flash of light.
The Wrath's glare shield snapped on, and the crew shielded their eyes. The second ship fired. The pulse of plasma impacted the pirate ship's enhanced shields, shaking the vessel. A second burst quickly followed. The Wrath violently rocked. The crew held onto their chairs or consoles. William heard one prayer and one curse. The shields held. Debris peppered the Wrath. Pierce adjusted targets, and a satisfied grin touched his lips. He stabbed a button on his console, and another barrage of golden beams filled the blackness of space. The Continuum Arms ship lost its shields. The enemy vessel's sublight engines sputtered, and it turned to flee. Hyperdrive engines flared. A dozen red and green beams from the SYSPOL fleet hit the ship as it streaked away. The ship disintegrated during the transition to hyperspace and scattered debris throughout the system. Tyron stood and watched the explosion skip through the system like a rock on a pond.
Did you see that?
He incredulously asked. He turned to Fantinelli.
Tell me you recorded that.
The comms officer enthusiastically nodded and offered the quartermaster a thumbs up. A huge grin split his face. "Signal that last ship," William interjected. The surviving CA ship fired on the entire SYSPOL fleet and the Wrath. "Tell them to stand down or be destroyed." The Continuum Arms ship continued to fire. Orange plasma flashed across the void. Another SYSPOL ship fractured under the withering fire. A jagged line etched across its hull. The engines died. The craft listed, drifted, but remained whole. The remaining SYSPOL frigates moved in, covering the wounded ship and shielding it from further fire. All three vessels opened fire, pummeling the enemy craft with heavy fire. "Pierce, hit that ship! Disable it, now!" A single golden beam lashed out from the Wrath, striking the Continuum Arms vessel along its hull, just forward of the engines. The shields died. The barrage from the SYSPOL ships slammed into the hull. The Continuum Arms flagship rocked with impacts. The engine sputtered, and the lights along the hull blinked before the entire ship went dark. The SYSPOL ships ceased fire.
"They are signaling surrender, Captain," Fantinelli called from his station. "They say the Pearly is dead, and they want to live."
"On screen," William ordered. "And patch in DeVoe. She'll want in on this." The forward viewer switched from the drifting ship to an interior view of the craft. The bridge lay in disarray. Smoke formed a hazy film across the ceiling. Sparks spat from consoles. Wires and support beams dangled from overhead. Bodies littered the floor, including the scaly Pearly lying in front of the center chair. A young woman stood over the alien's body, a pistol in her right hand. Her left arm dangled uselessly at her side. Blood ran down the arm, dripping onto the floor. Soot, grime, and blood covered her face. Her blood-matted hair lay disheveled across her shoulders. Cuts and burns pockmarked her uniform coveralls. She stared at the viewer with brown eyes filled with anger and defiance.
"I'm Lieutenant Dixon, in command of the Continuum Arms destroyer Annihilator."
She gripped the pistol tighter while she spoke.
"We surrender." "This is Lieutenant Tasha DeVoe. On behalf of the system's police, I accept your surrender."
DeVoe's image appeared on split screen. Her corvette lay mostly intact, although some of the control panels around her lay dormant. SYSPOL techs removed panels behind her.
"Stand to and prepare to be boarded." "We will comply,"
Dixon replied with a nod. "Not so fast," William interjected. He stood, straightened his tunic, and stepped forward. "I have a few questions. You will answer them, or I will space your ship. Do you understand?"
"And you are?"
"Captain William
"Ainsworth,"
Dixon finished.
"I am not authorized to divulge any information to you."
Dixon shook her head.
"Not without command-level clearance. That is expressly forbidden."
"Forbidden by whom?"
"Tomas Anderson,"
she replied. Dixon pointed toward the alien at her feet.
"and Gaylor."
"Lieutenant, they are both dead."
"I have my orders. We will destroy the ship before giving it or any information over to you."
William felt a hand touch his arm. Griffin stepped forward and took his place to William's left. The young man stared at the viewer. "Do you know who I am?"
"Griffin, the traitor."
"Check your computer. I am Griffin McElwain, and per my stepfather's last will and testament, now the sole owner of Continuum Arms."
The lieutenant stood for a moment, mouth agape, stunned. "Go ahead. Check." Dixon turned to her left and nodded to someone off-screen. She stared into the screen, waiting. Her crewman reported that Griffin owned the company. Dixon's shoulders slumped, and her head dropped. "Now that you know who is in charge," Griffin smiled, "you will answer Captain Ainsworth's questions without hesitation. Clear?"
Yes, sir.
Dixon raised her head, her eyes clear of the defiance that had been in them moments before. She holstered the pistol. Her left arm continued to drip blood. "I need to know who is on the Continuum Arms payroll in both the Systems Police and the Pirates," Williams stated. Dixon turned her head to the left and nodded again. A man brought her a pad a few moments later. She took it in her good hand and began reading.
Mr. Anderson, before his murder,
She stared at Griffin.
paid a man named Harrison for information about pirate activity in the sector. Administrator Burdock from Mercy Station received a monthly stipend, and a Commander Krasinski from the Systems Police.
Krasinski?
DeVoe yelled.
Are you sure?
It's right here.
Dixon held up the pad.
Reports, payments, accounts. Transmit that immediately.
Tasha ordered.
Send it to the Holloway.
Dixon acknowledged and touched a button. "Send the rest of the information here," Griffin ordered. "In fact, I want to see everything." Dixon shivered.
Can we get out of here first? The computer may be working barely, but life support is failing. We are dead in the water here.
Tyron touched the comm button on his chair.
"Prepare the raiding craft to pick 'em up,"
He ordered. "On it, Quartermaster," hissed Hisashi.
"Help is on the way, Lieutenant,"
William acknowledged. "Any resistance will be met with deadly force."
Understood,
She replied. She typed onto her pad, one-handed.
Sending the database to you now, Mr. McElwain.
"Tell the doc to prepare for wounded," William told Tyron.
Aye.
The captain turned back to the main viewer. "Tasha, do you have wounded? Do you need assistance?" She held up a finger and signaled William to wait. She talked with her executive officer, an overweight man named Taram. She issued orders. He turned and stalked away. She turned back to William.
Sorry. No, we do not need assistance.
A shuttle dispatched from the Holloway, heading to one of the other frigates. More shuttles filled the sky, transporting survivors from the now derelict frigate. "What are you doing?"
I've ordered the Starin abandoned. We are shuttling the survivors over to the Osprey. Ensign Foradell will take that ship back to Messer Station with the wounded, and he is going to arrest Krasinski.
William dismissed her plan. He did not want to get involved with internal police matters.
One last thing you may want to know,
Dixon said. "Yes?"
Administrator Burdock reported in an hour ago.
She replied. She held her left arm in obvious pain.
The pirates are digging in at their station.
"That's not going to help them," William stated coldly.
They aren't the ones you should be worried about.
Dixon continued.
This guy, Harrison, he wants you dead.
"The feeling is mutual,"
You don't understand.
she pleaded.
I met him a few weeks ago. He is unhinged. He made Gaylor cringe. Have you ever seen anything that makes a Pearly E cringe?
A chill coursed down William's spine. Harrison has always been bloodthirsty. Did the beating turn him psychotic as well? "Do you know his plan?"
He's about an hour behind us.
she said.
On his way, here, to kill you.
Chapter 30. "Time for bed!" Marianne's voice echoed in the still night. "No!" Andrew and Abigail wailed in unison. A chorus of wails and protests against the call filled the air. They appealed to me to intervene. I shook my head, my dry throat welcoming the break. "Your mom says it's bedtime," I croaked and took another drink of decaf coffee. A glance at my watch showed it close to 10. I had been talking most of the day. "It's just getting good," Andrew protested again. He looked at his mom standing at the edge of the deck. "Just another hour, please." She glanced at me. "I told you not to start this," she admonished, then winked. I guffawed and motioned the kids over. They leapt from their seats, obviously thinking I would side with them. Their smiles disappeared when I gave them a grandpa hug and whispered, "Your mom is right. Time for bed." They recoiled, betrayal on their faces. I promised to finish the story first thing in the morning, I told them.
I can't go to sleep now.
Andrew shook his head. He bounced with energy, and I wished I could bottle his enthusiasm.
I want to know what happens.
Andrew, Marianne warned. Your mother's right, I again stated. Get some sleep. We'll have a good breakfast, and then I'll tell you the ending. I winked at the two children before me. I promise you, it'll be worth the wait. Begrudgingly, they nodded, gave me a kiss, and headed inside. Their heads down, dejected, they entered the house. James followed them. He offered me a pat on the shoulder when he passed. I sat before the fire, alone in the night. I relaxed, stared up at the starry sky, and let the pirate's tale circle in my mind. Crickets chirped in the night. A light breeze blew in from the lake. I closed my eyes, listening to the leaves rustle in the trees. The porch door creaked closed, and light footsteps padded across the wooden deck. Soft hands massaged my shoulders. "Did you have fun entertaining the kids?" Kelly asked. I opened my eyes. With my head reclined back, she appeared upside down. I smiled. "I kept them occupied. Wasn't that what you told me to do?" The screen door creaked again. A pair of heavier footfalls strolled across the deck. Kelly continued to massage my shoulders. Marianne and James appeared, drinks in hand, and sat on the chairs opposite the fire. Kelly edged around the edge of the couch and sat beside me. She curled up, her head on my shoulder.
"Dad,"
Marianne shook her head.
"You've been out here all day. I asked you not to start that story."
"It's a good one," James chimed in with a grin. "Better than any he ever told us." He took a sip of his drink. "How are you going to end this one?" The warmth of Kelly's body fought the chill of the breeze. She snuggled tighter, her arms intertwined in mine. "I don't know," I said, truthfully. "I've kept this one pretty kid-friendly. Maybe a happy ending? Everyone lives?" Marianne scoffed.
"You never told us a happy story. It was always blood, guts, and death. And you always enjoyed it,"
Kelly mumbled from my elbow.
"Your father kept you enraptured for hours, just like he did with the children today. I did enjoy the peace and quiet,"
Marianne admitted, and took another sip of her drink. She finished the glass, stood, and stretched.
"Now, I'm going to bed."
"Mom, big Sunday breakfast tomorrow?" asked James, hope in his voice. Kelly nestled against my shoulder.
"Brunch,"
she purred. She pulled herself from my body, then lifted me from my seat.
"We want to sleep in for a change."
James rose and downed the last of his drink. "Good luck with that. The kids will have us all up early." I killed the gas-fed flame in the pit, plummeting the area into darkness. Without the heat from the fire, the air quickly grew cold, and I shivered against the breeze. "You keep the kids at bay," I said, putting my arm around my wife. "We want to sleep in." I repeated Kelly's words. Everyone said good night and left the darkness behind. The steam from my coffee cup tickled my nose as I sipped the hot liquid. The smell of baking biscuits and frying bacon filled the air. Sunbeams streamed through the partly cloudy sky, and clouds obscured the distant mountain top. The hint of moisture permeated the air. I sat down next to the fire pit and lit the ceramic logs. James sat opposite, sipping coffee and enjoying the flames. Andrew and Abigail flanked him on the outdoor sofa. They still wore pajamas, and each cradled a glass of chocolate milk in their laps. Wide eyes and broad smiles told me they were ready for the rest of the pirate story. Thomas remained inside with Kelly and Marianne, helping in the kitchen. I took my time sitting down and finding a comfortable position, my attempt to build their excitement. Both children fairly vibrated, their eyes locked on me. I took another sip of coffee and leaned toward them. They returned the gesture. "Are you ready for the big finale?"
"Yes!"
they screamed in unison. James pulled them both back on the couch, an arm around each. They took the hint and sat back. Abigail tucked her legs under her and snuggled against her uncle. "So, where did we leave off?" I teased.
"Harrison was coming,"
Abigail shouted.
"They were setting a trap for Harrison,"
Andrew exclaimed. Their shrill cries disturbed a flock of birds. A large one squawked and took flight, heading for the distant mountains. "Oh, that's right. I nodded and sat back. The heat of the fire felt good on the cool, damp morning. A distant rumble held the promise of rain later. Well, William and Tasha and their crews held the last of the Continuum Arms ships captive. They questioned the prisoners, and Andrew shook his head.
"We know that, Grandpa. What happens when Harrison gets there?"
I held up my hand for him to be patient. Remember, Tasha sent her remaining ships back to arrest Commander Krasinski, right? They bounced, unable to sit still. That left only the Wraith and the Holloway to face whatever Harrison brought to the fight. They vibrated with excitement. Well, William knew they were outnumbered and did not want to wait for the battle to come to him. He decided on a different course of action. Chapter 31. Swirls of hyperspace filled the forward view screen. William sat in his chair on the bridge of the Wraith and watched the splashes of light. He glanced at a chrono on the helmsman's console. The countdown showed less than an hour to their destination. William ordered the Wraith and the Holloway away from the battlefield before Harrison could arrive with another task force. DeVoe took the Continuum Arms employees aboard her ship and left for the nearest SYSPOL port. She needed to report in. William set course for Mercy. Tyron sat to his left and watched a tactical display of the debris field left after the battle. 2 drones, supplied by the Holloway, held vigil over the system, waiting for Harrison's fleet. The feed showed nothing but the drifting debris and derelict hulks of the ships not salvageable. Jaden sat to William's right, watching her own display. A representation of the Mercy system, thanks to her hacking program, lay before her. The image showed a number of ships docked at the station and a handful on patrol. She tapped in a command and highlighted the ring of defensive batteries hidden throughout the system. Asteroids, rogue planetoids, and small cloaked platforms littered the area. Each rock and construct maintained a weapons battery.
"When the time comes," she declared, "I'll be able to take them over."
"Pick out 4 or 5 with little strategic value to us," William stated, looking over her shoulder. "They know we targeted a few of them our last visit. I want to destroy them upon arrival. Save the rest for our use."
"Roger."
He turned to Tyron. "Anything?"
"No, not yet. Wait!"
8 icons appeared on his screen, one after another. The blips raced toward the derelict ships. They spread out to cover the entire system.
"There they are. 8 ships, Captain."
Tyron touched a button, and the computer identified the ships one by one. A list of their current crew complement and capabilities scrawled across the screen.
"Well armed."
8, William mused, plus at least 2 dozen at Mercy. Looks like someone really wants us dead.
"You,"
Tyron corrected with a smirk. He pointed at William.
"They want you dead, not us."
"What happened to we were in this together?" William mocked.
"Depends on how this goes,"
Tyron said with a shrug. He pointed to the display.
"They are closing in on the 2 ships we left."
"Activate their engines." Tyron touched the appropriate buttons on his screen. William leaned over and watched the damaged Continuum Arms ship and the last SYSPOL craft fire up the engines. The pirate fleet changed course, converging on the 2 ships. Switch to live view, on screen. The swirls of hyperspace disappeared from the main viewer, replaced with a live feed from the battlefield. The drone, placed 100 kilometers from the derelict SYSPOL ship, provided an excellent visual of the pirate ships closing in. Lasers lashed out, filling the void of space, and struck the police frigate. It split in 2, down the ragged line cut by the earlier plasma attack. The 2 halves separated, the sections drifting apart. Debris spilled from the breach. "Redirect," Williams stated when the bulk of the destroyed SYSPOL vessel blocked the feed. The screen switched to the second drone. The Continuum Arms vessel powered away from the battle. One of the pirate vessels flew directly over the drone. William and most of the bridge crew ducked at the proximity. The pirate freighter opened fire. A hail of crimson and green lasers streaked across the void. The fleeing ship dropped below the barrage, the bolts disappearing into the reaches of space. "Don't lose them," Jaden cautioned.
"I want to make it look good,"
Tyron replied through gritted teeth.
Pierce, can you fire that thing yet?
1 second, still lining up the shot.
Hurry, they're finding the range.
The Continuum Arms vessel fired an orange burst of plasma at its pursuer. The impact flared the pirate ship's shields. The plasma burned its way through the energy barrier and struck the hull, eating its way through the durasteel fuselage. The drone turned and stayed with the remote-piloted ship. It fired a second burst. The pirate ship erupted in a flash of light and added its bulk to the debris scattered throughout the system. The rest of Harrison's fleet opened fire in earnest. The barrage blasted through the weakened shields and struck the hull. The Continuum Arms ship exploded in a flash of fire. Secondary explosions created a momentary strobe effect in the Wraith's main viewer.
"They are in the kill zone, Captain," Pierce called.
William looked at the tactical display, noted that 6 of the remaining 7 pirates clustered near the center of the battlefield. The last ship drifted closer, nearing the edge of the designated blast zone.
"Wait,"
William watched. He counted the seconds. He raised his arm.
"A little closer. Come on, a little closer."
The ships held stationary.
"I have a broadband message coming in," Fantinelli called from his console. "It's broadcasting in the open, all channels."
He raised an eyebrow and turned to William.
"It's Harrison."
On screen, the battlefield disappeared, replaced with a close-up of the man William swore to kill. Burn marks and scars disfigured his face. Angry red eyes stared into the camera.
"Members of the Pirate Council, I have the proof you sought," he snarled. "Proof that Captain William Ainsworth has sold us out."
The image changed, showing the last few minutes of battle between his fleet and the SYSPOL ship. It cut off before the Continuum Arms battle.
"I will find him and kill him, that much, I promise. I've also discovered another traitor."
He shook his head.
"And this one is far more lethal to our way of life. Administrator Burdock and his staff have profited from releasing information to the authorities. My agents on Mercy assure me that they are being taken care of as we speak. I will soon return to claim my rightful place as Lord of Pirates."
He stepped forward. The bridge crew flinched at his proximity to the camera. William gulped at the scars rippling across the man's face.
"I advise no one to stand in my way. I have dozens of ships at my disposal, with loyal crews."
"Now," William smirked.
"I will not tolerate disobedience or disloyalty."
Continuum Arms warheads, stolen from Renmar and placed in the debris, exploded on command. Thermonuclear detonations tore through the battlefield. Megaton explosions engulfed Harrison's fleet in fire and cut him off mid-sentence. Strobes of light flashed behind him on the screen and stabbed the darkness of space. Harrison turned in time to watch a chunk of vessel slam into his ship. The transmission ended. The screen returned to the view of hyperspace.
"Report. 6 ships destroyed," Pierce called. "The 7th, Harrison's, was outside the kill zone. Estimate moderate damage." "The transmission ended at the source," Fantinelli stated, his hand to his headset as he listened. "I'm picking up chatter on the pirate command band. There is fighting on Mercy Station, at least 2 factions. Burdock is in hiding, consolidating forces. The Pirate Council is ordering all ships to return to the station to repel any attack." "How long until we arrive?" Tyrant asked.
27 minutes at this speed," Alcazar answered. "What do we do?" Jaden asked. William sat for a moment in silent thought. He stared at the view screen, mesmerized by the swirls and eddies. Is Harrison out for the count? Did we get him? Pierce swiveled in his chair and shook his head.
"He's suffered damage, but I don't think he is out. Best guess, he'll regroup with whatever allies he has and come after us. If he is declaring himself Lord, he'll go after the station."
William turned to his quartermaster. "Tyron?"
"Agreed."
William rubbed his chin. The stubble of his short beard prickled his fingers. "Fantinelli, call DeVoe and tell her we missed. Give her the coordinates for Mercy and tell her to bring everything she has." He hesitated a moment before slowly nodding.
Aye, sir." "The authorities have never found this place, Captain," Tyron warned. "Do you know what you're doing?"
"Remember that fortune you were going to count for me?" Tyron nodded. "The first part of it is aboard that station, and you are going to lead the assault that takes it."
"And what about you?"
Tyron inquired. "I'm going to provide the distraction you need to get in," William smiled. "All eyes will be watching me, while you slip quietly in the back door." Chapter 32.
This is an emergency call to all ships in the sector.
The message repeated.
Mercy Station is under attack. This is an emergency call to all ships in the sector. Mercy Station is under attack. This is an...
"Cut it," William ordered. He leaned forward in his chair, staring at the helm station. "Time?" "1 minute," Alcazar replied, his hands poised over the controls. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a sleeve. "System drive ready." "Mr. Pierce," William grimly stated, "target the selected weapons emplacements and prepare to destroy them."
"Already calculated, Captain."
He appeared calm, in his element.
30 seconds.
"Fantinelli, as soon as they send out the message that we've arrived, jam all communications except our coded frequencies."
"Aye."
William exhaled slowly. His pulse pounded in his ears. He wiped sweaty hands on his pants. One miscalculation, he thought, and pushed it out of his mind. He needed to focus on the task at hand. 4 years aboard the Wrath had brought him to this. All the training, all the knowledge, all the loss. It came down to this moment. He would not let his father, Monty, or Captain Porter down.
"Exiting hyperspace now."
The stars elongated, then morphed into pinpricks of light against a black backdrop. Mercy Station lay directly ahead, a fleet of ships arrayed before it. Bulk cruisers, small freighters, and a myriad of armed pirate craft formed a barrier between the Wrath and its target. The asteroid field lay beyond, cutting off escape in that direction. A rogue planetoid roamed through the system, out of the immediate battle zone. "Open a line." Fantinelli touched a button and gave him a thumbs up. "This is Captain William Ainsworth of the Wrath. We are here to offer our assistance. Contrary to what you've been told, we are not traitors. I have been framed by a man named
"Wrath, you are ordered to stand down and prepare to be boarded by order of Administrator Burdock."
The speaker blared, the voice dull and monotone.
"Failure to comply will result in your destruction."
The message repeated, and Fantinelli cut it off.
8 ships heading our way," Pierce called. "Another 6 staying by Mercy."
"Take out the nearest weapons platforms." Crimson beams lashed from the pirate ship, striking a half-dozen targets in the immediate area. Weapon batteries exploded, 6 random explosions in space. "Back us away," he ordered Alcazar, slowly. "Remember, we want them to follow us."
"Aye. Message from Mercy," Fantinelli called. "We have located the renegade Wrath, requesting all ships to engage. Immediate recall of all ships in the sector,"
he recited. "Jam them." "Done." "Mr. Pierce," William turned to the weapons officer, "I know you've been itching to pull the trigger, so here's your chance. Pick one ship, just one, and fire a broadside from the non-modified batteries." A smile split the man's face.
"Aye."
He turned back to his controls and touched a couple of buttons. A reticle appeared on his screen. His hand hovered over a small switch. The crosshairs found their target, focused on an area near the engine compartment, and flashed red. He flipped the switch. Crimson and green beams leapt from the Wrath's port side, cutting a line across the hull of the selected target. Shields flared with the impacts. The beams walked along the fuselage. The barrage found the preferred point of impact, and all 5 beams coalesced on that spot. The shields glowed an eerie green while they absorbed the energy. They flared, but could not hold against the onslaught. The glow died, and the energy bolts penetrated the hull. Deck plating, conduit, and support beams exploded outward. The heat fused other panels and circuits, cutting power to the engines. The pirate ship shuddered, and the engines died. The ship stalled in space, its companion vessels overtaking and passing it. The disabled ship drifted alone. Pierce stopped firing, letting inertia carry the disabled ship out of the fight. He adjusted to a second target, locked on, and held his hand over the firing switch. The other 7 ships pelted the Wrath with laser fire. The pirate freighter rocked with impacts. William held onto the arms of his chair when a pair of missiles struck amidships. He glanced at the tactical map attached to Tyron's chair and saw the attack dispersal as the pirate fleet closed on his ship. He ordered the helm to back away. "Draw them out," he ordered. The Wrath swayed again. "Fire at will, standard weapons only. Hold the modifieds for now. Angle the shields, keep them forward." The 7 ships advanced, filling the space between them and the fleeing vessel with laser fire so thick that William thought he could have walked across it. The Wrath returned fire, the standard crimson and green bolts slamming into the enemy shields, but causing no real damage. Pierce's hands flew over his console, continuously realigning shields and picking targets seemingly at random. The Wrath shook with impacts. Sparks exploded from an unmanned console, showering down on Fantinelli. He screamed, stood, and patted at the dying embers. He uttered a curse or two before sitting back down. 3 more ships are leaving Mercy," Pierce called. "On a parallel course. Looks like they are preparing for a micro-jump." "Adjust shields front and rear," William ordered. "Wherever they appear, hit them with the mods." "Aye, sir." William turned to Fantinelli. "Tell Tyron and Jaden to proceed." "Yes, sir." "They've jumped," Pierce reported. The icons disappeared from the tactical screen and reappeared a second later, behind the fleeing Wrath. The view screen flickered, changing from the forward view to aft. 3 pirate vessels blocked their escape. Each oblong freighter offered a broadside to the Wrath. Each vessel had a full range of weapons to bring to bear. "Pierce," William calmly stated. "Fire!" The Wrath emitted a solid golden beam toward the center craft. The beam sliced through the shields like tissue paper. The modified energy beam cut through the fuselage with little resistance and breached the reactor. A chain reaction engulfed the freighter in nuclear fire. The explosion ripped the ship apart, hurling large chunks of the hull into the neighboring ships. Shields died, and explosions marched along the hull of ship number 2. Munitions and weapons batteries erupted in sequence. The ship vanished in a flash of light. The 3rd vessel turned to flee, its engine spitting red-hot fire. Pierce fired again. Another solid beam of gold sliced through the ship, slitting it down the middle from stem to stern. The 2 hull fragments separated. Decompression spat debris into the vacuum of space. The ship fragments streaked away, powered by still pulsing engines, but no longer guided. Each moved away on its own trajectory. "The other ships are dropping back," Pierce commented. "Still firing, but dropping back." "Hold position," William ordered. "Aye." "Report on Tyron and Jaden?" "Sporadic," Pierce answered, leaning over his console. "Sensors show weapons fire in levels 5 and 6, moving upward." "Heading for the offices," William mused. He found a schematic in the computer, courtesy of Captain Porter, and followed their progress in his mind's eye. The blueprint of the station provided a handy guide in preparing the second phase of the attack. "Captain, we have multiple contacts," Pierce called. 11 ships exiting hyperspace." "Identify?" "Lead ship identifies as the Huntress," Alcazar reported. "It's suffered structural damage on its starboard side. It's Harrison's ship." "The Mercy fleet is turning to engage," Pierce chimed in. "Let them fight it out," William ordered, sitting back in his chair. "Damage crews, repair any damage. Recharge the weapons." He crossed his arms and watched the 2 pirate fleets meet in open space. Red, green, and yellow lasers crisscrossed the sky before him. "We get to sit back and enjoy the show." The 2 ships closest to the Wrath turned and fired broadsides at each other. Beams and missiles hammered their opponents' energy fields. Shields continuously flared. Hull fragments exploded outward or melted to slag where the energy barriers failed. The evenly matched ships stood toe-to-toe. Engines faded, shields collapsed. The reactors simultaneously breached, and briefly created a double supernova explosion. William covered his eyes from the dual fireballs. "I'm picking up tight beam communications," Fantinelli said, his hand holding his headset close to his head. "Line of sight. I can't tell what they are saying." "Who?" William inquired, turning from the main viewer. "The two fleets." "They've stopped firing," Pierce called, and William turned back toward the front. The two fleets sat in open space, unmoving. The fleets merged. 11 of the 16 ships fired their engines and headed toward the Wraith. The Armada spread out, opting for the best firing position. "Can our shields hold up against that many?" William gulped. "For a couple of minutes, maybe." Pierce shook his head. "We can't fight off that many by ourselves." "Back us away," William ordered, watching the ships grow larger in the viewer. "How long till firing range?" 2 minutes and counting." "Fantinelli," William sighed. "Signal Griffin and DeVoe. Tell them it's time."
Captain says commence Phase 2.
Fantinelli's voice sounded through the headset.
"Acknowledged," Jaden replied, and pushed the assault craft's throttle forward. The small ship left the asteroids with a burst of thrust. She counted to 4 and cut the power to the engines. The small raider coasted toward the backside of Mercy. The station grew steadily larger. Jaden had thought Tyron was crazy when he proposed the asteroid approach. William had approved it, and she called them both crazy. The 2 hours it took to creep through the hurling rocks unnerved her and the 8-man team entrusted to her aboard Raider 1. Small chunks of rock pinged off the hull the entire trip. She had breathed a sigh of relief when they made it to the edge of the field. The bulk of the station blocked their view of the system. Raider 2, Tyron at the helm, floated nearby. Jaden scanned the craft, saw the pockmarked hull from the asteroid impacts, and gulped. From the rough ride through the rocks, she knew her ship looked the same. Time passed slowly, but they did not wait long. The ships docked at Mercy, launched with the arrival of the Wraith. She could not see the battle, but her tap into the station's mainframe gave her an accurate play-by-play. Raider 1 crept toward Mercy. She saw her target, a docking port near the center of the central core, and adjusted her trajectory with a touch of thrust. "Stand by," she called over her shoulder. She maintained a tight grip on the controls. "We're going to hit hard." "Ma'am," someone behind her acknowledged. She looked to her left and saw her sister ship move ahead. Raider 2 closed the gap to the station. The afterburners fired late, and the craft hit hard. The front end crumpled, and the ship merged with the station, becoming a permanent fixture on Mercy. Jaden turned back to her own controls. Her eyes widened at her proximity to the station. She tightly gripped the controls. Her arms burned with the exertion. The docking port grew, and she saw the conduits, station beams, and other details surrounding her target. Putting the flawed landing of Raider 2 out of her mind, she mentally counted the last few seconds, grabbed the throttle, and slammed full reverse thrusters. "Hold on!" she yelled over her shoulder. She closed her eyes, turned her head to the right, and gritted her teeth. Raider 1 hit softer than its counterpart, but hard enough to sling Jaden against her restraining straps. Her head rocked forward. The impact forced the air from her lungs, and she gasped for breath. Her crew scrambled free from their seats and charged the door. She heard the airlock cycle and felt the chill of the station's recycled air fill the craft. They had arrived. She slapped her quick release, and the harness straps slid off her body. She climbed out of the pilot's seat, grabbed her rifle from its place near the cockpit's door, and raced through the Raider. Jaden entered the brightly lit corridors of Mercy to the echo of laser fire. She caught up with her team at the second junction. A trio of bodies lay in the corridor, the first victims of the assault team. Each Wraith pirate wore their standard gray suit and mirrored face shield. Painted skulls on the reflective surface added a psychological edge to their appearance and offered a quick ID in a firefight. Each man carried a rifle, pistol, combat knife, and a selection of grenades.
3 of the 8 men carried short, curved swords, cutlasses, like the pirates of old. Footsteps announced the arrival of Tyron and his team. Tyron led the way, his helmet abandoned, his rifle a toy in his hands. One man walked with a limp, a scorch mark on his left leg. He raised his face shield and greeted Jaden with a mixture of pain, rage, and determination. The rest appeared intact and ready. "You good?" Tyron asked. The man grunted and gripped his rifle. "I ain't staying here."
"We need to go up about 6 levels," Jaden stated.
"Move out. Standard overwatch,"
the quartermaster ordered, and the 2 teams moved down the corridor. They met minimal resistance until level 3. Tyron, leading the pack, rounded a corner and ran into a security patrol. He shot the first one at point-blank range. The impact lifted the man off the floor and hurled him down the hallway. The echo of the laser bolt followed his scream, and the man slid into a wall. Tyron fired again, blasting the next man into the wall as well. The rest of the team rounded the corner, and a trio of laser bolts hit the third man before he raised his rifle. Tyron held up his hand, fist clenched, and everyone froze. Jaden listened and heard the sound of approaching footsteps. A lot of footsteps.
"Spread out,"
Tyron hissed. He waved the pirates toward firing positions along the corridor. A squad of 10 appeared in the far end of the corridor. They immediately opened fire and filled the passage with smoke and the whine of laser blasts. Red bolts roared down the corridor and slapped the wall near Jaden's position. She aimed and fired, barely missing the security officer. She adjusted her aim and fired again. The man dropped.
"Grenade!"
the young pirate Oliver yelled. He stepped into the open and hurled the object. Bright flashes of incoming fire lit the corridor, and he screamed when multiple beams found his torso. The impacts flung his body down the corridor. His gray suit exploded under the bombardment. He lay still, his armor smoldering. The explosive landed halfway down the passage and harmlessly exploded. The sound wave rippled in the enclosed area and knocked Jaden off balance. She staggered into the wall and shook her head to clear it. She growled. Smoke and fire separated the 2 warring teams. Jaden grabbed a grenade from her own belt, pulled the pin, and edged into the corridor. She used the smoke screen as cover and sidearmed the explosive through the fire. She ducked back and covered her ears. Muffled screams succeeded dual explosions, one after another. Dual shock waves rippled down the passage and knocked down everyone in their path. The Wraith pirates jumped to their feet and charged down the corridor. They leapt through the fire, shooting on the run, and disappeared into the thick smoke. The incoming fire ceased. Moans filled the corridor. Jaden slid out of the doorway and saw Tyron standing in the middle of the carnage, counting heads. She joined the rest of the assault team. The atmospheric scrubbers actuated and dissipated the smoke. Crackling fires burned throughout the passageway. The enemy team lay scattered, their bodies crumpled from the dual explosions and the vicious assault. Their clothes smoldered, and broken weapons littered the passage. Flames licked the bulkheads, the paint bubbling and boiling away.
"Who threw the other grenade?"
Tyron snarled, looking each man in the faceplate. Black, mirrored visors stared back, and each answered with a quick shake of their head. He finally got to Jaden, and she could not suppress the grin on her face.
"I did,"
she answered. His laughter filled the corridor.
"Good thing I brought you along. Who said a pirate woman is bad luck, eh? All right, 2 levels to go. Second team, take point. Move out."
They continued their upward advance. Chapter 33. "Time? 1 minute," the navigator answered. Griffin sat in the command chair aboard the Continuum Arms prototype cruiser Riviera. Smaller than a frigate, the Riviera boasted more maneuverability than a picket and more firepower than a destroyer. Its cigar-shaped, curved fuselage had proven effective in tests at deflecting incoming fire that breached the shields. Heavy plating protected the 3 triangular-placed engines. Hidden weapons emplacements set deep within the hull provided for a sleek, fast, and deadly foe in battle. It was the pinnacle of Continuum Arms research and development, a one-of-a-kind prototype about to be tested the hard way. He leaned back in his chair, arms folded, and waited. He left the Wraith with the survivors of the CA ambush. 1 day's transit took him to Claro 4, another R&D facility. His new status of owner and CEO opened the doors without hesitation. He commandeered the Riviera on her maiden cruise and set course for Mercy. His chair sat on a raised platform, with the navigation and communication consoles at his feet. His executive officer and tactical officer sat to his right and left, respectively. The bridge, unlike other craft, sat deep inside the belly of the ship as added protection. The forward wall, as well as the left and right bulkheads, sported giant holographic emitters that would, once the battle began, give him 180-degree view of the battlefield. Exiting hyperspace. Now. The Riviera shuddered slightly at the transition. The lights dimmed, and a hologram of the system replaced the walls on 3 sides. The bulk of Mercy Station lay to his right, with 3 ships in close orbit and the asteroid field beyond. The Wraith sat to his left, retreating out of the system with 8 ships in pursuit. Debris from perhaps a half-dozen ships littered the battle space. Another 7 ships sat directly ahead of the Riviera.
"Targets,"
his tactical officer said.
"Armed freighters. One appears to be damaged already."
"Identify."
"The Huntress."
"Target that one and disable its engines," Griffin snarled. "I do not want that one to escape. Destroy the rest, then set course to assist the Wraith."
"Yes, sir."
An explosion drew his attention to the left. The Wraith continued its strategic retreat, 7 ships in pursuit. An expanding cloud of smoke, fire, and dust marked the end of a pirate vessel. Red and green beams stabbed the heavens, seeking Captain Ainsworth's ship. A golden beam leapt from the ship and cut through the shields of a pursuer. The craft slowed, but stayed in the fight. Griffin cringed when the Wraith took a full broadside of missiles. The shields glowed a dull green as they absorbed the explosive impact. "Belay that order," Griffin stated without taking his eyes from the holographic battle. "Disable the damaged ship, and then move to assist the Wraith. Best speed."
"That could put us in between 2 fleets,"
the tactical officer warned, even as the Riviera banked toward the fleeing freighter. "Disable that ship." Griffin pointed to the damaged freighter now off his starboard bow. The enemy vessels opened fire, their lasers ineffective against the Riviera's enhanced shielding. "They will run once we open up with our full complement of weapons."
"Aye, sir,"
she said. She programmed her target coordinates.
"Firing."
The Riviera emitted a single solid golden beam. The energy beam sliced through the Huntress's shields, hull, and engines with little resistance. The ship, in the process of turning to flee, died in space. Chunks of fuselage exploded outward, and atmosphere vented. It began to drift. The lights blinked with electrical interruptions. The ship listed lazily, slowly spinning in space.
"Disabled."
"Set course for the Wraith," Griffin ordered, "but give those other ships a taste of what's to come." The prototype's engines fired white-hot and propelled the ship toward the distant Wraith. Golden laser beams and blasts of orange plasma lashed out from the Riviera, crossed the expanse of space, and smashed the ships surrounding the Huntress. The nearest craft exploded when plasma burned through the shields, the hull, and the reactor core. Hunks of metal and debris filled the sky. 2 golden beams converged on a single ship to the right of the Huntress. The double beams overloaded the shields and sliced through the fuselage amidships. The pirate ship's cargo doors exploded outward and decompressed the ship. Crates, bodies, a small shuttle, and other debris littered the area. The beams continued, splitting the ship in 2. Fires raged, atmosphere vented. The decompression pushed the ship apart, the 2 halves drifting into the paths of the other ships. The pirate vessels opened fire on the fractured freighter. A maelstrom of beams punched holes in the torn fuselage and tore away massive amounts of superstructure. The rear half exploded in white-hot fire, flinging debris throughout the battle space. The enemy ships fired on the forward half of the ship, still drifting toward them. Shields glowed dull green with the impacts. The battle drifted out of range of the holographic walls, and Griffin turned his attention toward the ships directly ahead. "Keep an eye on them," he ordered the tactical officer. "If they get the nerve to come after us, I want to know."
"Sir."
Griffin eyed the battle before them. The Wrath changed course and no longer retreated. The pirate ship now plowed through the middle of the 7 remaining ships. Golden beams, interlaced with red and green, ripped through the center of the enemy formation. An enemy ship exploded, obscuring his vision of the Wrath. He gripped the arms of his chair and came halfway out of his seat when his former ship did not immediately reappear. The smoke and glare subsided, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw her. The Wrath's shields glowed with impacts. Incoming fire broke through and struck the hull. The freighter sported damage along the dorsal section and the starboard side, behind the cargo doors. Atmosphere vented from a hole near the bridge. A missile impact tore a section of the launch ring away. A solitary raiding craft spun away from the Wrath. The twisted metal superstructure stuck out from the ship like a long tree branch. Ainsworth's ship closed on the enemy. The metal remnants of the ring scraped the ship. Shields glowed, and the metal end melted against the energy. A section of the ring broke free and disappeared into space. How long till firing range?
30 seconds.
Redline it, Griffin urged. White knuckles tightly gripped the edge of his seat. Get us there, now. The Wrath's frequency of fire declined. The enhanced hull armor took more hits. Griffin helplessly watched. Enemy energy bolts slashed the hull and destroyed 2 weapons emplacements. A hatch blew and vented atmosphere into space. Fires leapt from the breach, dying in the icy expanse of the void. The Wrath's engines sputtered, the ship slowed, and the enemy poured on the fire.
In range.
Open fire, Griffin ordered. He hopped from his seat. All batteries, fire! The bridge lights dimmed. The engine roar of the Riviera died. Orange plasma and golden beams filled the heavens. 6 bursts, followed by 6 more, drained the weapon systems, and the tactical console momentarily blinked off. The double tap of plasma, aimed at the nearest 6 enemy ships, produced the desired effect. 4 ships simultaneously exploded. Light, flame, and debris filled the battlespace. The holographic walls did not feature a glare filter. The holograms disappeared under the onslaught of the quadruple novas. Griffin, with nothing to look at, sat down and nervously drummed his fingers on the armrest of his chair.
4 ships destroyed, Captain,
the tactical officer recited from her console.
2 more severely damaged and out of the fight. The last 2 are turning to run.
The hologram returned. The 3 walls winked back into existence. The debris field of the 4 ships covered most of the sky before him. Several chunks burned off the last of their atmosphere. They tumbled in space. The 2 wounded vessels sported gaping holes through their midsections. Griffin ignored the debris and the wounded. He searched the rubble for the Wrath. A burst of thrust drew his gaze. The ship powered through the remnants of an enemy ship. Superstructure steel cut a ragged gash along the Wrath's fuselage. It emerged from the debris field, battered and beaten.
Enemy ships are leaving,
the tactical officer called. The Riviera rocked with impacts.
Parting shots.
She studied her console.
They're gone.
The ships behind us?
Regrouping, sir, halfway between us and the disabled ship. Another 3 ships are moving out from the station.
Hail the Wrath and turn us back toward Mercy. The hologram on the left-hand wall dissolved, replaced by the image of the damaged bridge of the Wrath. Griffin breathed a sigh of relief when William appeared. The CEO of Continuum Arms stood from his chair. William Ainsworth wore a dirty, torn uniform. Burn marks crisscrossed his chest. His right arm hung at an awkward angle. Griffin saw a support beam lying in the seat usually occupied by Jaden, and knew what had happened. Good thing she's on the station. Captain Ainsworth, do you require assistance? Griffin smiled. William smirked and shook his head. Glad you still have a sense of humor. Yes, we could use another medic if you have one. I'll dispatch Doc Carlyle, Griffin acknowledged and glanced at his comms officer. How bad is it? Bad enough. At least a dozen dead. Still venting atmosphere. William looked to his left, the quartermaster chair's tactical screen. A large crack split the device, but it still functioned. Shields are inoperable. Weapons, we have 1 modified laser functioning. Life support is barely hanging on. Engines? Offline at the moment. Okay, we'll hang here. Griffin said. He glanced to his right, to the other holographic walls, and counted ships. "There are another 6 heading our way."
"William,"
a pained voice taunted from the comm system.
"is that you, little William?"
"Harrison?"
"Ah, you'll remember."
The forward hologram vanished, replaced with an image of a wounded man. Bandages wrapped his head and covered his left eye. Blood ran from his nose and a cut on his chin. Crimson stained his shirt. His one eye glared with fiery hatred. The Huntress Bridge lay in shambles behind him. Most of the consoles lay dormant, and those that did work sporadically blinked on and off. Men dragged bodies from the control center while Griffin watched. The image panned back to offer a complete view of the bridge, and Griffin noticed that Harrison wore a prosthetic in place of his left leg. Wires and gears protruded from the damaged device.
"I remember you,"
the man spat.
"You left me to die after cheating your way to victory. But that is your way, isn't it? Cheating. Like the bombs you left for me. As you can see, you missed. I'm still here, little William, and now I have the upper hand."
Harrison snarled. "You are where I want you," William smiled. He sat, mindful of his arm, and crossed his legs. "You are disabled, for all the universe to see."
"To those of you listening on Mercy,"
Harrison yelled,
"this is the Pirate Lord. I have proven my loyalty. I brought my ships to your aid. I killed the SYSPOL agents targeting the station."
He waved toward the screen.
"I've delivered your enemy to you."
"What SYSPOL agent did you kill?" William asked, intrigued. "Name the agent to prove your loyalty."
"Bronsky,"
Harrison proudly stated.
"your girlfriend's boss. Where is your little lieutenant? You did give the SYSPOL the location of the base, didn't you?" "I know you did, traitor. Where is she? Show the admins of Mercy your allies."
"Captain, we have ships exiting hyperspace," the tactical officer interjected, her voice barely over a whisper. "A dozen ships, SYSPOL frigates and—" she whistled, "and 3 destroyers. They're targeting the enemy ships between us and the station."
"There she is now," William noted, "and I know she will be interested in knowing that you killed her boss."
He stood and glared into the hologram, his red face full of rage.
"I showed you mercy once, and it has cost me dearly. She will not make that mistake."
Harrison's hologram vanished, replaced with the image of a dozen SYSPOL ships closing in on the last pirate vessels in the sector. Lasers and missiles lashed out from the new arrivals and indiscriminately struck the ships.
"Griffin,"
William ordered,
"get to the station. Get Tyron and Jaden any help they need."
Tyron the Tormentor slammed a black-clad security guard against the wall, his forearm against the man's throat. The quartermaster pinned the man half a foot off the floor. The guard's feet kicked, and he clawed at the arm, struggling to remove it from his throat. Tyron turned his head to the left, toward the rest of the man's squad, and let loose a battle cry that reverberated off the walls. He raised his rifle in his left hand and squeezed off a double shot into the nearest security enforcer. The guard flew backward with the impacts. He slammed into 2 men behind him and bowled them over. The heat of laser bolts scorched Tyron's back, and he winced. The rest of his assault team joined in the firefight. Green energy beams flashed down the corridor. The smell of ozone filled the air. The screams of the wounded echoed through the passageway. Tyron looked at the man he held against the wall, smirked at the limp, lifeless body, and unceremoniously dropped it to the metal deck. His arm tingled from the strain of holding the guard, and he shook it to increase blood flow. Jaden appeared at his side. She gasped for breath and moved a strand of hair from her face.
"How we doing?"
Tyron counted heads.
"We've lost 3. I figure we have 1 more level, and if I know the admins, that's where the real battle will be."
She touched the headset she wore, listening.
"The battle is outside. The Wraith is facing almost a dozen ships."
Jaden shook her head.
"She is not faring well."
"Then we need to finish our end."
Tyron snarled, and hefted the rifle in his arms. The rage boiled in him, and sweat glistened his forehead. He turned to address the assault team.
Wait.
He turned back to Jaden and watched a smile slide across her face.
Griffin just arrived. One ship, but...
She intently listened to the headset.
But what?
It's a CA prototype. It just decimated 2 ships protecting Harrison and is now in pursuit of the Wraith.
She grinned.
That should turn the tide.
Then let's get moving,
Tyron instructed and motioned his men forward. The group of 14 quietly moved down the corridor. They spread out and hugged the halls, a 3-meter gap between each man. The team traversed a flight of rarely used stairs and exited on level 1, the command level for Mercy. Pristine white corridors branched out in 3 directions. Overhead lights revealed well-waxed floors, lavish paintings on the walls, and a series of holographic busts depicting former administrators. Boots shuffled down the passage to Tyron's right. He occupied the middle of the formation along the right-hand wall. Jaden mirrored his position on the left. The sounds stopped, and he gripped his rifle tighter. The point man held up a clenched fist, and the group halted. The pirate peered around the corner. A single laser bolt caught him in the throat and sliced through his assault suit like tissue paper. He grabbed his throat. The weapon clanged on the deck. He wilted to the floor, dead.
"Surrender your weapons, or face a similar fate,"
a voice called. Tyron moved up to the front of the formation, a wicked grin on his face. He removed a grenade from his belt, pulled the pin, and hurled the object toward the voice without looking. He turned away and covered his ears. The explosion ripped through the air. Smoke and fire filled the corridor. The point man on the left-hand wall bolted into the open.
"Wait!"
A dozen laser blasts struck the man in the torso. His body danced like a marionette. The impacts hurled him down an adjacent hallway. Tyron helplessly watched his body slide from sight. Laughter emanated from the grenade's direction, and he seethed in rage.
"We are effectively barricaded, Quartermaster Tyron,"
the voice called.
"Yes, I know who you are. You and Miss Jaden have put on quite a good show for us,"
the voice laughed.
"But I'm afraid your run has come to an end."
Tyron waved everyone back, away from the intersection, and paused. He lay prone on the cold metal floor and peeked around the corner. A wall of ballistic shielding protected a squad of 8. The security officers stood behind the barrier, their weapons up and ready to fire. One stood without a helmet, a pistol in his hand, and an overconfident smile on his face. Tyron pulled back before the guards adjusted aim and fired at the floor.
"Well done, Quartermaster, well done," the man mocked. "Now that you've seen our defenses, you know there is no way through. Your ships outside are outnumbered, and I have just called for reinforcements. You are boxed in. Surrender, and you will be given a fair trial by a court of your peers. Afterwards, you will be spaced for treason."
Tyron stood and, using hand signals, ordered his rear element to turn and set an ambush for anyone coming up behind them. They concurred, moving back to the stairwell halfway down the hallway. He touched his equipment and took a quick inventory of what he had left. His hand touched the concussion grenade on his belt. He smiled and looked at Jaden. The woman crossed the passage to stand beside him.
"What are we looking at?"
"Ballistic shielding,"
Tyron whispered.
"Reinforcements coming up behind."
He held up the concussion grenade.
"What do you think?"
She shook her head.
"If the frag didn't do it, those won't. But..."
She produced a 4-inch cylinder, about an inch in diameter.
"This might."
"What is that?"
he whispered.
"Something I took off the CA ship."
She rolled it over in her hands.
"Phosphorus gel, they said. Burn through anything."
"Then throw it."
Tyron gestured with a nod toward the barricade.
"Toss the concussion first,"
she motioned.
"Distract them."
Tyron held up a finger, reached to his belt, and pulled out the mirrored faceplate for the helmet he left on the raider. He tossed the faceplate to the man on the opposite wall and motioned for him to push it to the edge. The man used the barrel of his rifle to slide the faceplate to the corner of the junction. Tyron motioned for him to stop. The mirrored surface showed the 8-man team and the ballistic shielding. He gave the man a thumbs up, turned to Jaden, and drew his finger across his throat. Tyron took a breath,
pulled the pin, and hurled the concussion grenade down the corridor. The device bounced and skidded along the waxed floor. It exploded against the shielding. The loud concussion rocked the barricade. The guards winced, closed their eyes, and turned away. Jaden stepped into the corridor and tossed the canister of gel. She quickly ducked back and put her back against the wall beside the quartermaster. The canister sailed through the air and connected with the ballistic shield at waist level. The oblong cylinder erupted on contact. A gooey red mixture sprayed across the barrier and walls, obscuring the view of the guards. Tyron held his breath, waiting. Nothing happened. He stared at the reflection in the faceplate. The barricaded men stood, weapons high, unfazed by the grenade. He looked at Jaden. She shrugged. One of the guards reached out from behind the barrier and scraped away the gunk with a gloved hand. He retreated back behind the shield and shook the residue off, splattering more on the floor and wall.
"What did you hope to accomplish, Quartermaster?" The guard laughed. "Are you planning to paint the corridor in goo?"
The squad laughed.
"Jaden,"
Tyron hissed.
"They told me it would work,"
she replied through clenched teeth.
"Burns for 20 seconds through anything."
A scream echoed down the passageway. Tyron turned his attention back to the faceplate. The guard that had scraped the residue howled in pain, his glove and arm engulfed in flame. The ballistic shield, wall, and floor glowed a dull red. The gel, like embers in a fire, increased in intensity. The red goo flashed into flame and seared through whatever it contacted. The man's hand fell off at the wrist. He gripped the stump, screaming in pain. Flames engulfed the ballistic barrier. Chunks of scorched wall fell. Burned divots pockmarked the floor. Another man screamed as the gel burned through the barrier and fell on his leg. He dropped his rifle and disrobed from his armor, hopping on one leg. Another piece of the ballistic shield collapsed, leaving a gaping hole in the defense.
"Grenades, on my command,"
Tyron said in a low voice. He held up his last frag. He received a chorus of mirrored nods. The men carrying swords drew them, twirling them in their hands. Jaden placed the butt of her rifle in her shoulder. The phosphorus gel continued to burn. Cries of pain filled the air. The security team leader ordered his men back.
"Now!"
Jaden squatted and leaned into the corridor. She pulled the trigger as fast as she could and let loose a hail of energy bolts down the corridor. The man without a hand screamed when one of the green beams sliced through his chest. He fell in a heap. Jaden continued to pour fire into the security team. 7 grenades bounced down the passage and rolled to stop in front of the deteriorating shield. One flew through a hole in the ballistic barrier and bounced off the guard captain's armored boot. Tyron grabbed Jaden and pulled her back into the cover of the adjacent corridor. Successive explosive blasts set fire, smoke, and shrapnel down the corridor. Tyron's ears rang, and he blinked away tears from the flashes of light. His swordsmen roared in defiance and charged down the corridor. They met no resistance. No laser fire cut them down. The quartermaster stepped into the corridor and watched his team work. The remains of the ballistic shield crumbled under a kick from the first pirate. It collapsed in a heap and clattered to the floor. His teammates charged inside the barrier and engaged the survivors of the security force. Light flashed off blades. Crimson stained the walls. All of it silent to Tyron. He heard nothing through the ringing in his ears. The rest of his force, minus the rear security element, followed the swordsman. The enemy detail fell, leaving only a set of double doors between Tyron and the central admin of Mercy. He turned to see Jaden smiling, her hand to her ear.
"Griffin saved the Wrath. William is safe."
"What?"
"I said,"
she yelled.
"William is safe."
Tyron nodded.
"The SYSPOL arrived a few minutes ago with a battle fleet,"
she continued.
"They destroyed the remaining pirates. Griffin is on his way here now."
Tyron slowly exhaled and let the adrenaline fade from his system.
"Tell William that we have achieved our goal. Tell them Mercy is ours."
Chapter 34.
"I've sent the bulk of my forces to chase down the last holdouts.
Tasha DeVoe smiled. "We estimate that there are only 2 or 3 renegade pirates' vessels still out there." She sat at the end of a long conference table deep in the bowels of Mercy Station, 2 SYSPOL officers at her back. They carried rifles at port arms, their faces covered with balaclavas and dark goggles. Griffin, Jaden, and a handful of others sat around the conference table, with William sitting opposite the lieutenant. A trio of pirates stood at his back, their arms crossed in silent defiance at the authorities staring at them. 3 hollow-camera drones circled the meeting, recording every word and movement. Their lights played across William's face. He forced himself not to flinch.
"I've been authorized to grant complete amnesty to you and your crew, Mr. Ainsworth," she continued, "as long as you promise to give up the pirate life and this station."
William steepled his fingers and stared across the table. His arm still hurt, but it functioned. "We lost so much," he thought, "but gained much more." "Your terms are acceptable," he said, "with one condition. Whatever my crew finds on this station of value, we take. You can have what we do not wish to carry away." DeVoe and William had already discussed the terms and signed the amnesty, but the SYSPOL wanted a recording of the meeting for public relations. The loss of a precinct chief and a commander wore heavy on the organization. They needed a win. "Done," she replied. Everyone stood and exchanged handshakes. The drones landed, their lights and cameras dead. Technicians entered the room and packed the drones and other equipment. William and Tasha stepped off to the side, away from the rest. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you for letting my crew decide their own fate." "That was the deal," she replied. "We have broken the pirate business in the galaxy, at least for now, and I get to close my oldest cold case. I found one William Ainsworth, kidnapped 4 years ago." "What's next for you, Lieutenant?" "A promotion, actually," she smiled. "With the death of Bronsky and the turmoil of finding out Krasinski was on the pirate payroll, there is some upward mobility. I've been made chief of the precinct." "Congratulations!" William returned her smile. "What about you? What's next for William?" "Remember our first meeting? You said you would hunt me down?" DeVoe raised an eyebrow. "You remember what I said?" She laughed. "You said you would retire. You have enough money to do that?" He pointed toward the door. "That was the last bit of our bargain. We keep what we want from the station." "Ah." "What will happen to Mercy?" "We will refurbish the station and make it a SYSPOL outpost," she replied. "We are pushing out every year, and we need places like this for colonists and the like to come when they need assistance." Her comlink buzzed. She held up a finger and retrieved a device from her pocket. "DeVoe." The conversation lasted less than a minute, and she returned the communicator to its place. "I need to go. Duty calls." "Of course," William replied. "Thank you again, Chief." "Tasha," she corrected. "Tasha. Good luck to you." "And you, William." She turned and left the room, her guards and the technicians in tow. Griffin and Jaden sidled up. Jaden gripped William's hand. Griffin raised an eyebrow. "We good?" "Yes, Griffin, we are good. Go make your millions." "Millions? Ha! Billions!" "Let's go find Tyron and see if he's finished yet," Jaden prodded, and the 3 left the conference room. They wound their way up 1 level, past the burned-out corridor, and into the admin suite. Bloodstains and laser-scorched burns marked the reception area, a testament to the last stand of Administrator Burdock and his staff. Shattered glass crunched underneath their feet. Tyron stood, hands on his hips, in the middle of the room. Billy Clyde stood beside him, mimicking the quartermaster's movements. Piles of credits lay scattered around the room. 3 men, under Tyron's direction, added coins to each pile in sequence. The remainder of the pirate survivors mulled around the periphery of the meeting area. Billy saw William and bounded toward him. "Willie!" Billy Clyde's hug crushed his ribs, and William's arm snapped again. The man-child, left at a Continuum Arms facility for safety, had been reunited with him hours before. That nearly sent William back to the doctor. "This one probably did," William groaned. Billy put him down at the behest of Jaden. "How's it going?" William called to the quartermaster.
"This is the last of it," he called over his shoulder. "There are 22 survivors of the Wrath and Bloodlust. Using your share count, even our lowliest pirate is a multi-millionaire."
He turned, and William saw tears in his eyes.
"We are rich."
He leaned in close and whispered,
"What about Porter's stash? We never had time to retrieve it."
"We will leave it for now," William decided. "It's not going anywhere, and it's drawing interest." He glanced at Jaden. "Maybe we'll leave it for future generations." Tyron smiled.
"Aye."
"Once the count is complete, pass it out," William instructed in a louder voice for all to hear. The assembled pirates grinned and slapped each other on the back. A couple eagerly rubbed their hands together. They stared, wide-eyed, at the counted millions on the floor. William felt Jaden slide against his left side, her arm around his waist. He cleared his throat. "And my last order as captain." All present turned to look at him. "Live a good life." Epilogue. A light rain began to fall. James doused the fire in the pit, and the four of us moved back to the porch. Andrew and Abigail jumped onto the swing, sending it spinning wildly. James regained control of it and returned it to a more normal trajectory. I lifted my cup and tasted cold coffee. I blanched and stuck out my tongue at the cold, bitter taste. Kelly appeared at my side, placed a hand on my shoulder, and warmed up the cup on cue. The warm liquid tasted better. Bitter, but better. "Breakfast in 5 minutes," she teased. I sniffed the air at the mention of food and smelled bacon, biscuits, and a half-dozen other delectable smells. My stomach growled. I turned my attention back to the children. Andrew sat wide-eyed, staring at me, a wide grin on his face. His tousled hair a reminder that he did not shower after getting up. Abigail sat beside him, her face flushed with emotion. "So, what happened?" Andrew asked. He sat on the edge of the swing, pushing it gently with his foot. His sister sat back, leaning on the backrest, her knees in her chest and her arms around her knees. "As any good fairy tale ends," I winked. "They lived happily ever after." "It's a fairy tale?" Abigail inquired. "You wanted a story, didn't you?" I asked with a nod. "Don't you think that William and Jaden living the rest of their lives together constitutes a happy ending?" "But what about the pirates?" Andrew interjected. "Piracy ended," James chimed in. "There were a few renegade ships here and there, but for the most part, William and Tasha destroyed the pirate trade." "How do you know, Uncle James?" "I heard this story before, when I was your age." He winked at Abigail. "My grandfather told it to me. You know, it gets better every time I hear it." Andrew crossed his arms, a look of doubt on his face as he turned to me. "But is it true?" I gave him a wink when Kelly and Marianne called us to breakfast. Kelly wrapped her arm around my waist, and I pulled her close with an arm around her shoulders. Our free hands waved by to the 2 hover cars that lifted from our driveway. All 3 kids waved frantically. The vehicles rotated on their axis and sped away in a cloud of drizzle. The sounds of the engines faded, and we made our way back inside. The rain had come and gone, giving us a nice steady beat during breakfast. The sun threatened to peek through the clouds, and the humidity made the air sticky. Kelly released me and headed for the kitchen to finish the cleanup started by James and Marianne. I turned and proceeded deeper into the house, through the master bedroom, and into the walk-in closet we shared. I slid a section of shirts aside and touched the wall. The wall separated and revealed a small safe. The combination came quickly to my mind, and I opened the vault. Double shelves held a trove of treasures. The smile grew on my face, and I pulled a small tray out of the safe. The tray held a ruby and emerald-encrusted necklace with matching earrings. The jewels glistened in the light. I ran my fingers across their smooth surfaces. It never failed to get my heart going to see my grandmother's jewels, passed down to William, my father. and finally to me. I set them aside and reached back into the safe. My fingers found a hollow cube, and I pulled the device from the wall compartment. The image of a newly married William and Jaden stared back at me. I rotated the cube and found a picture of the three of us. I was only a baby then. Another spin, and the last picture taken of them rotated into view. This was how I remembered my parents, in their 80s, active and still smiling. They would have loved their great-grandkids, I mused. I rotated the cube again and again, staring at each picture and memorizing every facet of the images. "How did you endure?" I asked in a whisper, staring at my father's image. "How did you accomplish so much after losing everything?" "Determination," I heard him reply in my mind. "And the love of your mother." I hefted the cube and placed it back in the safe. The necklace followed. I paused briefly and ran my hand over the leather-bound book that occupied the bottom shelf, perhaps the most valuable piece in the collection, the last copy that existed of the Pirate's Code. That was all I had left of them. That, and the millions in the bank still drawing interest. "I'll pass all of this along to James and Mary Ann," I murmured, "and they'll pass it down to their kids." I locked the safe, returned the secret drawer to its proper location, and slid my shirts back into place. I left the closet, leaving the memories securely locked away.
This has been No Harbor, written by R. Kyle Hanna, narrated by Rick McVey. Copyright 2021 by R. Kyle Hanna and Jumpmaster Press. Production copyright 2022 by R. Kyle Hanna and Jumpmaster Press.